3 years ago, something indescribable happened in this world. Everything changed beyond recognition. All the fauna and flora of the world. Many new and powerful animals began to dominate the land. Cities were devastated, and many people died. However, that part of humanity that managed to survive had a great chance of saving people. The most gifted of those who remained began to be called coaches, but for what reason is still unknown. We are introduced to our main character. His name is currently unknown, but he is a high school student who, as a result of all the events, was left an orphan. We are shown a very beautiful girl with a charming face. Our main character introduces her as a beautiful sister. She calls our hero Pan. Our hero says that he has become the owner of a system that gives him the ability to identify different animals. Our hero decides to get the status of a trainer. He also shows us his determination, because another of his goals is to find his grandfather, who disappeared during the disaster. He is even ready to face death to achieve his goals. Our hero also decides to become the strongest trainer, for which he needs experience, because according to him, the strongest trainer is not the one who has great power, but the one who understands that everything that happens in the world is just the beginning. However, peaceful life in some sense still continued, so the events of the manga take us to one of the local schools, which is still operating, but with a new program. High school teacher Murong tells the children at the beginning of the school season that a couple of years ago, life changed completely and came under new rules. The teacher announces that the coaches will have an exam tomorrow, and those who want to see it with their own eyes can come with their parents. Our main character, Gao Peng, an 18-year-old boy who dreams of becoming a coach, has discovered amazing abilities in himself. He sees system windows with information, but does not understand what to do with them and how to interact. Our hero Pan decides that this is all just the effects of stress, and he just needs to not think about it at all. Walking home, he sees a spider on the ceiling. A window appears with information about it, which interests our hero. Our hero understands that this is no longer like a glitch, and it is worth thinking about how it works, because now everything is possible in the world. Our hero remembers that he had already seen this grandmother. He remembers how Granny Chen stroked him in the park and also called him cute and handsome. However, this spider suddenly jumps on our hero, trying to grab him, and Pan immediately realizes that the spider is not cute or kind at all. Peng runs away from the spider down the stairs, screaming that Grandma Chen's spider has escaped and wants to eat people. Following this, the spider begins to spit webs and almost hits our hero Pan. Pan is shocked by the approaching spider, quickly thinking about possible actions, realizing the urgency of the situation. Pan notices that the spider's system information window said that it was afraid of fire, so Pan decides to attack it with fire. Realizing this, Pan takes out his ignited sword and then swings it sharply and sends it straight at the spider. Upon impact, it explodes. Panic grips Pan. The spider is only covered in fire. The lighter is not enough to defeat the giant. Pan starts running further, trying to save himself, and realizes that there is only one floor left in front of him, and soon he will be completely safe. Our hero has already approached the door. He is practically next to it, but the spider is already behind his back, having jumped up. Opening the door to his apartment, our hero suddenly shouts, "Dazi!" as if he is calling someone. Immediately after this, some strange creature crawls out of Pan's apartment and attacks the spider directly, throwing it to another part of the corridor. Immediately after this attack, our hero notices that this spider begins to run away from him along the ceiling of the building, and very quickly, Pan remembers this feature. The creature that attacked the spider, now small and cute, screams for food. Pan, who can communicate telepathically with animals, answers it. Pan explains that animals have two forms, fighting and non-fighting, to conserve energy and heal wounds. Our hero Peng promises to cook something tasty for his pet Z today as a thank you. Pan also uses his pet as an assistant, giving it his school bag and asking it to take it to its place, to which the pet agrees. Entering the kitchen and putting on an apron, our hero decides to demonstrate his true skills by starting to swing a knife. Swinging his knife, he begins to professionally cut the meat into pieces and crumble it. After a few actions, our hero presents us with a delicious prepared soup with meat in a plate. The little animal tries the food that our hero Pan has just prepared and immediately praises it, calling it very tasty, and is happy. Pan makes comments to him that he eats too quickly. Pan asks him to be slower so as not to choke on his food. Pan, looking at his little animal, notices the system window that has opened up a pleasant feature that shocks him pleasantly. He notices that his pet has the ability to evolve and upgrade to an advanced class. Pan explains that monsters have 3 classes: common, advanced, and ideal, with each class increasing their strength, defense, and attributes. Pan is excited about the opportunity to level up his pet and decides that if he can reach an advanced class, then an ideal class is possible. Peng shares his joy with the little beast Dazi, saying that he will definitely level him up in the future to reach the rank of captain. Pan opens the upgrade menu and explores what is needed to improve his pet. To upgrade the beast, Pan will need 10 thorny herbs, 1 lightning-struck wood, and 1 thunder monster core. Pang realizes that the hardest part is getting the rare core, which costs more than 10 credits while the rest are quite cheap. After the creation of the New World Alliance, coins and credits became the currency. Credits are the premium currency. 1 credit is equal to 10,000 coins. Pan remembers that he only has 11 credits left on his balance because, after his parents died, he received a payment of 20 credits from the Alliance. This is barely enough for the materials to level up Dazi's beast. Peng realizes that he will not have enough money to live on at this rate. Even now, Pan is faced with this. While he was thinking about everything, his little animal had already eaten completely, but it was reporting that it was hungry and wanted to eat more. The little animal cutely tries to scare Peng by growling at him, but he only pretends to be scared and promises to feed Dazi more. Peng also brings another bowl of food for the little animal Dazi and hands it to him, saying that his stomach is like a black hole. Pan, watching his little animal eat, realizes that there is nothing more annoying than knowing what is needed to improve it, but not having the money to buy it. However, Pan realizes that if all the information he sees in the system windows is correct, it's very cool for him. Pan understands that with her help and his skills, he can become a cool coach, because it will greatly help him in his tasks and endeavors. Pan explains that the requirements for leveling up the beast have always been a mystery, but he will be able to speed up the process using the system windows. Peng laughs and says that this feature is just wonderful because with it he will become the best trainer and thus he will be able to become ultra-rich. All these thoughts helped Pan remember that tomorrow there would be a coaching exam in which many would take part. Remembering this, Peng hurries to get his phone and opens the local school website. Pan decides to register, but notices that there are 3 minutes left before the deadline for accepting registration applications. Pan manages to click the Yes button, confirming the application, and a notification informs him that he has successfully registered for the exam. The next morning, Pan went to someone's house early in the morning. He knocks on one of the doors and then opens it, and he is greeted by a cute neighbor named Tan Tan, with a beautiful face and figure in just a nightgown. Our main character Pan blushes at the sight of her, and also asks for forgiveness for such a previous disturbance. Tan Tan asks Peng why he had to wake her up so early, but she does it kindly, without aggression. He tells this sweet girl that he is going to take the coaching exam. After speaking, Peng points to his pet Da Zi, who was with him at that moment, and asks him to look after him while he is at the exams. Tang Tang smiles and puts her hand on herself, saying that Peng can go to the exam and not worry about anything. She will look after Da Zi. Peng thanks Tang Tang very much for her help, and also mentions that now he will be able to take the test with peace of mind and not have to worry about anything. Tan Tan wishes Peng good luck on the exam, and he, in turn, promises to cook a delicious dinner for her as thanks for helping her. After closing the door, Tang Tang is tense and a little angry. She looks at the little beast Peng and says, "Why is he bothering with trivial things like Da Zi?" However, Tang Tang's face and mood changed again. She patted Da Zi on the head, saying that the old man would probably be upset when he found out about all this. She fed Da Zi and sat on the sofa, calling the old man and telling him about Peng's pet, the purple centipede of the general class, asking him not to worry. However, the old man began to shout into the phone that this was nonsense, and that it was very difficult to raise animals of this class, and that Tang Tang should explain this to Peng. She begins to explain to the old man that there is no point in explaining everything here because this is your grandson and he is just as stubborn even though he seems carefree, she said. Looking out the window and talking on the phone with the old man, Tantan wonders if he has done his part. He says that they must remove all the disobedient and unnecessary people, asks not to worry about Pan, because as long as he is next to her, everything will be fine with him. Immediately after these words, she ends the call with an unclear mood after it. The events of the manga take us to an unknown location of a large office where an old man stands near the window, who called his secretary and then continued to watch out the window. The old man gives orders to the secretary. The experimental squad. 5 months. Lu Ye. 7 months to solve the problems of the branch. The old man sees a photo of himself with little Pan and promises that within a year he will resolve the matter and take him away, ensuring his safety. The events of the manga once again return us to Pan. who by this time had already arrived in the city center, where the exam itself was taking place. Peng often turns around and notices a huge number of people. His thoughts that a coach is now the most desirable profession are confirmed. Pan's name can be heard from the crowd and some chubby guy is calling out to him. Peng greets the guy who invited him, who turns out to be Peng's friend Li Zigong, as well as his mother Zhang Hong and sister Li Hongdo. His friend's mother asks why Peng came here. Did he really decide to take the test to become a trainer alone? A friend starts to tell him about his mother's exam, but his sister stops him by putting a hand on the back of his head. A friend asks his sister not to hit him, believing that hitting him reduces his IQ, but his sister denies any effect on his IQ. However, Pan tells them all that he is here to take an exam, shocking them. His friend's mother puts her hand on Pan's shoulder and says that this is great, and maybe today the city will have its youngest coach born. Happy with the praise, Pan says that they almost misunderstood him, and he will simply try his luck. He does not have any huge, ambitious plans. However, a certain unpleasant voice interrupts the dialogue between Pan's friend's mother and Pan himself. This voice immediately asks at what point the exam rating became so low. A short, slightly hairy man with long yellow hair asks this while standing next to his two guards. He points to Pan and asks again why the criteria are so low that every cur allows himself to participate in the exam. Pan's friend starts to get angry and start throwing his fists, asking who he called that, but his sister stops him. The man with yellow hair again says that he is not happy to see all this scum here, in his opinion. However, Peng answers him interestingly, saying that if money were needed to pass the exam, and not brains, then he would have been a coach a long time ago. The short guy with yellow hair yells at Pan again to stop being cocky, but Pan's friend doesn't understand what's going on. Pan's friend's mother begins to explain to him that this is the son of the owner of the van group, and he has already failed the monster control test for the third time. So upon seeing young Pan, he most likely became envious. The doors of one of the buildings opened and people in protective uniforms, helmets, and batons came out. From there also came out Feng Shu, the chief examiner, and also the city's leading scholar. Gradually, everyone entered the building. On the stage, Feng Shu greeted everyone and announced two stages of the exam, written and practical. He announced the start of the first stage, where videos of animals would appear on the screen and candidates would have to describe them. The examiner says that enough talk, it's time to start the exam itself. Whoever passes this part will be admitted to the second stage. The first video showed the animal barely visible underwater, indicating its marine origins. At this point, the video cuts off immediately, just a few seconds, after which the examiner announces that that is all, and the candidates have 2 minutes to describe the animal they saw. Many of the candidates began to complain that the video was too short, that there was nothing, and they had already resigned themselves to coming again next year. These conversations made the examiner angry. He immediately said that those who would open their mouths without reason would be excluded from the exam right then and there. The short, yellow-haired boy immediately mentioned that today's exam was more difficult than before, but he managed to get all the answers before the exam. However, he notices Pan, who is sitting with a smile on his face and looking attentively at the screen. This irritates him. He thinks that Pan is again just pretending to be smart. However, Pan, using his abilities, had already looked through all the information about this animal. Afterwards, Pan immediately wrote down all the information on his piece of paper, everything that he managed to see. He then repeated his actions on another video, immediately identifying and recording everything. History repeated itself with the final, third video. Pan immediately identified everything and easily recorded all the information, after which the written examination was completed and the examiner's assistants collected all the information forms that the candidates had filled out. Afterwards, the examiner said that many people had passed the exam and listed all the names of those who had gotten a good score, but Pan was not among the names. The short man with yellow hair began to laugh at Pan because his last name was not there. Pan could not believe that the data from the system windows was fake. However, a few seconds later, the chief examiner asked the audience who Gao Peng was, to which Peng himself was surprised. Pan raised his hand, although he was surprised, but he restrained his emotions and introduced himself. The examiner began to praise Peng, saying that he was very surprised that such a young candidate had passed the test with the highest score. People around started insulting Pan as a schoolboy, envying him and shouting how such a young schoolboy could even get some score, and even the highest one. Pan looked at the short blonde man and said his name and repeated that he was the one who got the highest score in this test, thus gloating over the short blonde man. Immediately after this, they were all asked to go to the second floor, where the practical stage of testing for a trainer would take place. On the floor, there was a spacious room, consisting of some colored blocks. Everyone in the room loudly cheered at the second stage of this miracle of the coaching exam, and Peng was among them. Chief Examiner, everyone has one task. To make monsters evolve, resources are provided by the association. However, the examiner also added that if they fail the second stage of the exam, they will have to cover the costs of the pet during the exam from their own pocket. The chief examiner introduced Liu Jin, who was monitoring the exam and was distributing tickets with room numbers to the participants. All participants began to approach the monitor in turn and take their tickets out of the box, and later go to their rooms. Pan understands that it is not at all known which room he will get and who will be there. It is not for nothing that they say that a trainer's certificate is one of the most difficult to obtain in the whole world. The short, fair-haired man, standing a couple of positions away from Pan, still hasn't given up on the idea of taking revenge on Pan for his sharp mind. It's Pan's turn, and he reaches into the box and pulls out his number. Seeing the number Peng pulled out, the examiner's assistant smiled wickedly. Pan's friend's mother smiles and brags about her 6th ticket and asks Pan what number he got. Peng also happily announces that he has drawn number 10. The chief examiner orders everyone to their rooms and that the second stage of the examination is officially declared open. Zhou Yuan appears in front of Ping, the room's observer, and says that Ping can turn to him for help or advice if he has any problems. Opening the doors to his room, Pan is in huge shock from what he sees there. In front of him sits a wild monster with red eyes and a huge dark aura. He sits behind thick iron bars in a cage. Looking at the system windows, Pan notices that the monster's condition is weakened and that he himself is sick. Pan begins to ask the observer about what happened to this little animal, why it is in such a terrible state. The observer explains that the monster is dangerous, was previously used in experiments and became painful. The answer to Pan's question is that there are no other monsters. He was sent to the exam. The observer recalls a conversation with the chief observer and Mr. Wang about how the smart guy would fail the practical part of the exam. The observer explained that the monkey had survived thanks to its tenacity and that there was virtually no chance of evolution. He agreed to help Pan keep his oral exam results. Pan thanks the examiner for his kindness, but says that he has decided to help this monkey, so he will do it and stay for the exam. The observer wishes Pan good luck, and Pan himself moves closer to the cage and begins to examine the monkey with whom he will soon have to work. When the monkey sees a person, he begins to remember how everyone who took the exam before him failed it, and regretted that the monkey was not evolving. All these memories and thoughts reminded the monkey of the pain she had gone through, and thus Pan's appearance again made her aggressive. However, Pan only pets the monkey in response and promises that he will be able to help her and cure her. Using the system windows, Pan begins to look through what he will need to start the evolution of this monkey. He notices that this time he has 2 evolutions available, but one is more risky. Pan begins to look through what he needs to undergo evolution and compares both options. He notes that the riskier method of evolution requires much less material, and Pan doesn't even have enough resources for the usual one. Pan collects the entire list of what he needs for the evolution of the monkey and later passes it on to the observer, who must bring it all to him. The observer is very surprised and asks Pan if he plans to kill the monkey instead of curing it. Peng states that her terrible and powerful disease requires the same radical treatment. He asks the observer not to worry, stating that he understands perfectly well what he is doing now. The observer remembers that Pan got a perfect score on the oral exam and thinks that he is another guy who is only smart on paper. After 3 days of Peng's time with the monkey, screams can be heard from the hallway. One of the test subjects was carried out by doctors on a bed with huge burns, screaming for at least one more try. Then you can hear the screams of a girl who was screaming that she had almost succeeded in producing evolution. She did not understand what was wrong and where she had made a mistake. Another old man was shouting with the same problem, not understanding where and how he could have made a mistake in evolution. Things were going well for Peng. After 3 days of taking the herb, the monkey's condition reached its physical peak, which could not but please. Peng also points out that the rare monster's crystal core played a huge role. The last task for evolution is taking a bath. That's all that's left. The monkey will need to take a bath with acid and various sulfur additives. Pan recalls the key the Watcher gave him, explaining that most monsters are harmless, but the red monkey has survived many trials. Pan understands the danger very well and is aware of the dangers that may lie ahead for him after freeing the monkey. Pan understands that he has gone too far, and now there is only one way out for him: to believe in his strength and rightness. He tries to explain to the red monkey that he will now release her, and after that she should be obedient. The monkey does not dare to attack. She jumps on Pan and hugs him. He strokes her in response and says that it is time to evolve. Pan shows the monkey a smelly acid bath and tells him to climb in and it will begin to evolve. But this doesn't motivate the monkey very much. The monkey tore off a piece of hair from her ass, crumpled it up and threw it into the bathtub as a test, and she was not pleased with the result. The monkey immediately began to shake its head and say that it did not want to jump there at all. However, Pan assures her that everything will be fine and pets her, after which she trusts him. With one foot in the bath, the monkey decides to go all the way in, and Pan notices and realizes how smart she really is. The monkey is completely immersed in the bath, but begins to notice strange smoke coming from the bath. Pan notices that there is too much smoke. He tries to run away from the bath. Following this, the fire alarm goes off and sirens sound throughout the room. The manager urgently reported a fire in room 10 and called for the source to be extinguished before it spread throughout the laboratory. The men with the fire extinguishers headed to room 10, where Peng, a short blonde man, grinned, thinking that the money was well spent. Several people, including the room manager, burst into the room by kicking down the door. However, they were surprised to see only thick smoke, but no fire or flames. Pan himself is surprised that they broke in here and asked what brought the room's observer here. The observer points to an alarm indicator at the top of the room, which indicated that there was a fire in the room. Pan apologizes and says that he is very sorry. He was so carried away by the experiment, so much so that he did not even pay attention to such a trifle. The observer informs the management that there is no fire and asks them to turn off the alarm. The chief examiner and the observer arrive in room 10 to see for themselves what happened, as they are in charge here. The observer informs the chief examiner that the smoke was caused by an experiment on the monster in an attempt to achieve its evolution. The other candidates began to mock, saying that Pan was too young to do such a thing, that he didn't belong here, and that the monster himself wasn't even in the room. The envious short man with blonde hair was already there, also sneering, thinking about how Pan would try to get out of this time. However, at that moment, a hand appeared from the bath, which was covered in a purple aura. The monkey itself looked out of the bathtub, but its appearance was already completely different. Its long black body was covered by a powerful purple aura. Just one touch of it was enough to break a piece of the bathtub. Many, including the envious blonde shorty, were shocked and frightened at the sight of this monster. Pan was also surprised to see what the monkey had become, but he did not show that he was scared. The chief examiner, chief observer, and room monitor were surprised. The monitor even took back his words about Pan, said on the first day, and admitted that here he was smart not only in words. Pan was pleasantly surprised and smiled because the system showed that everything had been successful, and now it was a bone monkey. This made Pan very happy. Pan is very happy and believes that if his first experience was so successful, then, with the help of his powers and system, he will be able to help absolutely all monsters. Everyone around began to touch the monkey and marvel at how much it had grown, how strong and powerful it had become. Pan's results shocked everyone. The chief observer informs the chief examiner that this is most likely a new monster that has not been seen before, and also a rare type. This truly pleases the chief examiner. He is shocked by such a high result. However, what interests him? The chief examiner reports that the most valuable thing in this situation is not the monster, but the person who was able to raise it from a sick monkey. Peng brags to the chief examiner about what he managed to do with the sick red monkey. The chief examiner is also happy and agrees with Peng, saying that he justified the result he showed in the written exam. Afterwards, the dragon takes Pan by the jacket and tries to say something, but it comes out weakly, and all he can say is, "Ooh." Pan tells the monkey that she has evolved and is now much cooler and stronger, and has also overcome all her illnesses. The chief observer remembers in his thoughts that usually a monster raised by one of the trainers is given to them. But in this case, he decides to take the monkey from Pan, because it is a very wonderful and expensive specimen. However, the chief examiner says he notices that the monkey has become attached to Pan, and now this monkey belongs to him. This news comes as a great shock to the chief observer and the camera observer. Peng himself was also in shock, and out of shock he decided to ask again whether it was really him, and whether the chief examiner had made a mistake in what he had just said. The chief examiner confirms the monkey's transfer to Pan, but notes that there is no data on its characteristics, so Pan must find out for himself. The chief examiner also adds that he has clearly evolved well and accurately, so Pan should not be paid for the resources he spent. However, Peng understands in his thoughts that everything is not just like that, and he has not only evolved, but also reached the ideal level. Peng also points out that if he is at this level right away, then at level 20 he will already be a captain. And besides all this, the monkey has a rare appearance, undead. A camera watcher appears behind Pan and says that this monkey has become very attached to Pan, but if he wants, he can take it for himself. However, all their conversations are interrupted by the chief observer, who says that this is not according to the rules, turning to the chief examiner. The chief with great anger on his face, the blonde shorty points his fingers at Pan and shouts that he has deceived us all and that he needs to be expelled. However, this whole scene does not inspire confidence in the chief examiner. He says that he does not understand where this schoolboy could have deceived them and pulled off such a thing. The chief observer, as always, bangs his head against one thing, saying that this guy is too young for such achievements. The chief observer pointed at Pan while speaking and suggested that he was using a secret method, but he had no real knowledge. The chief examiner is not impressed by the invigilator's stories, considering them to be bizarre nonsense. He thinks it would be foolish to invalidate Peng's results. The chief observer completely loses his mind. He says that everything is so, and the certificate should be issued only to true professionals in their field. However, all the words of the chief observer caused only laughter from the chief examiner. The chief examiner couldn't help but laugh, considering the story stupid. The observer said that Peng should show his abilities. Peng says that he came here to get a trainer's certificate, and not to prove anything to anyone here. Pan ridicules the chief observer's arguments and the short blonde man, causing him great anger. He turns to the observer and says that if he managed to perform a miracle that others failed to do, this does not mean that he is a liar and a fraud. Next, Peng says that if someone here lacks skills, then they should keep their mouth shut rather than try to slander someone. Then Peng adds that if he suspects someone of cheating and if it doesn't work out for him, then he's simply pathetic. Peng explains that the word river is in the monkey's name, which doesn't mean they have anything to do with water. They just lived near a river as children. Then Peng adds that whoever decided that because the word river is in the title, the monkey has the attributes of water, is just an idiot. He also adds that all those who previously gave him a bunch of resources filled with water, which caused the monkey's illness, are idiots. Then the short blonde guy also jumps into the conversation, saying that the monkey's weakness is in wood materials. The chief examiner interrupts the short, fair-haired man, saying that he is right, of course, but recent studies have revealed that it is a completely different attribute that is truly harmful to them. Peng also says that this terrible attribute was not just in her, but quickly developed throughout her body, reaching all the way to the bone marrow, which is why he had to use specific treatment on the monkey. Next, Pan shares a lot of information about his experiments and the process of treating the dog, which truly surprises everyone present. This dialogue and Pan's story surprises the chief examiner even more. In exchange for such experiments and Pan's intelligence, he decides to immediately issue him an intermediate-level certificate instead of a basic one. The examiner says that he, of course, cannot issue a certificate, but he will refer Pan to the lab where he can get a certificate. The chief examiner turns to the dwarf and the chief inspector, saying that they seem to think him incapable of detecting a liar. The chief examiner wants to know who suggested destroying the monkey, and why the monster remains if its cultivation is impractical. The candidates notice the lies in the words of the observer and the shorty, suspecting that they are deliberately leaking Peng. The observer raises his hand, ready to become a witness. He knows how the monkey got to the exam. The cameraman says that the chief observer took a bribe from the blonde shorty's father, and so he brought the monkey here and forged Pan's number to 10. The chief examiner intends to deprive the short, blonde man of the right to take the exam for 10 years, and to fire the chief observer today. The remaining candidates began to agree with the chief examiner's decision. They were afraid that one day it would be used against them. The chief examiner then invites Pan to come into his office and sit down and talk over a cup of tea. Next, the chief examiner says that he would like to ask Pan for a favor, which surprises him. Then, the events of the manga throw us to the street. A satisfied Pan stands in the city and looks at the intermediate-level certificate, and is also very happy to receive it. Pan named the monkey Bu-chan, and judging by its strange appearance, he realized that the certificate would give him a bonus when entering college. He also remembers that with such talent and ability, he can start to follow the path of a coach and get an elite monster and a lot of money. Showing his ID on the bus, Peng realizes that it gives him access to top universities and has also established a good relationship with the examiner. The events of our manga take us back to the day when the dispute with the observer took place. On that day, the chief examiner called Pan into his office and offered to become the person who would represent their city at the world tournament. The chief examiner reports that their city has not won a prize at the tournament for several years, which greatly upsets the association. Therefore, the chief examiner wants Pan to try himself in this tournament because there are no age restrictions and so on that would prevent him from taking part. The chief examiner also says that from his point of view, a young and talented person like Peng has many chances to win. However, Peng does not immediately express a desire to participate in the tournament, which upsets the chief examiner, who says that it is a pity that the reward of 10,000 credits does not motivate Peng to participate. Hearing about the reward of 10,000 credits, Peng jumped up from his seat and even interrupted the examiner, who was just about to say something. Peng dispels all the examiner's bad thoughts and says that he is happy to take part. Our hero and his new pet Bu Chan are traveling somewhere on public transport. He thinks about the difficulties of the tournament. While driving around the city, locals on public transport discuss Pan's pet, whose bones are visible. One of the passers-by even decides to touch Bu Chan right in public transport because he became interested in the type of undead. Suddenly, a red web released by Bu Chang wrapped around the man, freezing him in captivity as Peng thought about the 10,000 credits. Peng explains to Bu Chang that they should go to the tournament to earn money, especially with the addition of a second pet and the need for more food. Pan decides that he is young and willing to make an effort for his future well-being, confident in his attractiveness and optimistic. The locals on public transport were discussing the fact that this monster listens to the guy even when he hasn't signed a bloody contract with him, and they are generally shocked that such talent appeared in their city. On the way, Ping decides to go with Bu Chan first to Tantan, since that's where he left his first pet, and it's worth going to pick it up. However, at that moment, Bu Chang pushes its owner, Peng, straight into the bushes with a sharp blow of his hand. In this way, Bu Chang protected Peng from the sudden attack from behind that Bu Chang noticed. This gave Peng a pleasant feeling of joy, because just now Bu Chang tried to protect him from a sudden attack that could have come from behind. However, immediately after this, Pan motions for him to stop and tells him not to worry. Peng walks up to the one who almost attacked him and shows it to Bu Chang, calling out his name and saying that it is Da Zi. However, immediately after this, Pan is overcome with shock. He does not understand how his animal became so fat. He then notices Tang Tang walking behind him, greeting Peng and saying that they decided to meet him early. However, immediately after the greeting, Peng begins to point at Dazi and talk about what happened to him. However, Tang Tang, with a sweet smile on his eyes, reports that he now looks full, because he ate absolutely everything that Tang Tang gave him. Tan Tan states that he looked very thin and weak, and she decided to fatten him up. However, upon seeing Dazi, Bu Chang took a handsome stance and laughed maliciously. Tan Tan pets Peng and says that she would rather talk to him about the exam and how it went. Peng tells the lovely Tang Tang about how his exam went, telling all the details about the sick Bu Chang and how he got the intermediate level certificate. Peng also talks about how he got Bu Chang, and how he is very grateful to the chief examiner for this. However, what shocked Tang Tang the most was the fact that Peng had obtained an intermediate level certificate. Tantan is happy for Peng and says that he is growing up very quickly before her eyes, and this cannot but please. Next, Tang Tang asks Peng if he knows why the profession of a trainer is so highly valued, and then says that the whole point is to control extraterrestrial beings. Later, Tantan also revealed a secret technique that could transfer all the damage the owner had received to his pet. At home, Pan learns that as the pet is upgraded, its strength and energy grow, which the owner can use in symbiosis with it. Peng shared that after learning this technique, he felt as if he and Dazi were connected by an invisible thread. Afterwards, Peng also shared that Sister Tang Tang gave him a very valuable and interesting thing after their dialogue. Peng is still surprised by his pet Dazi's fatness and thinks about calling him Purple Pig, but Dazi is not thrilled with the idea. Peng also taught Bu Chang household chores, and now asks him for various things when needed, for example, now to bring a mirror. Peng places a mirror in front of Dazi and points it out to him, telling him that he is very fat, and he actually notices it. Daza pretends to be dead, but Peng insists on physical exercise so that he can begin leveling up in a few days. Peng already imagines in his head how he will ride a pumped-up Dazi, but even in his thoughts he is fat, which also infuriates Peng. The next day, somewhere in the city, Peng holds a meeting with Tang Tang, arriving immediately and apologizing if he was late. She also says that since Peng has obtained an intermediate level certificate, he can help Tang Tang with some things. Tan Tan shared that not long ago she invested money in a company related to monsters and started working, but she was deceived by her partner, And then he deceived Tan Tan, and taking all the money and trainers, he went off into the sunset. Pan immediately begins to analyze the area, noticing that this is the center of the city, and real estate here is worth a lot of money. Tan Tan says that business was good before and they could afford the rent. But when the money was stolen and the coaches left, business went downhill. Tan Tan asks Peng to hurry up, and he in turn notices that she is acting very strangely. Tan Tan says that the company is on the third floor, and she is ready to offer Peng the best conditions on the market and 20 shares of the company. As they drive to the third floor where the company is located, Tan Tan explains to Peng that the work is not difficult and it will not affect his studies. He can come whenever he is free. She explains that she chose Pan consciously, valuing quality more than quantity of coaches, despite the possibility of taking two. Peng is surprised by the huge number of different similarities that occur. First, the secret techniques and things, now the workplace. If it were someone else in Tang Tang's place, Peng would suspect something was wrong. He also mentions that ever since the loss of his parents, Tang Tang has been the only one who cares for Peng, so he has no thoughts of her betraying him. Peng decides that if there is anyone he can trust in this life, it is Tang Tang. Even if he can't do everything, he will definitely do his best to make it happen. Tan Tan turns to Peng and tells him that he will definitely like their office. Tang Tang thought in her mind that Peng was not very attentive. She was worried that he would notice something. Coming out of the elevator, a girl with purple curls and a cute face runs towards him. She greets Tan Tan. Tang Tang introduces the girl by calling her Xuan, and also saying that she works here as a secretary. Tang Tang leaves the situation to Xuan, and says that it's up to her from now on, and she needs to show Peng everything else that's here, and Tang Tang herself leaves. Xuan doesn't lose heart and with a smile on his face asks Peng to fill out his information. Must prove that he is worth the money. The man runs up to Pan and points his finger at him, saying that if Pan heals his beast, he will pay not 3 times but 10 times more. A man offers to pay 3 times more for his pet's treatment than is required. Peng states that this is his first job, and he is ready to do everything quickly, well, and for the basic price. When a man client asks him if he can cure his animal, Pan replies that he needs to see what condition his pet is in. Holding the box in his hands, the man declares that he is ready to trust Pan and reports that his baby is already here. Opening the box, he reveals a small animal that is bleeding, much to Xuan's shock. Thanks to his abilities, Pan had already seen what the problem was. These were just normal basic wounds. However, then, in the system windows, Pan notices information that the beast urgently needs evolution. This is important at the level of life. Peng immediately asks the owner, shouting what she ate before she became so ill. The man claims that he fed her the blood jade mushroom because he wanted to speed up her evolution. The man begs Pan to cure his pet. According to his analysis, it can be said that the mouse is already at the stage of evolution, but internal conflicts are getting in the way. Pan uses the system windows to determine everything he needs for treatment and asks to have it all delivered here urgently for treatment. Peng tells the client that he will, of course, take on the entire treatment plan and the treatment itself, but he will have to pay for the treatment materials himself. Pan looks at this little beast and tells him that with him, he will be fine and it will be able to evolve. Having delivered the animal, all the necessary materials, and everyone to the operating room, Pan puts on cool gloves and glasses and creates the image of a super doctor. However, Xuan and the customer look at Peng with great surprise. They are shocked and ask if this is his unique method of treatment. Meanwhile, Pan himself took the animal in his hands, placed it on the board, and took a knife in his other hand and held it nearby. In front of the owner, he took the animal in his hands and threw it into a small pot of soup. With such actions, he caused shock and anger to the owner, who ran as fast as he could to save his animal. However, he apparently felt fine, and Pan only spooned it into the pan, creating a stir. By showing the pet's owner the sight of Peng sending his pet to bathe in soup, he shocked the owner and created an aura of death around him. However, imagine his great surprise when he saw how his little animal was enjoying itself and was lying in the soup. However, even this fact does not please the owner. He still suspects that something is wrong. But Pan reassures him and asks him to wait another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the client asks when everything will be ready. In his opinion, the monster is already finished. But Pan says that everything will be ready soon. Exactly 10 minutes later, the lid flies off. The client and Pan look into the pot, where there is no soup, but only the client's whole and healthy animal sleeping. Within a second, this little animal began to move with lightning speed throughout the room and destroy everything. But the client was very happy that his animal was not only intact, but also evolved. Peng informs the client that his pet is now of the ideal type, and if trained, it can reach the rank of captain. The client apologizes to Pan for previously doubting his methods of treatment, and thanks Pan for helping him treat his pet. However, Peng states that no thanks are needed and that the customer only needs to pay the bill, and then Peng hands him the entire bill for the services. Afterwards, Peng hands Juan another list and asks her to send these materials to his home and deduct the cost from his salary, to which she readily agrees. The client states that he has another pet and can he make an appointment with Pan tomorrow, but Pan himself is not eager to answer this. The client immediately reminds again that the price is not a problem for him, and if necessary, he is ready to pay triple the price. Peng states that it is not about money. The problem is that he has classes tomorrow. This shocks the client. He asks whether Peng is studying in some association or is already teaching his own courses. However, Peng pompously throws his jacket over his back and says that he is an ordinary schoolboy, a third grader in high school, and then walks out the door. The client and Juan were shocked by Peng's behavior and were surprised at what kind of students they were in their time. And Xuan also says that Tam Tam asked her to fire all the coaches and appoint him at a huge price, and also asked her to keep it all a secret from him. Meanwhile, Tang Tang was sitting on the sofa in an unknown location, and while sipping wine, she was twisting a high-quality rare core in her hands. Afterwards, she asked her pet if he knew where she could take him, but without waiting for an answer, she threw him straight out the window. From her window, it flew straight into the open window of Peng's apartment and flew into one of the rooms where Daisy was. Daisy immediately notices the cannonball that fell right in front of him on the floor. Daza, without any thoughts, as always, grabs it with his mouth and starts eating. And the monkey Ba-chan does not have time to stop him in front of such a tasty target. On his way home, Pan bought some food, and on his way home he analyzed his budget, finding out that he would be able to live for about a month on 15 credits. The client and Juan are shocked by Peng's behavior, who makes unexpected decisions in his youth, and Tang Tang offers him a high-paying position. However, at that moment he hears a loud voice and sees smoke from outside the window of his apartment. Approaching it, he realizes that it is Bu-chan's voice. With all his legs, he heads straight for his apartment, running as if at the speed of light. Running home and abruptly opening the door, after entering the apartment he notices Dazi rolling on the floor in pain and tears. Pan immediately sees what is happening and is shocked that the process of evolution itself has begun, but how is a mystery to our hero? Pan, meanwhile, just stands and watches all this, as he understands that the process of evolution has begun, and he will not be of much help here. Tang Tang, who was passing by, also entered the apartment, and all of Peng's questions immediately disappeared. He directly asked her if she had accidentally given Dazi the core. Having received a positive answer from her, he immediately began to ask in a half-shout why she had come, where she had gotten the core from, and in general, why. She immediately explained her actions by saying that she really wanted to help, but Pan would not accept such an expensive gift, so she acted differently. In fact, Tantan admitted that she came by to give away the bags of food that Peng had abandoned on the street on his way home. As she walked towards the door, she said that he had worked long and hard to buy these products and that he couldn't just throw away money. However, without waiting for an answer, she said that she had to go, she had a lot to do, and in general she was ultra busy, and immediately closed the door and left. After she leaves, Peng immediately begins to scold Dazi, since he again began to eat everything in sight, and in general he is very insatiable. Peng decides that he needs to finish Dazi's evolution and starts looking through the bags to find one of the flowers that needs to be used in this evolution. Peng decides to crush the flower, believing that it will aid in Dazi's evolution and free him from his suffering, based on the information in the system. However, after Dazi drank what Peng made from this flower, his body began to glow, and his condition either improved or worsened. A huge bright light suddenly filled the entire apartment, and Dazi appeared in a new guise, strong, beautiful, big, and powerful. Peng looks at the system to see what happened. His guesses were confirmed. Dazi had successfully evolved and became an excellent class. However, immediately after that, the huge Dazi plopped down on the floor and fell down exhausted. Bu Chang's face showed fear after Dazi, but Peng reassured him, claiming that everything was fine, only the pet was tired after using its powers. Peng said that he didn't expect that a monkey in such a form would be so kind, and then gave Ba-chan a bowl of soup and offered him a try, saying that he had prepared it. But Chang drank the soup that Peng handed him, and from his expression it was clear that he even liked it. Peng explains to Ba-chang that he, like Dazi, recently underwent evolution, and now for further development they both need energy, and to eat often in order to become very strong. Dazi woke up after some time, but by the time he woke up, Ba Chang and Peng were already lying down and finishing their third dream. Dazi took the blanket and climbed up to Peng and covered himself with it. However, Tang Tang could be seen from the kitchen window, looking at this and thinking that he should have a good rest now, because Tang Tang decided to do everything so that he would grow up quickly. The events of the manga take us to some principal's office at a school, where some old man is yelling at another man saying that there will never be monsters in his school. The director yells at the man, stating that there will be no preparation or training here, and this is a school. The safety of the children here comes first. A certain man begins to tell the director that in peacetime they are just children, but now it is quite possible that in the future they may need to take up arms and defend their country. The director is shocked that the situation is so dire. And the man opposite states that although technology is developing very quickly all over the world, it is still not enough. The man tells the director that he may come at a time when their weapons will not be able to withstand the rapid evolution of aggressive animals, and then there will be no time left for preparation. Arriving at his school, our hero immediately encountered the fact that now everyone was asking him if he really had received a certificate of this level. His classmates, with sparkles in their eyes, show him a newspaper where it is printed about how a schoolboy from their city achieved such rapid success. Everyone gathers around Pan, and he himself blushes from such strong and sharp attention to himself. One of Pan's classmates approaches him and states that he has one presumptuous request. He shocks his classmate by telling him that if his request is truly presumptuous, then he should keep it to himself. However, their dialogues are accepted by the teacher, who comes up from behind and interrupts their conversation. The teacher interrupts everyone, calling attention to herself. She says that their lives will change from now on. Now all students will take lessons related to monsters, and training in their use is included in the program. The teacher also continues, reporting that now this will be everywhere. Recently, the state made such a decision in connection with the possible danger of attack. The teacher also immediately informs that the students can now choose their direction of study, war with monsters, and begin training tomorrow additionally. For this, they need to contact after the lesson. This feeling, as expected, raised a huge stir. No one could have expected this at all. All the students began to discuss a possible war. Immediately after his announcements, the teacher calls Pan, saying that they need to step aside and talk in person. The teacher says that Peng has achieved great heights, visible to everyone in the city, and asks him to perform in front of the 7th school students representing tomorrow. Pan tries to get out of it, saying that he doesn't really like being the center of attention, and asks the teacher to look for someone more suitable for the position. Then, without listening to the teacher's answer, he interrupted her and immediately asked if he could begin training as a combat trainer. However, the teacher tries to dissuade Pan a little, saying that his zeal is commendable, but he is in a great hurry. The teacher explains to Pan that he has a good certificate and also a high academic performance. Meanwhile, on the street, security guards are bringing in a monster in chains for his intended performance in front of the students today. Peng, meanwhile, thanks his teacher for taking care of him. But he also says that despite her requests and excuses, he really wants to get the profession of a combat trainer. Pan explains his decision that it is only by becoming a real combat trainer that he can become stronger and smarter, and theory alone will not help him with this. The teacher did not try to dissuade Peng again, but accepted his decision and wished him success. Peng thanked the teacher for his understanding and bowed. In the afternoon, everyone who wanted to be selected as a military trainer gathered together in one place near the school. In the local crowd, Peng hears a welcoming voice and notices his friend Tang Qian waving hello to him. Tang Qian tries to pester Peng by expressing surprise at his high grades, but receives the same question in return. Tang Qian explains to Peng that his favorite anime when he was a child was Pokemon. So now that he has become a combat trainer, he wants to feel like an anime hero. However, Pan ignores his story and advises him to go to the nearest gym on the next street if he so badly wants to become strong. Huge armored tanks drive by, and the crowd that came to the selection pays attention to them, greatly surprised at how huge they are. A cute girl standing at the podium where the selection is taking place calls out to some man and also calls him Colonel. He is a huge man with a large physical form and a military cap. One look from this colonel instructor was enough to make Peng's friend Tang Qian almost faint. Without any greetings, the colonel begins his speech by praising everyone present, saying that they are great, that they have gathered strength to come here. However, he also says that this is not enough to become a coach. Raising his fist, he begins to shout to everyone around him that they are just cowardly spaghetti, who will shit themselves the moment they see a serious beast. Such harsh statements of the colonel provoke the anger of the crowd. They begin to shout in response that, according to the colonel, they have never seen monsters, and this is a mistake. They are not afraid of anything. Smiling at the words the colonel heard in response, he called his assistants and urged them to release the monster they had taken with them for the demonstration. The colonel takes on a leash a huge monster that his assistants brought. Following this, the assistant informs the colonel that a 10-centimeter wall with armor has already been erected. After the wall is installed, the assistant releases the large evil monster and tells him to run straight ahead, where there is a huge armored wall in front of him. With a running start, the monster reaches the wall in a couple of seconds, and using just one blow of its paw, it tears and breaks through this wall. This causes a huge shock among the crowd, which is what the colonel was counting on. He came up with this idea to scare everyone. Pan is also shocked. He doesn't believe that such a thick piece of metal can be broken with just one blow of a paw. The colonel asks everyone to watch carefully and says that the beast they will have to fight will be just as powerful, if not more so. The colonel insists that this is the last chance for many, urging those who want to leave to do so immediately, as there is very little time left. Pan sadly notices how many people are leaving the place, causing him to feel sad. He did not expect such a massive leak. The colonel tells all those who are leaving to raise their heads and walk proudly. He says that there is nothing terrible about this. They have done nothing wrong, and education is an excellent way out in their case. He also adds that they are not deserters, but those who made a rational choice in favor of study rather than war. The colonel, changing his expression to an angry one, declares that those who remain have lost the right to retreat and must go through all the trials. He does not tolerate weaklings. Then they say what they understood, but the colonel immediately starts shouting for them to speak louder and more clearly, which causes them to shout again at once that they understood. Arriving home, Pan falls on the sofa. He is mentally exhausted. He has no more strength, although he was prepared for this. He did not know that everything would be so serious. However, all of Pan's thoughts are interrupted by his pet monsters, who say that they are very hungry in Pan's absence and want to eat. While preparing the food, Peng reflects on the words of the colonel, who said that by the end of the month, only 1,200 students from the entire city will remain. Peng understands that this is a huge reduction in places, and he should try harder. After opening the food boxes to feed Da Zi and Bu Cheng, Peng is shocked to discover that his box is empty. Pan also starts shaking the refrigerator, and all he sees is that he doesn't understand where his pet food went. Peng runs into the room and talks about who ate it, but Da Zi immediately states confidently that it was all Bu Cheng's doing and points at him. Peng promises Bu Cheng to provide food if needed, realizing that he underestimated his pet's appetite. Afterwards, Peng uses the system to see how much more Bu Cheng needs to eat, and sees that they have almost exceeded the norm. Peng realizes that feeding Bu Cheng costs 2,500 coins a day, which will help him evolve soon, but he is afraid of the possibility of running out of food. Afterwards, Peng also analyzes the condition of Da Zi, who in turn requires food per day worth 200 coins. After some time, while walking down the street, Pan notices something strange across the road from him. What's strange is that several people's pets got out of normal control and started to cling to each other, and one even climbed a tree. Next, Pan notices a huge pig at the main entrance of the school, as well as a girl standing nearby nervously and watching all this. Pan kindly asks her what's going on and if she needs help, but she only becomes more scared and shocked. She tells Pan that her pet has changed from a small pig to a huge animal that eats food by the mountainous. Then another man in uniform approaches them, and Pan addresses him as a coach. Afterwards, quite nervously, Pan and the girl explain the situation to the humans, saying that this huge, cute pig blocked the entrance by lying down there. There is a dog standing next to him, and he appears to be addressing it, calling it Yin, and saying that he leaves this task to it. The dog, which was called by the man in uniform, began to bark at the huge pig and emit a dark aura around itself. This caused shock to the pig, and she began to retreat back, trembling. The man in uniform says that the show is apparently over and suggests starting training right now. The people were lined up in rows on the grass, and the man who was training them began to talk about how in the future they might have entire squads of animals, so they should learn how to control monsters. The teacher began to tell you that the animal may be very strong, but if it does not obey you, it becomes completely useless, and on the contrary, it can only hinder you. The teacher recalled the incident with the huge pig on the road, warning of the potential danger for everyone. The teacher says that it is necessary to establish a relationship with the monster, then it is worth understanding the preferences in order to establish a relationship with him in the future. The teacher told about his moon wolf, how he took care of it, fed it, played with it, and slept next to it to strengthen the bond. The teacher shocked everyone by explaining that the moon wolf was not born with the ability to break through walls, but achieved this through much training. The teacher explains to everyone that the correct methods of training the animal develop new qualities in it. For example, the wolf grew additional teeth. Afterwards, the teacher asks his assistant, Old Man Lee, to help him and ask his beast to demonstrate its abilities. He asks all the students to pay attention to him and says that all training affects the animal individually. After that, Old Man Lee throws a stone into the air, and a second later his beast grabs the stone in midair and splits it with its teeth. The teacher also explains that there are 5 types in total: attacking, defending, supporting, healing, and controlling. And sometimes it happens that a monster allows itself to belong to 2 types at once. He gives the example of the grapevine monster and says that it has both a defensive and a control type, but cool coaches allow themselves to develop an attacking type in it as well. Afterwards, the teacher says that this theory is enough for now, adding that now we can move on to practice. The teacher also says that there is no need to worry about the educational literature. They have already prepared it a long time ago. The teacher allows the students to take materials to evolve their monsters, and Peng ponders what type of evolution to choose for Dazi. Peng decides that since he has already learned the steam technique from Tang Tang, then he should train Dazi in the defensive type. However, Peng does not yet understand how exactly. Peng also points out that the educational literature is moved by rather small monkeys. Most likely they have a developed power type. Pan immediately remembers how he had previously read about different monsters in libraries, and remembers that they even mentioned their types. Peng recalls that monkeys learn to attack trees so that they can later move onto rocks and create wounds to strengthen their skin. Pan understands that such monkeys would not even break from falling from a cliff, because their entire body is terribly strong. Peng decides to develop a protective type of similar structure in Dazi, and so Peng goes and takes the necessary materials to create the protective type. Interrupting Dazi's rest, who was basking in the sun, Peng informs him that he has found a good way for Dazi to train, but he will have to try hard as well. Peng brings an iron tool and shows it to Dazi, but Peng decides to finish Dazi off by telling him that if you sweat, you won't have to bleed later. All this frightens Dazi. He starts to run away, and Peng with a huge hammer starts to run after him, catching up and asking why he is leaving at all. Eventually, Peng reaches Dazi, who is very tired, but because of this piece of iron, Peng's fingers are slightly damaged. A week later, at exactly 7 in the morning, the alarm clock in Peng's house goes off, but Peng himself turns it off with his hand. Since there is no training today, he decides not to rush and sleep some more. However, this does not happen. Dazi uses the ball to throw it at Peng's door, waking him up, and when he comes out, he asks him to feed him urgently. Sleeping Peng cooks pancakes, turning them over, and thinks about why he helps them in evolution, but he suffers the most. Following this, Peng rejoices, because the system windows show that thanks to good nutrition, both animals have reached a new level, and Dazi has reached the 10th level. Peng is both happy and crying at the same time, because half of his salary went to buying food for Bu Cheng, and during training with Dazi, he almost broke all the bones in his hands. Bu Cheng hands the phone to Peng, and Liu Songlin from Blue Shield Company calls him, offering him something important. He offers Pan to discuss a very profitable, in his words, deal, but at the moment he only scares Pan with his words. The manga takes us to the office where Peng meets Liu Songlin, who greets him by extending his hand. The man offers Pan a position as a trainer consultant in their firm, and asks Pan to sit down to discuss the details. However, Peng is in no hurry to agree. He begins to question the director about why such a great company from all over the city came to Peng. However, the director in turn says that Mr. Peng is too modest and underestimates his real knowledge. The director explains that there are few good craftsmen in the city employed by top firms, and Peng is ideal because of his time and skills. The director decides to choose Pan because of his young age and great prospects among everyone at the intermediate level. Pan agrees, but sets a condition. Being at school from Monday to Friday, he will only be able to allocate time for urgent cases. Without listening to all the reasons, the director takes out the contract and tells Pan that he agrees to all its conditions, handing the contract and pen into Pan's hands. As Peng begins to read the contract, he realizes that this is real gold, because it is a huge amount of money for basic treatment. Peng signs this contract without hesitation, because it is very profitable, and most importantly, it is very profitable financially for Peng. During their dialogue and signing of the contract, a secretary enters the office and says that a certain mister has already arrived here. The director decides to take his leave and reports that the contract was successful, and he has great faith in the successful cooperation between them. The director confirmed the contract, but was surprised by the student's choice and the high salary compared to other coaches. However, Peng still works with Tang Tang and is currently working on an order for her company, where he is looking at his first client's second pet. This animal turns out to be a flower fairy, which Pan examines closely and is shocked by how beautiful and cute she is. Pan begins to ask the client if he is sure that he wants to start developing this fairy because she is very cute and beautiful now. The client mentioned the upcoming Flower King contest, but Peng is confused, remembering that it is just a flower contest. Peng is surprised by the client's great luck, because during the disaster not all the plants mutated, and having such flowers is a great rarity. Afterwards, the secretary, worried, asks the client about the beauty contest, but he talks about the flower contest, expressing a desire to participate with his flower. He says that this flower will be his girlfriend at this competition, and he wants to improve it as much as he can by that time. Afterwards, the client assures Pan that he is ready to pay any amount of money to ensure that his flower takes first place in this competition. Peng, in turn, puts his hand on his heart and declares that everything will be taken care of and there is no reason to worry. Afterwards, Peng reminds the client about the triple price rules, and the secretary is already there with a terminal in her hands to meet the client. Peng calls the secretary, points out a list of the necessary materials and asks her to bring them. She assures him that everything will be quick, since the materials are already in the warehouse. Quite quickly, all the necessary materials appeared on Pan's desk, which made him very happy, because it really was very fast. Following this, Peng chased the secretary out of the office, saying that they were disturbing his work and that they needed to leave the office. However, the secretary was shocked when she saw the client spying on Pan and his work and began to dissuade him. Pan, with a look of horror on his face, prepared a syringe and brought it to the flower, promising that it would not hurt. Just one injection. The secretary stopped the client, explaining that it would be good for his pet, the sprout. After a while, Peng announced that they could enter the office. With apprehension and shock, they nevertheless opened the door and entered the office. The secretary was delighted when she saw the sprout, which was 10 times larger and more beautiful, as was the client, who was shocked by how well everything turned out. The client immediately began to hug Pan and thank him, and also apologize again for his strange behavior. But the events of the manga take us to some location. In front of us is a girl and a huge wolf monster, and a girl who says that she has failed again. There are also 3 guys standing nearby who are complaining that nothing is working out, and it is hard to find work as coaches and they would rather quit it all. However, the girl did not have such thoughts. She only thought about becoming the best in everything, and thought to herself that she would soon reach Gaopeng. And again, after this dialogue, the events of the manga are transferred to a new location, most likely on the outskirts of some city. Some incomprehensible entities kick a small animal. As it turns out, this is a horde of powerful spiders that grab all living creatures in their path and turn them into their prey. Following this, we are shown an army of these same spiders running somewhere along the road in a pack in an unknown direction. And here again, the events of the manga are interrupted and we are transferred to our hero Gaopeng, who came to the store to buy more materials. However, what was Pan's surprise when the old seller answered him that the material he needed had run out? But Pan interrupted him, saying that this material was produced right next to the city. How could it run out? The old man seller gives Pan a tablet with a message that because of the spider gang, supplies have been stopped and the army has been sent there. Then the old man says that besides this, another problem is happening. He heard that spiders even killed a farmer who did not have time to escape. Then the old man interrupts the conversation with Peng, saying that more clients have come to him and he has business to do. Pan begins to notice a strange pattern. First the military at the school, then the strange contract, now this. Afterwards, Pen receives a call from the director of the company where he works, and he tells the same news that the old man just told him. As you leave the store, a man runs towards Peng, who calls him Gao Peng and runs towards him. This is the director of the branch of the company where Peng works. He calls him into the office and shows him their small army of praying mantises. The director asks Pan to help him upgrade these praying mantises, and if he succeeds, the reward will be very generous. Then Peng assures him that he will certainly succeed, and the director has nothing to worry about. The director sends Pan to inspect all the praying mantises, who in turn follows the order and does so. One of the assistants asks the director if he can trust such a young schoolboy with the future of their army. His question angers the director, because he himself is not yet completely sure. The director watches all this from above, He wonders if Gao Ping is really as capable as everyone says. Pan, in turn, calls his assistants and the director, tells them which praying mantises he should keep, and lists a huge list of medicines and resources that he should bring urgently. The director urgently calls on everyone to help Pan and bring everything he just demanded. After some time, the director was still watching Pan's actions with these praying mantises and came to the conclusion that Pan was very capable, because in 10 minutes he had trained several warriors in the form of these praying mantises. The company's director is pleased with such a quick result. He is pleasantly shocked by how young Gao Peng manages to make such successful evolutions, although he is not even 20 years old. Peng continues to work very quickly all this time and does all this in a very short time. Everyone is shocked by the monsters Gao Peng creates from ordinary praying mantises. The production workers tell the director that Gao Peng managed to turn ordinary praying mantises into a superior class. The director also watches everything that is happening and is happy with the fact that he was not mistaken in Gao Peng, and he can be trusted with a lot. After some time and helping companies, our hero returned to his goals and objectives. He is engaged in training Daji. Today, Pan organized a speed race for him, and for a good result in the classic race, he fed him the tasty treats that he loves so much. Pan notices other trainees talking about the park instead of training, leaving him puzzled. Peng notes that in the training camp for trainers, the teacher values only productivity, seeing the positives as it identifies those who are worthy of defending the country. However, at that moment, a very tall and cute girl named Mu Taiying approaches Peng, who is surprised to see Peng there and asks if he is also training his pet here. At the sight of her, Pan understands that if she were a man and not a woman, she would clearly be in great demand among the opposite sex. Then this girl offers Pan to join his team, which shocks him even more, and asks why they want to do this. Mu Taiying suggests that Peng team up with her for future training sessions, as she herself has not found a suitable partner. Pan thinks that she looks like an ordinary student, but her speech is much more mature, after which Pan asks her where her pet is, with whom she trains here. However, this answer greatly confuses her, and she asks Pan to wait a second. After snapping his fingers twice, Mu Taiying summons his pet, a huge, unusual rhinoceros that is several times larger than them. She then introduces him to Pan, calling him baby and saying that he is an iron rhinoceros. Peng and Dazi are shocked by what they just saw and are a little confused by how she calls him baby. However, Taiying says that before they start collaborating, she wants to share the fact that her pet Lianzi, in the person of this rhinoceros, is very timid. Taiying complains that Lianzi is strong but mentally weak and afraid of offending, so she focuses her efforts on defense. Peng realizes that teaming up with Taiying is beneficial. Her beast is an ideal defender, and his is a strong attacker, creating a sword and shield combination. However, while Peng was thinking about everything, Taiying began to think that nothing would work out in their union. She began to underestimate her strength, thinking that her Lianzi was not fit to be a protector. Just before Taiying was about to leave, Peng stopped her and said that he of course agreed to an alliance with her and her pet Lianzi. Peng smiles and extends his hand, declaring that they are now in an alliance. He is convinced that Lianzi would be better off with Taiying than with the others on the team. This event makes Taiying very happy. She is extremely happy that she was able to unite with Pan. The events of the manga take us to some dark forest, right into the war zone. In the forest, the company director and an unknown blonde are talking. She expresses joy at the director's arrival, which surprises him. The director tells her that in light of recent experiments, it was discovered that these spiders are very afraid of fire, and this cannot but please. However, she, in turn, says that she has no way to defeat the spiders, as she is confident that the director's squad of praying mantises will cope with everything. Meanwhile, near that place in the battlefield, a certain general greets several more soldiers. The general informs the military that the spiders act in groups, collecting food and delivering it to bases where it is eaten by the mother to give birth to new spiders. The general also says that all military personnel should understand that the mission is very serious, and for its implementation they will all receive a very large reward. The director and the girl with the military discuss the need for cooperation to avoid internal conflicts over the reward. However, the general reports over the device that the military should begin the mission and the rear will cover them, and then the military gives the order to start firing for 3 hours. The tanks were fully loaded and began shelling and firing according to the coordinates given by the commander. The results were justified, and the army managed to injure the spiders, which were again heading for prey. However, the director does not understand what this pompous speech was for if they still continue to open fire on targets. The fire damaged the spiders, increasing the chances of mission success for the director and his squad, which pleases him. The girl does not understand why the general is talking about risk. Their squad with the director has 8 captain-class praying mantis fighters, while others have a maximum of 3. The director claims that his company is honest, but implies that others are also hiding many captain-class monsters from the public. However, at one point, the director's assistants begin to tell him that the praying mantises are behaving very strangely, as if they are afraid of something, but at the moment it is unknown what exactly is scaring them. The reason for their panic is a huge monkey that appeared on the way. It was as tall as a huge building, much taller than the trees. The director immediately recognized the monster and shouted that everyone needed to run. This was a monster of the Lord level. According to the same director, before them is the ruler of this dark forest. The overlord shows obvious aggression, screaming so loudly that the sound carries throughout the forest, as if signaling to the entire planet. Many people start screaming. The general gives the order to shoot, but there is no one to shoot because everyone starts to run away from the scene in panic. The general understands that there is no point in shouting. His warriors had previously fought with ordinary spiders. Before them is the ruler of the entire forest. He cannot be defeated so easily. However, there is hope. As the protector of this district, a huge phoenix bird appears in the sky. They start screaming joyfully, and the phoenix bird pounces on the monkey lord and begins to attack him. The giant monkey, the lord of the forest, decides to retreat at the sight of the phoenix bird and its fire attacks. The director reports that resources are close to being exhausted, but the general urges the mission to be completed, emphasizing the limitations of assistance. An elite detachment of troops is also arriving. The general is not very happy about this. He says that he does not understand why they came. They could have handled it themselves. The situation is critical and requires urgent unification of efforts of all military units to prevent the threat. The general calls for cooperation between military units, detachments, the government, and volunteers to gain the upper hand in the fight against spiders. The girls of the reconnaissance squad search for the spider's lair, burning their webs with the help of their pets. A squad member expresses concern that the captain is wasting the monster's energy, claiming that their energy will run out before the spiders. The captain listens to and accepts the opinions of the squad members and reshuffles his groups to reduce the amount of energy they spend on all this. The beautiful girls in the squad begin to use their pets and attack the spiders with their abilities and different techniques. The leader of the squad, the captain, has a cool pet that controls fire, thanks to which she easily solves all issues with their opponents. Thanks to the new combined tactics, they achieved high results and were able to burn 4 spiders at once with one attack, saving energy several times. Immediately after this, the girls heard the sound of someone approaching. They begin to think that it is another horde of spiders. The captain immediately runs in a straight line and tells his subordinates from the squad to run after him. They notice that some squad with shields is still fighting against the monster. It was an attack by spiders who were trying to break through the defense made by another squad. The spider mother's strength does not match her class, which is surprising and means that she may have some weaknesses or vulnerabilities. The director calls for everyone to band together and attack the spider queen, offering equal rewards to everyone for their combined efforts. Having split into squads, they began strong attacks, but the armor in front of her eyes was very strong. The director shouted that it was necessary to increase the attack force. One of the girls' squad asks their captain that they should join the attack, thereby helping in the attack on the main mother of spiders. The captain understands that she and her squad should help in the attack and win, but the captain does not immediately decide on such an act and risk. The captain also says that she has some kind of bad feeling, as if this spider has enormous power. However, the director shouts that the protection around the eyes has been broken and that pressure should be applied and the attack continued. The captain decides to help after all, and she decides to finish him off by launching her beast straight at the spider. However, the attack goes very badly. The girl understands this and does not dare to jump further to other squads. A second after this, the huge spider begins to scream throughout the cave and even moan. It has a wild effect on the ears of all those who were there. It seems to break a person's eardrums and destroy him from the inside with a simple sound. Holding his head, the director is shocked and wants to curse the idiot who said that this spider has no attack abilities. However, the director becomes shocked. He notices the ruler's halo right under the huge mother spider. The director realizes that this monster is at the peak of its capabilities as a captain. The director decides to retreat by jumping on the mantis. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers upstairs begin to discuss the fact that the operation is delayed. but they assure each other that the size of the operation is 5 hours and only 3 have passed, so everything is still great. The people remaining above begin to be surprised and scream because they notice an unidentified object above them. The general starts shouting for the military to immediately open fire on the target above, as it is already approaching. However, it turns out to be the director on the praying mantis, who immediately began to shout not to open fire because he was the only one here. He landed, and immediately received dozens of questions from everyone about where everyone else was. The director, grabbing everyone around, shouts out the question, "Why the hell did the government send us to where the Spider Queen, with the rank of captain, lived?" The general asks him to calm down and explain in more detail what is happening now. The director warns that the Spider Queen has become a lord and easily defeated everyone, even the strongest monsters of the army. The people from the government center were shocked and blushed with shame when they learned of the Spider Queen's fighting abilities that they had not been told about. Another guy appeared from the bushes, barely walking, and he immediately caught the attention of everyone else. The guy tells the soldier that after the Spider Queen attacked, they tried to run away. Other spiders started chasing, and everyone ran away, hiding in the forest. The military begins to discuss their mistakes, deciding that for the next attack they will need a huge amount of weapons and monsters. However, the military man decides that there are definitely benefits. They prevented the queen from evolving to lord, and even in this case, the main lord and ruler of the forest will not be able to tolerate competition and destroy her himself. However, in the meantime, we are brought back to the training of Peng and Dazi, who are learning to attack. Other pet owners notice Peng's great success and begin to point their pets to Dazi and tell them that they should try to do the same. Meanwhile, Peng is already aware of the situation in the cave. From the company director, he also knows what happened, and that there was an attempt to evolve to the Lord stage. Pan decides to speed up the evolution of his pets to achieve Lord status and have an advantage in the wild against monsters. Peng heads to a nearby city to take an additional test and become a highly qualified trainer. Peng realized that without new material, Buchang's development was limited, which created problems for his further development. However, in the meantime, Dazi is doing well. He was able to reach level 13 and is actively developing further. Here also comes Pan's partner, with whom they had previously agreed on cooperation. She brought a notebook with all the notes that Pan told her. Using the notes, Pan plans to learn more about his partner's pet in order to come up with more effective techniques and attack methods. Pan is amazed at how much detail she has given her pet, while she is surprised by his surprise at the detail. Pan tells her that she has nothing to worry about because he was simply surprised by her good approach to the matter. Sirens in the park began broadcasting a message that all participants should report to the stands. There would be no open classes today. The head teacher announces the completion of the first stage of preparation and readiness to move on to the next one, after which they collect the results of the stage. Following this, the teacher at the podium begins to call out names one by one and say that they will be disqualified from training. Immediately after this, the crowd began to shout about why they were disqualified from training. The military sternly announced the disqualification of the participants, or leave the area. However, not everyone was disappointed. Some began to say that their animals were the strongest, and they would definitely defeat everyone. They began to quarrel and argue about whose pet was stronger and would defeat the others, while those who were afraid of the second stage almost cried on the sidelines. The soldier says that everyone is divided into groups of 5 people, and each group will have one instructor who will be with them the whole time. Several people immediately ran up to Pan and his partner and started talking about how they were now on his team. They all started to quarrel among themselves again and decide who was cooler and definitely worthy of being on the team with Pan, who at the time did not say who he would take. Immediately after that, the chief military man ran up to Gao Peng and began to tell him, with a smile on his face, that he was already here. The head teacher introduces himself to Gao Peng and says that he will be the instructor for their private group and will help them with everything. Immediately after this, the head teacher pointed to the huge monster standing in the cage behind him and asked if anyone wanted to be the first. Immediately after this, the head teacher introduced the enemy's huge, powerful bull. Several people began to shake with fear, asking the head teacher to change their enemy monster because they became too scared. Next, the teacher points to a normal-sized dog, large and wolf-like, and says that they can swap their opponent for it. Pan, using the system, sees that it is a hyena, and it is of an excellent class. It is more dangerous than a boar, and it is immune to all poisons. Pan realizes that they can't let their teacher replace the enemy monster because it will become more difficult. So he decides to be the first to go into battle against the bull. A huge wild bull was immediately released against one Pan, and he ran at him with red eyes on his face. However, Peng stood calmly and only quietly said that Dazi could start the attack with his own attack. The wild bull attacks Dazi, but he dodges the attack and quickly moves closer to the belly of the huge bull. Daisy jumps up with a sharp push from the ground and with great speed flies his teeth straight into the skin of this bull, thereby biting him hard. This causes great pain to the wild bull, who screams and stamps his feet on the floor in pain, creating a huge pulsation. Such a huge bite causes harm to the bull, who in turn becomes angry, spreading a huge aura, and thus greatly intimidates Dazi. Several of Peng's group members had already started to run away, thereby avoiding further action, because they thought that Dazi Peng had already lost to this huge bull. Analyzing their fight, Peng realizes that Dazi is not in a very good position, but there is one thing that Peng knows about. Peng notices with the system that the injury the bull received in the fight with him has gone from mild to severe. The bull is getting much worse. Peng tells how he injected poison into an ox through Dazi, and the more the ox moved, the more the poison spread throughout its body. Then, Pan notices that the stage of his wounds has turned into a severe wound, and the bull itself has taken pity on the small size and fell to the ground without strength. Everyone who stood there was shocked. They couldn't even imagine such a battle because just a couple of seconds ago Dazi was holding up. The head teacher addresses everyone, explaining to them that the bull was defeated with the help of poison that Dazi bit into it. This was clear. Peng's teacher notes his progress, but advises him to look into other attack options, since the same actions are not enough. Peng feeds Dazi, saying that he has done well, and the head teacher is frightened by this, and notices that Peng's centipede looks more like a dog. Later, the teacher and instructor of Pan's group informs that the bull can fight. Therefore, he is waiting for the one who wants to be second in this stage. One of Pan's friends is confident that his pet can defeat the bull, but another objects, believing that only a hunched dog can defeat him. They start arguing with each other. The teacher interrupts their argument and says that they should stop, because the training is not over yet. Next up against the bull is the King of Scorpions, which is what one of the participants called his pet, who went to fight the bull. The guy who owns it yells at his pet to finish off this huge bull with one poison attack. Its owner begins to laugh at others and assure that his Scorpion King is no match for this bull, he is much stronger. However, the pet owner's face becomes very shocked, because at that moment he notices his scorpion lying on the ground. Pan immediately interrupts everyone by saying that the scorpion was poisoned, thereby causing its owner even more shock. Pan's partner comes up to him and tells him that it is true, and his pet was indeed poisoned in the fight with the bull. She explains that the poison that Dazi injected into the bull is still circulating through his body, so by biting the bull he received this poison, and she also adds that not all pets that can inflict poison are immune to it. Although the owner of the scorpion is embarrassed, he asks again if he understands correctly that his pet poisoned himself. The fat man who had argued with him earlier starts laughing at this and making fun of the scorpion's owner. However, he in turn suggests that the fat man show his pet in battle and prove his point with words. However, without waiting for the order, his dog runs straight at the bull and tries to attack him. His dog thinks it's a huge piece of meat and starts running towards it in an attempt to bite, but the owner stops it. Meanwhile, the scorpion's owner tries to bring him to his senses, and Pan's partner approaches him with questions. Meanwhile, the chief commander is shocked that he got exactly the kind of team he has to work with. The events of the manga return to Pan's house, where Buchan discovers an empty refrigerator while searching for food. Peng turns to Buchang, explaining that he won't see the food if he keeps tugging at the refrigerator and shelves in the house. Peng, while talking to Buchang, hears a bell ring. Maybe this is an association that the necessary material is on sale. And so it turns out, Pan guesses, and the materials ordered by Pan actually arrived. Pan is asked by phone to pick them up, and then check them and make sure that everything is correct. Peng, overjoyed by the arrival of the materials, gets ready to go to the store, the absence of which slowed down Buchang's evolution, disrupting Peng's plans. Pan leaves the house and there he is already met by some pet. However, it looks more like a delivery robot. Although this does not change the essence, Pan runs to it and greets it. Two disgruntled guys in the corner are discussing how Peng buys expensive materials and is probably rich. They are watching him from the van. One of them tells the other that the time has come and it needs to be done today, but they don't mention what exactly. Then another guy appears, who asks these two if they will be caught. He also has some small pet sitting on his shoulder. One of the older guys hits him and tells him to shut up because he's a nobody. He continues to beat him and shout that he is worthless, that only the strongest survive in this world. And if he is not able to cope with this now, then he will definitely die later. The main guy says that they will try to negotiate with Pan. Otherwise, they will give up on the idea. The older one supports him, calling him boss. In the evening, they wander around the gloomy city, discussing the poor state of the area and the need to hurry. The boss yells at the younger one about how the changes in Pan's condition can help them, but he doesn't understand. The three stand at Pan's door, looking around to see if anyone is watching them, while the leader tries to break down the door. However, they notice Tan Tan, who opened the door from behind, and sleepily began to wonder what these three guys were doing in the middle of the night. Two of them make excuses, talking about the darkness in the entrance, which prevents them from opening the door, and the third continues to try to break down Pan's door. Tan Tan is very sleepy, and apparently believes their tales, and begins to leave, covering her mouth with her hand and closing the door. However, one of them, the main one, breaks away from breaking the door, and grabs the door that Tang Tang was closing. He stops her. He starts asking Tan Tan if she would by any chance have a glass of water, because while they were trying to get into the apartment, his throat was dry. Tan Tan also smiles strangely and asks again, "Would you like a drink?" Then, folding her hands just below her chest, she tells them to come in, and why not give some water to their neighbors. Two of them look around and smile slyly, looking into each other's eyes, as if they were planning something. They begin to question Tang Tang, calling her sister, asking how they can afford to repay Tang Tang for her kindness. The three of them enter Tan Tan's apartment, while Tan Tan heads to her room, still very sleepy. However, at that moment, one of these guys suddenly closes the door and twists the security click in the door so that it is closed. Tan Tan, meanwhile, is very surprised by this, and with bewilderment she begins to ask why he began to close the door to her apartment. However, one of them starts shaking hands and saying that it is already very late and they do not want to disturb their neighbors. However, Tang Tang interrupts him and, with a smile on her face, says that they don't need to worry about it at all. She has already thought of everything. Smiling and leaning on her arm, she reassures them that the walls are covered with a special sound-absorbing material, so they shouldn't worry. Then, looking at her, all three guys get a huge shock and are scared to death. They notice a huge monster right behind Tantan, protecting her. While she stands there sweetly and smiles, the main one among these guys starts yelling at Tan Tan, calling her a scumbag, and also takes a knife out of his pants and starts running towards her, swinging the knife at Tan Tan. However, Tang Tang's hand is covered in a red aura, and she herself repels the attack of this thief, throwing his knife out of his hands. As a result of such a sharp blow, the knife suddenly fell out of the main guy's hand, thereby striking him and cutting his hand in the palm area. The second guy yells at the boss and gets scared, and the youngest one takes out his pet porcupine and starts yelling for it to hurry to help the boss. The porcupine jumps straight towards the boss to help, but is grabbed in midair by the tongue of Tan Tan's huge pet. Right after that, the huge pet Tang Tang swallows this small animal that just a second ago wanted to help the boss of these guys. Tan Tan begins to pet his pet and ask him about the fact that he is again eating everything indiscriminately, without even looking at what it is he is swallowing, and also laughs. But another creature appears in Tantan's room and immediately begins to emit huge streams of air from its appearance alone, although it itself is quite small. Apparently, the main thief pulled an ace out of his sleeve, and it was this little animal which, in the opinion of the main thief, could save them, and the animal itself looked more like a small dog. However, after a second, the thief's face changes to one of shock. He doesn't understand how this is possible and shouts, "What? This dog attacks Tan Tan, but the attack does not work." This shocks the thief. There is nothing left on Tan Tan herself. Not even a scratch. All that happened was that the strap on the shoulder of Tan Tan's nightgown broke. Tan Tan is about to explain to them what she just did, but she says that they are too stupid to understand it, and it is better for her to show them everything in practice now, because they have plenty of time. The events of the manga speed up, and all these thieves are already tied up and sitting in Tantan's apartment, and she reports this on the phone. The events of the manga take us forward, our main character Pan, and his group are in training again. They are training against some small animal, and it shocks them all because it is very strong. This animal turns out to be a small tardigrade. Peng, with the help of the system, immediately discovers the fact that it has features, and he is surprised by the fact that this animal has a line of features, because Peng has never seen anyone have such a line before. Pan is considering making this little animal his third, because he is surprised by the fact that it has features, especially those related to speed and defense. Peng also talks about how tardigrade larvae have the ability to survive in almost all conditions, from abnormal cold to equally abnormal heat. Pan also shared the fact that after the disaster, Their abilities became even stronger, and they are immune to many attributes of other monsters. But Peng is stopped by the thought that such a beast will not be able to work in a team with Dazi and Bu Chang, because their abilities are too different, and he will not be able to help them in attacks or defense, but only himself, and Peng needs a team player. Pan then watches his partner fight, whose huge rhinoceros monster destroys his opponent with one blow of his nose horn. From what Lianzi shouts to her pet, Peng deduces that she has become much stronger while training with Peng here. However, while Peng was sitting in thought, he received a call from a manager from the director's company, with whom he had signed a contract and was working. The director invites Pan to come to their dinner, where he and his friends will be. The director really wants to introduce Pan to his colleagues. Pan is not immediately attracted by this offer. He does not see any strong advantages, but only understands that today the director is unusually kind. For Pan, this causes more suspicion. Pan immediately understands that most likely they again really need his services to create a new squad, because Pan is aware of all the news that was, and understands that many squads suffered heavy losses, if not critical ones. Pan begins to realize what is going on, and tells the principal that he agrees to meet him at the school gates in an hour. The scene cuts to a car where the director, Peng, and his daughter are driving somewhere. Peng apologizes for disturbing them, but the director assures them that everything is fine. However, his daughter slightly dispels his lie and says that this is the second time this year that her dad, in the person of the principal, has come to pick her up from school. Before that, he only came on the 1st of September. The director in the car turns to Peng and says that he could help a certain Zhao Yu with her pet. Meanwhile, Peng looks at the cat that the director's daughter is holding in her arms. He is interested in such an unusual type of pet. This is a mint cat, a familiar type. She is very rare, as Pan says. Pan turns to this girl and says that she can contact Pan at any time on the weekend. On these days, he is always in the workshop. The car stops and the director turns to his daughter, saying that she can get out and go home, but the director himself still has things to do, just like Pan. Pan watches as the girl, the director's daughter, says goodbye to him, wondering about the real purpose of their meeting, since they are simply going to visit friends. Next, Pan begins to ask about his suspicions but comes from afar, asking about who the director's friends are in general. However, the director gives a strange and ambiguous answer, saying that as soon as they arrive, Peng will see and find out everything himself. Upon arrival, the director points out to Pan a beautiful building ahead and suggests that they go there for further dialogue between them. Walking inside this building, Peng thinks that the director's friends are clearly not ordinary people because the courtyard of the building looks very rich and beautiful, with fountains and beautiful paths around. Then they enter a room where the light is on. There is a round table, several people are sitting, and the director lets Pan in. Pan begins to introduce all those who are sitting here with him. One of the guests is the captain of the female detachment, who was in the cave that day. We are already familiar with her. She greets Pan. The captain himself, clearly dissatisfied, expresses his disappointment regarding the director's choice, expecting to see a genius, not a simple brat. Pan tensed up when he saw who was sitting at the tables. He immediately realized that not everything was just like that, because he recognized the faces of the captains of the hunting parties. Pan feels terribly uncomfortable. He immediately notices from their looks and attitude that they are not at all going to trust some schoolboy with their thoughts and information, and are not eager to see him here. The director just smiles sweetly and suggests that everyone start eating. Since everyone is already gathered, they can begin. The captain of the Heavenly Squadron, with a noticeable aura, expresses his displeasure, noticing that there are signs of displeasure on Pan's face. However, the sweet girl, the captain of the female squad, says that the captain of the Heavenly Squad will only scare Pan with such actions. She also says that he is an ordinary student and might think something different. The director immediately begins to apologize, explaining that he did not expect such a reaction without warning Pan about the meeting, and again asks for forgiveness. The captain of the Heavenly Squad, upon hearing about Pan, changes to a joyful expression, expressing his respect and joy at his presence. While everyone is drinking together, they decide to ask Pan various questions and perhaps seek his advice on various topics. The principal hands Pan a glass of wine, apologizing for the suddenness, but Pan is surprised to be treated like an adult when he is just a student. Pan is dissatisfied with everything. For these people, he is simply like a valuable toy that fulfills their wishes, but they clearly do not accept him as their own. Pan realizes that he is being used, but decides to accept the current situation and play by the rules of those around him. The captain of the Heavenly Squad turns to Pan and notes his outstanding knowledge and capabilities. although he is still young and straightforward. He also tells Pan that he has heard more than once in his circles that Pan is called a legend of his time. Peng tries to refuse such praise, saying that it is not only his merit, and it would be better for the captain of the Heavenly Squad to visit his company. The captain of the Sky Squad expresses displeasure at how rudely Peng speaks, claiming that if he is the captain's friend, then he is also Peng's friend, and it is not right to interfere in the affairs of friends. Another person in the circle agrees with the captain of the Heavenly Squad, saying that it is disrespectful. Peng should be talking about himself and not about some company. Another person thinks that Peng is just a small, stupid, and unreasonable brat who doesn't understand anything yet. The captain of the female squad offers to help her friend's pets through Pan's knowledge, clearly trying to use his skills for her own purposes. Pan leaves, explaining that he is just a schoolboy and does not have enough skills. He realizes that this is a lie and feels pressure. The director also comes out and, turning to Pan, suggests that he wait, and now the director will arrange a car for him to get home. However, Peng refuses and shows his phone, saying that he has already called a taxi in advance and there is no need to help him. A taxi driver in a red car pulls up. Peng gets in and drives home from this meeting. People believed Pan's words and began to discuss his shortcomings, considering him an ordinary brat who was not able to help. However, the director, smiling, turns to them and says that he relied on their intelligence, but today they greatly disappointed him. People turn around and leave, saying it's time to get back to eating, and Pan turns out to be just an eccentric kid who leaves. The captain of the Sky Squad approaches the principal, explaining that he simply did a favor and helped get rid of the schoolboy, as the principal wanted. The director assures the captain that the service was rendered in return for the previous assistance, and now they are settling accounts. The captain of the Heavenly Squad thinks that Peng is too important to the director. He does everything possible to please him, ignoring others. Meanwhile, Pan returns home where he is greeted by his pets, but Pan himself is not in a very good mood as usual. Peng turns on the news, which tells about the problems caused by the mistakes of scientists in Japan, which only worsens his mood. During the experiment, they made a serum, but as it turned out after a while, this serum causes a medium level of injury and blood loss. The media is warning about the consequences of the serum, calling for its return and compensation, as its effects have proven to be extremely dangerous. Peng, seeing the call from director Liu Songlin, is perplexed, wondering about the reason for his sudden call. A dissatisfied Pan picks up the phone and asks what the director needs this time. The director began to apologize, admitting his guilt in not warning Pan about the nature of the participants, who might not be very well-mannered. However, Peng says on the phone that it's okay and he's not angry at all, although it's clear he's lying. The director asks Pan not to worry. Today they crossed the red line when they touched Pan, which means they touched the director, therefore, now it's him. However, without listening to what he now has, Gao Peng hangs up, not allowing the director to finish speaking about what he wanted. Pan is furious that he is being wrongly suspected as a schoolboy, blaming them for the circus they staged and making him out to be an idiot. Peng says that now he needs to increase his authority and strength, and also be much more attentive. Meanwhile, the news reports that a certain 21-year-old guy has won a competition to control monster dogs. TV news. In 3 years, Peng has raised his beast to the rank of captain. The news makes him angry. He swears it won't last long. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to the workshop where Peng, together with Bu Chan, are doing something. Gao Peng is busy brewing some chemicals at the counter in the tag, mixing them together into one elixir. He gives this mixture to Bu Chang, who is not very happy about it, but Peng says that it is time to drink the medicine. Meanwhile, near the office in Gao Peng's workshop, 3 girls appear, including the director's daughter and her friends with their pets. Meanwhile, the director's daughter and her friends are having fun and tickling each other's waists. At the entrance, they are met by a secretary who asks where they are and how many people they have a meeting for, presumably 3. The girls are shocked. They didn't know that it was worth signing up here, but the secretary suggests calling the boss and asking when he will be free. Meanwhile, the director's daughter is thinking about what her father said about this Gao Peng being an absolute genius. She thinks that he is very busy. As she approached the door, the director's daughter thought that Pan's high level might result in a small number of clients due to the high price of his services. However, at that moment, the girls find it difficult to breathe, and they also hear some kind of loud roar from nowhere. It turns out to be the roar and aura from Bu Chang from Peng's workshop, who screams and even mutates a little. What Peng has been waiting for so long is happening. Bu Chang has mutated and gained a cool new ability, the Heart of Blood Threads. Peng is shocked by this fact. He didn't expect that after evolving and leveling up, Bu Chang would gain a new ability. This ability greatly improves Bu Chan's stats and gives him control over the heartbeats of other monsters, making it very powerful. However, in exchange for the abilities, a new discomfort appeared. Peng notices that with such a huge Bu Chang and his frightening appearance, walking on the streets will be much more difficult than before. Peng returns the attribute set to Bu Chang, as it has become difficult to navigate the streets with him. The secretary is amazed by his rapid evolution ability. Walking out of the office in front of Peng was the director's daughter and her friend. She addressed him as Uncle Gao and was clearly surprised to see him. However, in Pan's mind, due to his resentment, he sees the director's daughter as just a puppet of her father, who sent her here in order to test Beck's relationship with him. Without focusing his attention on these girls, Pan notices the familiar type pet, since it was the only one that attracted attention. Pan analyzes her pet's interesting approach to the general environment because it perceives the environment as the sea, replacing water with oxygen and everything that it senses in the general environment. Then, with great excitement on her face, the director's daughter begins to say that she would very much like Pan to examine her familiar. However, Pan rudely and sharply tells her that she should stop this. With a smile on his face, he suggested that they address him informally, since he was not used to such a style, claiming that they were the same age. Then, with a sweet face and a smile, Pan tells her that for only 60 credits, he is ready to take on the cat and this pet as well. Pan also told her that due to her father's high status, there was no need to pay for materials, only for services, and asked where the cat was. Then she starts to look for her cat in fear, running here and there in search and saying that he was here just recently, but now he's gone. Pan also stands in a little shock. The director's daughter's friend says that her cat is hiding in that corner. Apparently, he was very scared, especially when he saw Buchan and his aura. The director's daughter approaches the corner of the room, and her mint cat immediately jumps out at her, screaming with frightened eyes. Mao! She begins to calm him down by petting and caressing him. But Pan and his friend are shocked to see the cat's color instantly change, leaving them confused. Pan begins to discuss with the director's daughter's friend her pet. Pan wants to know where she bought such a monster since it is very rare. Pan listens, but internally wonders how an ordinary jellyfish could perform such functions, but decides to accept the words of the director's daughter's friend. When Gao Peng looked at it closely, his surprise and amazement became obvious because he had never seen anything like it. A friend also says that now sellers have started using these jellyfish to carry goods from warehouses to retail outlets. This causes a huge shock to Pan's desire to have one, as he is surprised by the fact that there are monsters that specialize in controlling space. Meanwhile, such pets are freely sold right on the streets of the city, calling them flying wallets. These pets are most in demand among buyers. Girls, because not only is it a convenient handbag, it is also a super cute decoration that girls like. Peng asks the seller many questions about the jellyfish and their characteristics, eager to learn more about the diversity of this amazing species of marine life. The seller invites Pan to take a closer look at each jellyfish, describes their features and characteristics, and tells him how to care for them. As a result of this cosmic catastrophe, ordinary jellyfish turned into amazing pets with unique abilities and properties. However, after this, they suddenly began to disappear. As other fish also underwent a strong evolution, they could not tolerate competitors in the form of jellyfish, which were weak, and their species began to disappear. Yes, their cute appearance and lack of aggression helped them survive, but their abilities can be useful in many different areas. However, Gao Peng is pleased with the fact that these jellyfish are not edible, because now he has the opportunity to work with them. Scanning the jellyfish, he notices that the species is not very impressive, and the difference in level is practically meaningless. However, after just a second, Pan notices something that causes him great shock. He notices a jellyfish that is very different from the ones he saw before, as it was hyperactive and playful. Gao Peng points out this hyperactive jellyfish to the seller and asks him to let him buy it, to which the seller replies that the young man Gao Peng has a very keen eye. These jellyfish are a specially mutated species of king jellyfish with unique features. The price is not less than 100 credits, the seller says. Pan calls him brother and asks what kind of nonsense this is, and then adds that the king of jellyfish is complete nonsense, and that Pan can offer this for 50 credits. Without even trying to argue, the seller agrees to the price that Pan set at 50 credits. Pan realized that the store's recommendation might be a scam, selling ordinary jellyfish as royal ones, which angered him. Peng realized that despite the possible deception, Acquiring a specimen of the jellyfish was still beneficial for his team, including Bu Chang and Dazi. Peng holds him by the paws in his hands and says that he reminds him of a balloon, which is why his new name is Chunba. Meanwhile, Pan is already heading home, where his first two pets are waiting for him, who are now resting and waiting for their owner. By tugging on the door handle, Peng creates sounds into the house and shouts that he has returned, causing joy to Dazi, who was sleeping while waiting for him. However, only upon entering the house, Dazi notices that they have a new addition and is shocked into a stupor, turning into stone. The words about the new pet do not make Dazi very happy. He starts running into another room, and the indicator deliberately slams the door in order to attract attention, and Bu Chang generally does not care. Not understanding what is happening, Peng begins to suspect the fact that Dazi is simply jealous of his new pets, although there is no reason for jealousy as such. Peng starts talking about how Dazi is such a cheeky guy, and now we'll see who gets the better of whom, which causes a little shock in Bu Chang. Peng starts to come up with some very interesting trump cards. He says that he bought Dazi any insects he could for dinner. Following this, Peng begins to tell that he has already placed an order for a very tasty crystal rare core that will help Dazi raise his level. Then the door opens, Dazi comes in, and when Peng asks if he wants to eat, he says, "Yeah?" with drool on his face. Peng jokes, but Dazi, not understanding, takes her seriously and begins to shout that he needs help, thinking that he is being tortured by hunger and deprived of his sight. Meanwhile, Bu Chang and the new jellyfish creature look at each other and observe the situation between Peng and Dazi. Meanwhile, Peng resolves all issues with Dazi and tells him that if Dazi does not obey, he will be kept in chains. Peng decides to make a contract with Changba right now, while he is still at a low level, to make the process easier in the future. Peng realizes that Changba's mind is unstable and realizes that he needs to spend more time to establish contact between them. Thus, Peng understands that if he were to make a contract with Changba now, it would feel as if he had stolen a child. Peng decides to spend more time with Changba from now on in order to establish contact with him and gain his trust and affection. He decides to take Changbang with him to school in order to get closer to him, which shocks Dazi. Meanwhile, events move on to the next day. Pan comes to training, but to put it mildly, shocks his partner in the group. Everyone is shocked by the fact that Pan has a jellyfish on his head, tied like a scarf around his head, causing everyone around him to be confused. He sticks his hands right into his hat and Buchan's face and takes out a thermos, asking his partner if she would like some mineral water by any chance. She, in turn, is only surprised by all this and says that she does not want mineral water, but wants to know what kind of strange hat is on Pan's head. He begins to explain to his partner that this is not some kind of hat, but his new personal pet, the jellyfish Chubang. She is happy for Pan to acquire a new pet, but interrupts this dialogue by wanting to ask Pan if he saw who they were assigned to fight against today. It turns out to be a purple scorpion, which causes different emotions in Pan and his partner. They understand that the test today will not be easy. The partner asks Pan what they will do about it and whether they will decide to fight first today. The team acknowledges Pan as the leader and chooses him to lead again, rejoicing at his strength, which adds points to the entire group. Peng makes a sudden decision not to be first today to avoid creating a monopoly, which shocks his group members. The guy from Pan's team asks to be allowed to be the first today. His pet is a huge rooster with a rainbow tail. Peng was a little tense at what he saw. After all, this was the only advanced class familiar above level 11 in the entire team. After Dazi, Peng begins to instruct Dazi, but Dazi is looking at some other monster and drooling, looking for something to eat. Peng punches Dazi's head, noticing his inattention. He reminds him of the importance of paying attention when fighting the scorpion. Meanwhile, the chief military teacher gives the order to begin and twitches the red flag. This strong scorpion, today's opponent, fights first with the rooster who has a rainbow tail. Their duel has begun. Peng suddenly makes the rooster fly up. Then he uses a defensive technique to parry the scorpion's strikes. However, while the rooster was defending himself, the scorpion did not waste time, and then delivered another powerful blow directly to the rooster's side, and this time it hit the target. The owner of the rooster should appreciate his luck. If the scorpion were poisonous, the rooster would not survive. The chief military teacher also says that the scorpion is strong enough to pierce the skin of a rooster and stick its sting directly into the rooster's muscles. Such actions on the part of the scorpion cause a strong surge of strength and anger in the rooster. His eye even turns red from the violence. The rooster turns his key into a more powerful tool than a regular beak, covering it with protection. He strikes with wild speed straight into the body of the scorpion. The owner of the rooster is very happy and shouts about victory, but the face of the chief military teacher standing behind him has not changed. Pan realizes that the battle is far from over and warns that the rooster's owner is overly confident of his victory. Immediately after the cock's strike, the scorpion gives a much weaker response. But after it repels the cock's attack, the scorpion retreats to the back position. The owner of the rooster starts shouting to him. Rooster Dragon, with a very persistent face, he plays it over and starts to worry. However, at that moment, everyone notices that the scorpion has struck right at the rooster's balls, practically smashing them to pieces. This causes great pain to the rooster. He does not know what to do with it, and tears begin to flow down his face on their own. The scene fills with emotional tension as those around him react to the rooster's powerful blows as if they themselves were in pain. The head military trainer decides to interrupt the fight, calling on his moonwolf to protect the rooster and stop the scorpion's attacks. By this time, the rooster was running away from the stadium with all his might, in tears from the serious injury that this scorpion had inflicted on him, which left everyone in shock. The soldier begins to ask if anyone else would dare to challenge this rooster, to which no one answers, but only waves his hand and steps back. The chief military teacher asks someone other than Dazi to start this fight, because he always starts it. Everyone starts pushing each other to go and confront the centipede, but no one goes anyway. The chief military teacher turns to Pan and asks him what he thinks about this. Peng, in turn, says with a satisfied face, "Let's go." And together with Chaban on his head, he goes straight towards the centipede. Peng lets go of Dazi, and he goes straight into the iron cage in which the scorpion was located, who will now fight against Peng's centipede. Without any words, Dazi and that strong scorpion began their battle against each other in that iron cage. Pan's partner warns him of his opponent's strength, but Pan believes that Scorpio's weakness is his clumsiness. Peng's hands are shaking and he is also nervous for Dazi, but he says that for now he can only believe in Dazi and his strength. Scorpion starts to attack first. His attack is aimed straight at Dazi's face. Although the battle has just begun, Scorpion uses a very strong attack right away. Dazi's immense agility and training show as he easily dodges this attack. This cannot but please everyone. Peng's partner praises Dazi and is happy for him, but Peng himself stands with an ordinary face and watches on. Scorpio attacks Dazi again, but Dazi has enough strength to accept and repel such an attack with his body. Next, Dazi rises up and, charging all the energy into his tail, he launches an attack again directly at his scorpion opponent. With his attack, Dazi knocks out the scorpion and sends it flying with his attack, throwing it out of its position. Immediately after this, Dazi decides to continue attacking. Instead of stopping, he delivers another direct blow to the scorpion's body and goes behind its body. Everyone supports Dazi, expecting his victory, as it will be beneficial for everyone who will fight further. Dazi left his opponent with a serious injury by grabbing him and encircling him after an attack from behind. Together with their cap, Peng raises their hand and clenches it into a fist, saying, "Keep it up," thereby supporting Dazi's victory in this duel. Peng's partner is proud of Dazi for his serenity during the danger that Peng noticed while watching him. Peng replies that he had planned everything so well from the start, but in his mind he knew it was not true, and he was so nervous for Dazi that he was sweating. Meanwhile, Gao Peng is approached by the chief military teacher, who asks Peng to calm down his monster in the person of Dazi. Peng stopped Dazi by preventing him from eating the defeated monster, abiding by the camp rules and keeping the monster for training. Seeing this, everyone around began to suspect that Dazi was not completely tamed, so he allowed himself to eat his rivals, which made everyone around think that they were not safe here. However, Peng decides to dispel these rumors about Dazi, and he does so with ease by putting 2 fingers to his mouth and whistling into them. Seeing this, Dazi immediately stops eating his spoils of battle and begins to walk towards Peng, who was standing in the clearing with a dissatisfied face. Peng and Chu Bang are surprised that Dazi eats inedible things, since Peng has insects, which are the best choice for him. However, everyone around is unhappy again. This time they started to discuss how Pan is acting arrogantly, but he doesn't care much about it. Peng's partner tells him that there is no need to worry. In her opinion, all the little ones are simply jealous of how much stronger Dazi is than all of them. Pan expresses disappointment at the inability to defeat the monsters even with observers and guards, considering it a disgrace. Pan claims that in a real fight in the wild, they and their monsters would be powerless, advising them to stop training as it is useless. They, in turn, are very tense from the answers that Pan gave them. They are shocked by his answer. The head military coach confirms Peng's correctness and announces the end of the second stage, calling on those interested to apply for the third stage. The head military trainer informs about a week of training at the training base. It is necessary to discuss with parents. The basic fee is 5 credits. Everyone around starts discussing the fact that they haven't even finished these fights yet, and now they're already being sent to real training. So this really scares them. Pan understands that this is a great opportunity to prove himself and his pets in real fights and not weak training. However, here the instructor began to receive many questions about the fact that registration should be free, as everyone was promised, why they were asked to pay money for it. The chief military trainer emphasizes that they can opt out of training or choose a private military base in real combat zones. Traveling for 5 credits seems like a bargain compared to a private base, where the cost reaches 20 credits per week. Some started saying that they were too poor, but others said that they were ready to borrow money, and everyone started helping each other. The chief military trainer offers the opportunity for free training through a military contract with the Alliance, which will cover all expenses. In exchange for free tuition, students are required to serve in a military camp for 8 years, after which they receive financial support. So Peng and his partner are discussing whether they should consider this option or try to find other ways to finance the trip. Peng suggests that this approach to replenishing the army's ranks is beneficial but risky, leaving the choice up to the government rather than the soldier. At the end, the chief military trainer also says that death insurance is mandatory. One of the girls asks if she will die if she signs this and takes out death insurance. The military's top trainer stresses that signing a contract is not the same as death, urging people to think about their options. Then, with a very fighting and joyful mood, Pan's partner asks him if they will officially be a team from tomorrow. They give each other a light fist bump, which means they both agree to be each other's partners and team. Against the backdrop of a beautiful sky, they clap their fists and become a team, Peng responsibly declaring that this would be a great honor for him. The next day comes. Peng, along with his partner and the rest of the guys from training, drive in a military vehicle straight to the military base. They all look out the windows as they drive through the forest and marvel at the local beauty, as well as at the beautiful flowers that grow here. However, at that moment an accident occurs. The car hits a hole and jumps to one side at high speed. All the students in the cabin start screaming in panic and calling for help. The military driver of the car turns to them and, with a smile on his face, apologizes for not noticing the stone in the road. Pan drives and thinks about everything that is happening. He understands that this is not without reason. They are tired of the noise in the cabin, and in this way, they decided to show that it is worth shutting their mouths. Peng begins to worry about Tang Tang, trying to find the reason for her absence, hoping that she's okay. Peng also suspects that Tang Tang might have some secret that she can't tell Peng yet, which is why he doesn't know what happened. However, while Pan was flying in his thoughts, something happened to the car again. The entire cabin shook and everyone began to be pushed from side to side. Pan doesn't understand at all what's going on and why they decided to punish them now if they were already silent. Several guys went to the driver and confronted him about such bullying, but he apologized with a smile and then on his face saying that this time it was not on purpose. The post-war man stops the car saying that they have already arrived and it is time to get out. I start explaining to the newcomers where everything is on the military base and how everything happens. The military man says that everyone will be given a military GPS bracelet so that if they go missing, they can be found. And the main task of all cadets is to survive. Pan understands that once he takes and puts on the bracelet, there is no way back. Anyone who retreats will be considered deserters. In a rude and contemptuous manner, the soldier asks if any of the cadets have any questions. Everyone around is very tense and afraid to say a word, but one guy decides to ask if there are supply points at the base. The soldier says that there are steel houses in the valley, placed at different points. He also mentions that there are supplies there, and only monsters of a rank higher than the commander can get there. The soldier begins the training by calling them chickens, claiming that everything depends on their attitude and strength. Many immediately head into the forest, deciding to first find supply points and shelters for themselves, proving that they are strong. Peng and his training partner look for each other in the crowd and find each other, then go to meet each other. The military motivates the cadets with the promise that their bodies will be found and the monsters will be punished, which should motivate them. Some of the participants act like Pan and his partner. They also split into pairs and agree to survive together. The partner approaches Pan and asks where he is looking, and Pan is indeed looking somewhere attentively. Peng says that he observed rain sparrows. This species always flies towards water, especially when it rains, so you can find a source of water. Pan's partner says that she also knew about this, adding that in the city they are used on meteor stations, they have fast speed but low attack. Pan's partner notices that he is always analyzing his surroundings, even in the wild, as they try to reach the valley. However, Pan breaks her train of thought a little by saying that it was too noisy, so he just waited for everyone to leave. Then Pan says that they can move forward as a whole. His partner agrees with him, and together they move forward from the point. Immediately after this, Pan notices that he doesn't know if it seemed to him or not, but there was some kind of shadow behind the tree ahead. It was the first day. Peng and his partner Taiying were still walking in the forest. Near the lake and mountains, they were looking for something and walking. On their way, they searched, examined, and touched everything that they could come across on their way. For the first time in their entire approach, Taiying and Peng notice a house in camouflage, suspecting that this is what they need and have been looking for. They went inside, but in front of them were only small iron beds, bottles of water, and empty cabinet drawers. Tiny says the small number of beds in the lodge is to prevent groups from becoming too large, ensuring safety and balance. Peng understands this fact and tells Tai Ying that in this place there are no commander-class monsters, only 51% of the elites. Therefore, large groups break the entire balance of field training. Peng notices that there are enough supplies, meaning that the military has provided them with food and water, saving them from having to forage for food and water. Pan, surprised, turned to Tai Ying, who was in a huge cyber suit, and said that he had not yet found the second protective suit. Tai Ying warns Pan about the poisonous monsters in the mountains and the need to use protective suits to prevent danger. However, Pan is in no hurry to take the second suit, but only jokes, saying that in this case he will use repellent herbs and waves his hands. Pan suggests that his partner go on a food hunt, as he doesn't really want to eat only dry biscuits for the entire 7 days. Peng suggests that Tai Ying lay out routes to this house so that in case of any trouble, they could always return here. She is amazed to the point of shock at how well Pan thought everything out and decided to ensure their comfort and safety if anything happened. Then Peng explains that the first thing to do is find sources of water, because in the wild these are natural breeding grounds for all monsters. Dazi and Tai Ying's pet help them in their search. Taiyin also notes that the forest always smells bad, and very often this stench is interrupted by monsters, but the smell is still unpleasant. The smell was such that you couldn't help but lose consciousness, but Pan grabbed his partner in an instant and didn't let her fall, and asked her to be quiet. Peng asks his partner to order her huge pet Lianzi to attack the tree nearby, but Taiying herself does not understand why Peng needs this, but does not dare to argue. She decides that since all of Pan's ideas at school were successful, there is no point in doubting now, and she decides that she will do as he came up with, as Peng ordered. And then Taiying Liazni attacks the matter with his enormous power, flying at it with his body. Pan turns out to be right. There were several monster snakes on the tree that clearly weren't in good condition after the impact. Taiying begins to thank Pan for giving the order to attack, because if it hadn't happened, then these monsters could have attacked them, because they had excellent camouflage. Afterwards, Pan also tells that these are special snakes. They disguise themselves as branches, but their bite is poisonous to humans, but the monsters don't care. However, immediately after his own words, the realization of the fact that he had made a contract with Dazi came into Peng's mind. Peng understands that in theory, if poison gets on him, it will pass the technique on to Dazi, and he in turn has immunity to various poisons. This makes Pan very happy, because now he understands that in theory, he can eat this snake right now, especially since he heard somewhere that the bigger these snakes are, the tastier they are. Then Pan heard a strange sound, and then the creaking of wood, and immediately turned to look behind him. Pan, with sweat on his face, cannot determine whether there was really some important sound, or whether he just imagined it from the forest. However, his thoughts are interrupted by his partner, who shouts his name from the bushes, enticing him to follow her. Tiny says that behind the bushes she managed to find a source of water in the form of a small and beautiful lake in the middle of this clearing, and shows it to Pan. Trying to determine by the smell what kind of water it is, Tiny comes to the conclusion that it is the most ordinary water, without any pollution or emissions. Peng is delighted by the presence of clean drinking water and is confident that it will make their stay in the forest much easier for the next 7 days. Pan was surprised to find an unknown monster on the shore of the lake, staring at him. The green-skinned frog of the common class surprises Pan and his companions, but they realize that it poses no danger to them. Pan scans the frog. She loves to spit on people and all other monsters, but hates it when someone spits on her. She is very surprised by Pan. Pan decides not to pay too much attention to the frog and focus on cleaning the lake of foreign substances with his partner. However, at that moment, Pan's stream of thoughts was interrupted by the frog spitting directly at him, but Pan in turn could not stand it and spat at it in response. Immediately after his spit, Pan began to boast and understand how cool he was, that having a system he was able to beat a stupid frog of the general class. This causes Tiny to focus her attention on him, but then she notices that Pan's face has changed dramatically and asks what happened. A dozen of these frogs appeared behind Tiny, like the one that spat at Pan, and now all these frogs begin to attack Pan and his partner. Pan grabs Tiny's hand and starts running from side to side, simultaneously dodging the attacks that keep coming from the frogs. Everyone runs forward. Peng runs first and drags Taiying by the hand, and Dazi covers them from behind, and his pet rhinoceros is Peng's partner. After some time, Pan, his partner, and everyone else run into some clearing, all very tired, and fall down from how tired they were of running. Tyan tells everyone that she is very surprised that there once came a day in her life when she ran away from a crowd of spitting frogs with a rhinoceros. Peng says that you shouldn't underestimate frogs. One or two, of course, won't be dangerous, but more than 1,000 of them swam out in that lake. Pan says that when there are so many of them, it is better not to mess with them, although it looks strange on his part because he arranged all this, but he does not admit it. Taiying directly asks Pan if he was the cause of the frog mess, as she feels like it was his doing. Pan ignores the question and suggests discussing their knowledge of the forest and the possibility of using it to their advantage. Pan, in an attempt to analyze the geography of this forest, comes to the conclusion that the lake with frogs is located behind the forest to the north. Next, Pan remembers that on the way to the west, there is a path to the gate where everyone came from. There are few monsters and other dangers there. But there is nothing interesting there either. Then, Pan realizes that the south is more dangerous. There are dense jungles. They found traces of a huge beast there, and it is difficult for Lianzi to move there. Then, Pan, analyzing everything, also adds that in the east there is a slope and mountainous terrain where they found traces of herbivorous monsters, determining this by the bitten leaves along their path. Pan's partner says that they managed to get quite a lot of information. She suggests continuing to explore the forest, and to do it before it gets dark so that they can do it before night falls. Peng ignores Tayini's suggestions and insists on returning for food, much to Tayini's confusion. The partners defer to Pan, who is confident that the break will help them gather strength for the next day. Next, Pan's partner says that since this is the case, they should go in search of tasty and pleasant food, and most importantly, edible. Pan surprises Taiying again by showing the snake in his pocket as food. His carefree attitude may make Taiying worried. Pan takes out of his pocket and throws a bunch of colored bags. There is seasoning in them. And later he states what exactly is in which bag. Tiny is surprised and asks where and when Pan managed to get so many spices. She decides to ask another question, where he kept them all this time. Peng, with a cold face, tells his partner that he knew he was going on a survival mission, so he obviously prepared for all of this in advance. Peng and his partner are under surveillance, raising questions about who is watching them and for what purpose. Military base, control room, military monitor the situation in the forest, and receive distress signals some of the participants send them. The military is being watched by Camera 17, where Peng is with his partner. They are discussing what the military trainer reported that he is a very capable guy. Pan showed resourcefulness in obtaining food and assessing its safety, despite the failure with the frogs. A higher-ranking military officer notes that Peng is a quick learner, but miracles should not be expected due to his short training period. The top military man recommends focusing on Peng, as he is superior to others in productivity and efficiency. Gao Peng and his partner return to Peng. Tayini is eager to see Peng's cooking skills. However, what was Tiny's great surprise when, having pulled the door handle, she discovered the fact that the door was locked and she could not enter it. Pan sees this picture and decides to ask his partner what exactly is going on. His partner, Tayini, with a worried and anxious face, reports that the door is locked and she cannot open it. Following this, Tayini begins to slowly and then quickly knock on the door and shout with requests to open the door, no matter who is inside this house. Voices are heard from the house. First they claim that it is empty, then another voice orders them to look for another place, since this one is already occupied. Tiny tells Pan that they don't care at all that they were there before them. Tiny says that we are unlucky that there are such selfish people here. Pan informs Tiny that it will soon be dark, and considering that it is only them together, offers to be ready to sleep on the floor if necessary. The two inside argue that there is not enough space anymore, and there is no point in inviting Pan and Tiny. The people in the house advise them to find another shelter. Taiying starts to get angry. She has a huge desire to kill the one who is shouting this at them from the house, but Peng restrains her strong desire. Peng says that there is no point in negotiating with them now. In the future, someone will clearly punish them for their selfishness. Tiny begins to calm down and later agree with Pan. Tiny hangs the bag on his monster, and he and Pan decide to leave, even though it's already getting dark. However, Tai Yuni then notices that Gao Peng is not walking with her, but is starting to return to the house, which causes her confusion. Tiny notices the chain in Pan's hands and is very surprised because she has no idea what he is going to do with it. Pan goes to the door and, using the chain, wraps the door handles around each other, thereby closing the door from the outside. Pan then claps his hands and his partner stands in shock and asks where Pan got the chain here from. Pan tells his partner that this chain was lying inside this shelter. Presumably, the military used it to prop up the door at one time, but before leaving, Pan decided to take it in his backpack. Pan's plan and actions make his partner happy. She's glad that they managed to somehow take revenge on these impudent guys who occupied their shelters. Meanwhile, the military personnel at the base in the control room continue to observe the actions of Gao Peng and his partner. The military is amused by Peng's actions, and one of the military even says that he takes back his words, and this team is very good, he says about Peng and his partner. One of the soldiers calls them little devils, and the second says that this guy is very smart and cunning, speaking in Panese. Another military man points out that Peng is much stronger than other students, but he also adds that there is one thing. Pan faces a difficult test, spending a night in the forest, which will test his survival skills and ability to use his wits. Pan and his partner are walking through the forest in search of shelter for themselves. However, at that moment, they are seen to be being followed from behind by someone black. Pan and his partner wander through the forest with no luck in finding shelter. Night will soon fall and they will probably have to sleep in the open. Tiny notices a large tree that has been cut down and suggests using it as a shelter. It is at a height that seems safe. Peng confirms the idea to his partner and says that the idea is really not bad and can be organized. Pan's partner's pet knocks down branches and pieces of wood, and Pan, already on the tree itself at the top, begins to arrange shelters for them to spend the night. Having successfully built a shelter in a tall tree, Pan and Tiny are ready to spend the night in the forest, feeling more secure. By this point, Pan's partner is quite tired and is very happy that she can finally lie down and rest. However, by this point, Pan was no less tired than she was, and he had already managed to lie down and immediately fell asleep because he had practically no strength left. Peng's partner also points out that Dazi and her pet are also already asleep, as they are also quite tired. Tiny also goes to bed. Her pet sleeps below, guarding the tree. She feels safe and understands that it is better to go to bed early. There is a girl sitting at the top of a nearby tree. She immediately says that this method of spending the night is not even close to reliable. This girl was watching Pan and his partner. She heard a sharp sound. Some monster started to run quickly through the tree branches. The girl in the nearby tree notices that the sound was created by a shadow panther, who is rushing at high speed straight towards Pan's sleeping place. The girl behind the tree is sure that the monster is not dangerous for Pan, given his skills and ingenuity. Meanwhile, this wild panther, fighting from branch to branch, rushes straight towards Pan and his partner. The huge panther is noticed by Lianzi, Pan's partner's pet, who immediately understands what is going on and makes a loud noise. Meanwhile, sleepy Tiny wakes up from a sharp sound, and before she can open her eyes, she asks Lianzi why she is screaming like that. However, she is interrupted by Pan's loud cry. He yells for Tiny to urgently ask down from the tree. Pan's partner jumps down, throwing off the blanket, and her pet catches her, preventing her from falling straight to the ground. Pan's partner immediately begins to wonder what happened and what is happening in general, why it is necessary to go down. Pan tells Tiny to look at the nearby tree ahead. His partner looks there and notices what the problem is. There sat a wild shadow panther, looking straight at Pan and Tiny. Tiny analyzes the panther hidden in the shadows, assuming it is a shadow attribute monster, causing Pan's partner to become worried. Pan's partner warns him about an unknown shadow monster, asking whether to fight or run away without knowing its abilities. Pan's partner warns him about an unknown shadow monster, asking whether to fight or run away without knowing its abilities. Pan notices that it is now definitely a shadow panther, and its level is 15. Pan concludes that for them to start running would only expose their backs to this enemy, which in this case would only anger her. The shadow panther does not wait, but attacks, trying to wound Pan with his claws, tearing himself away from the branch. Peng is surprised by the panther's speed and calls out for help to Dazi, who immediately enters the fight, protecting them from the attack. Daza avoids the panther's attack and quickly attacks it from behind, aiming to strike at its most vulnerable spots. With a sharp movement of the body, the panther turns its paw and is about to strike directly at Daisy with its claws, directly at his body. Daisy does not allow the panther to carry out his plan and break through his body. He uses a technique. At this moment, the panther's entire body is covered with Daisy's yellow aura. Daisy releases energy on the panther, and by distracting it, he gains time and then bites its body until it bleeds. Peng is amazed at Daisy's genius move of using the electric attribute to slow down the enemy and strengthen his attack. The panther delivers a powerful blow straight to Daisy's body, throwing him to the side, but it's too late, because Daisy delivered a blow and bite straight to the panther's body. The panther is in shock, jumping from branch to branch, retreating from her position and trying to recover while blood flows down the side of her body. However, a second later the panther's body was paralyzed. She felt terrible pain, and her whole body began to shake and hurt. The panther notices a huge green snake crawling around a tree, but it is the size of hundreds of such trees. The snake notices the panther, Pan, his partner, and the others, and the first thing he does is attack the panther directly, drooling on his mouth. Peng and Daisy, as well as everyone else, are wildly shocked at the mere sight of this huge snake. They start running away from this snake, which in turn crawls down the tree from above towards Pan and the others. Jumping onto Lianzi, they all start to leave the scene of the incident, running away from the snake, who is simply watching all of this from above, at great speed. The girl warns the snake that her noise could give away her position in the forest, which is a serious threat to both of them. The military discusses whether to eliminate the anaconda that attacked Pan, watching the events with attention. However, the commander says to abandon this idea and not to do so, which shocks the military. The general claims that anacondas are usually peaceful, and if the cadets fail, the military career may not be for them. The military man suggests preparing a Burkett unit to help the cadets if necessary. Meanwhile, morning is already approaching, and we are met by Pan's partner, who is leaning on her pet and sleeping half-sitting. Pan meets her as soon as she wakes up and tells her that it's time for them to move out, but he surprises her. She doesn't understand why so early. Pan suggests returning to their overnight stop, as they left a lot of useful things there that will come in handy. Tiny tensed up when she heard this. She began to tell Pan that it was very risky because we don't know anything about the anaconda. It is very strong. Peng says that the very fact that they have no information at all about the anaconda is the reason to go back and find out. Pan says that it is the huge amount of information about monsters that could one day save their lives. Pan claims that dangerous situations make them stronger, as opposed to safe places where they become weaker, something Tiny remains silent about. Pan starts to move to the place, and then his partner tells Pan to wait for her. She also goes with him. She runs after Peng and talks about what he will do when he meets the monster. Not Daisy will ride it. This upsets Daisy, but Peng tells him not to be upset, even though he really is not capable of transporting people at this point in his development. Pan and Tiny find destroyed trees where they fled yesterday. Tiny is afraid to imagine what would have happened if they had not fled. Pan notices some kind of glowing stone right in the tree. It resembles some kind of diamond or even a brilliant. Pan is surprised to see this, as if he knows and understands what it is, and meanwhile his partner moves on, saying that she will look in this direction. Peng recognizes this piece of stone as heavenly wood material, which is very rare and expensive. Pan realizes that this stone is the key to the development of his jellyfish, but it is impossible to find information about it in the market. It has always been hidden in the tree. Realizing this, Pan realizes that the anaconda did not attack them out of malice, but was only defending its territory with valuable stones. Peng takes this stone and says that in the future, it is worth collecting many times more of this material. It is very valuable. Taking advantage of the training, Pan decides to collect valuable materials from the forest and use them to his advantage without the cost of acquiring them. The events of the manga speed up. As day after day passes, Pan collects various materials. On some days, they even went into the mines, where Pan found many very valuable and expensive materials, all of which he took with him. On the 7th day, all the cadets were gathered together, and it was announced that they had all successfully completed this stage. The head teacher announces the end of the training and notifies about the next training in 3 weeks with a weekend ahead. All the students and their monsters start jumping for joy and rejoicing that they will finally be able to return home and rest. Pan's partner plans to let everyone know that she is alive and well as soon as the phones and communication with the outside world return. Peng also picks up the phone and decides to send a message to Tang Tang. However, something stops him and he doesn't send the message. Pan is very surprised by the news that came to him. It is about some kind of locusts, of which there are a lot now. After training, Peng learns that the city is being attacked by giant locusts. They are afraid of fire, which helps to keep them from taking over the city. Sitting at home, Peng understands that this is very sad news, and things are very bad in the whole country. While Peng was looking at the news and thinking about the situation, his phone rang. It was the chairman, the same chief examiner. He asks how Pan's training went and if he returned home. The chairman asks Peng to help improve a new batch of golden frogs, promising payment. Peng agrees and decides to help tomorrow. Having heard about the toads, he immediately asks the chairman if the military by any chance wants to use toads to fight locusts. These words greatly surprise the chairman. He interrupts the call a little and is very shocked by Peng's words. The people sitting in the office next to the chairman are also surprised and do not understand where Peng got such information. The chief examiner suggests using the locusts' own methods of control instead of expensive fire weapons. Pan understands their logic and says that it will most likely work because it sounds quite logical and smart. The chief examiner asks Pan if he is interested in such a project, and also adds at the end that everything will be well paid. Pan replies that of course he agrees and asks if it is possible to replace the reward, instead of money, give him a rare crystal core of commander rank. The examiner says that it is prohibited by law, given Pan's special approach. It can be solved. He also says that they are ready to see each other tomorrow. The events of the manga take us to the next day in the office of what appears to be a local association. Peng, with all the necessary things, has already arrived at the office and is waiting in anticipation of the chairman. And so it happens, the chief examiner comes out and welcomes Pan here. The secretaries immediately began to discuss who this boy was, that the chairman himself came out to meet him. They think that Peng is the son of some rich kid. The chairman called Peng to come into the office and said that the golden toads had already been delivered. Peng notices that the chairman has red eyes. Peng immediately asks. The chairman immediately explains that he worked all night and did not sleep. The chairman immediately says that he was unable to do something, and Gao Peng, meanwhile, is surprised at how big the room is. The chairman greets Peng again and says that they have come to the experimental part of the association. The chairman shows Pan around the lab, revealing a modern room with lots of equipment. The chairman also shows Pan the very golden toad that is worth experimenting on. Pan immediately scans these toads, saying that they are descended from ordinary ones, and their main attribute is earth. One of the chairman's assistants shows Pan some locust skewers, a favorite delicacy of these toads. However, Peng immediately takes this shashlik and eats it himself, and not only eats it, but calls it a wonderful shashlik and evaluates its parameters. Everyone is in shock, as is the chairman himself, because this shashlik was made only for stupid wild toads. One of the toads notices that Pan is eating her shashlik and is happy, which causes her to become aggressive towards Pan. Pan asks the toad not to worry and begins to assure her that he tried this kebab specifically for her, to understand that it was well made. Pan is not lying. Immediately after his words, he really did hand the shashlik to the toad, who in turn ate it with pleasure and was very pleased with the result. This is all Pan's plan, so he learned that these toads have an excellent digestive system because she eats shashlik right off the iron rod. The chairman reports that the main parameters that need to be improved in frogs are the digestive system and attacking skills. The chairman shows Pan his own experiments and says that he has found that toads are most inclined towards the attributes of fire and earth. The chairman warns that the results are unclear and that further research is needed to improve the toad's parameters. Peng understands that the path the chairman has taken is the right one, but he only needs to correctly follow the conditions for it. Peng says that the problem can be approached in a different way. The chairman is surprised, but asks him to lay out everything he has already managed to come up with. Using the example of banal cooking, Pan explains that if you strengthen and upgrade what they give to the toads, then the result will immediately become much better. However, Pan's not very logical examples of cooking only cause shock and misunderstanding in the head chairman. The chairman suggests that Peng add demonic chili pepper to the attributes as an experiment, and Peng agrees to this idea with a sarcastic face. The chairman orders his subordinate to go to the warehouse and deliver a batch of demonic chili peppers for them. The assistant, surprised, does not express his thoughts on how evolution can be compared to cooking, and evaluates the methods of the young coach. The chairman mulls it over in his head, but comes to the conclusion that new times mean new ideas, and it's worth trying if there are opportunities. After some time, the assistant returns to the chairman, saying that he took all the ingredients and they are in this suitcase. The chairman praises the quality of the products, but the coach, choosing the best, is afraid to reveal weaknesses. The chairman discovers that the pepper juice is not the ideal color, which may indicate bad ingredients. The chairman turns to his assistant and asks him to bring them more river lichen, royal ginseng, and lunar angelica. Pan realizes that the missing ingredients may attract unnecessary attention, so he decides to clarify them after experimenting. After some time, the chairman held in his hands the very same evolution potion that they had been making all this time. The explosion of the frog in the cage shocked everyone. The chairman, Peng, and his assistant barely dodged the fragments. The chairman admits the failure of the experiment and asks the assistant to take samples for analysis and to identify the reasons for the failure. Analysis showed that the frog's blood contained too much of the fire attribute, which caused it to conflict with its energy and subsequently explode. The assistant says that if you improve the defense in the frog by nature, then the attribute will remain in the blood, and the frog will not explode from it. The chairman believes that the experiment is not a complete failure, but the assistant disagrees with this statement, which shocked him. The chairman told the assistant to stop and just go get a new batch of materials for the experiments. The second experiment follows, but unfortunately, everything that happened before happens. The third experiment also goes very badly, and everything explodes again, leading to another failure. People around the lab began to criticize Pan. Because the experiment was not working according to his formula, the chairman's assistant was right. Hearing this, Peng smiles and goes to the chairman and says that they should add one more material since one chili pepper is missing. The chairman is taken aback by the fact that Peng's idea is very bold and unusual, and in general he even decides to try it. However, Peng says that if the chairman has already trusted him, why not try another experiment to the end? The chairman decides to take Peng's idea again, but asks him what he is actually going to use as the second main material. Pan says that we will use special soil and a couple of additional materials, thus we will improve the toad system. With great caution and distrust, the chairman agrees to such an experiment and gives the go-ahead for it to be carried out. Meanwhile, the chairman's assistants are studying what remains from that time in order to find any peculiarities. Studying the results of the new experiment, the chairman's assistants say that these ideas really work, and very well. The chairman says that he is very happy that progress has begun, but is still extremely worried. After this test experiment and good results, Peng suggests to the chairman to conduct a live experiment of his new idea on a frog. Peng also says that they have tested many successful experiments using pieces of toad flesh, and after that they move on to practice. When the new injection was used, there was no explosion, but there was a lot of smoke, so much so that people ran together, thinking that a fire had started. Pan began to talk about how they had finally found the necessary ingredients, and now all that was left was to adjust the ratios of their quantities. Some actually left, but the chairman refused, saying that he wanted to observe more closely and see all the processes with his own eyes. Pan himself went out into the smoke-free rooms and began to analyze everything he saw and what happened. He began to look for the best ratio. Peng also began to consider the fact that he might be suspected, since he had achieved the desired result quite quickly. Then Pan notices that the smoke has turned red, so it can be safely assumed that everything worked out and went well. Then Pan notices a huge red toad in the smoke, looking at everything incomprehensibly and clearly very tense. The assistant is happy, as is the chairman, and the assistant also raises his hand and says that these ingredients in Peng's idea really worked. Pan understood in his thoughts that it was possible to improve the toad even more and better. However, Pan needed a quick effect and a quick profit. The events of the manga, meanwhile, take us to the front line, where the military is actively fighting against the invaders in the form of locusts. Locusts create a huge problem not only for city residents, but also for the military on the front line, who manage to disable entire tanks. One of the local commanders orders his soldiers to urgently prepare a ton of phosphorus shells and launch them straight into the crowd of locusts. This is what happens, and the tactics themselves turn out to be very effective. The locusts instantly burn in flames and their offensive is gradually disrupted. However, the joy of the military suddenly changes to shock. One of the soldiers who was watching the locusts through binoculars reports strange actions. With great concerted efforts, the locusts begin to create a large sandstorm, thereby creating problems for the military, big problems. In less than a minute, an army of locusts can easily create a huge sandstorm, which becomes a huge obstacle for the military. One part of the military begins to say that they have run out of ammunition, and part of the command begins to transmit signals that it is time to cease fire. The military starts asking each other what to do in such a situation because tanks cannot be used. The military decides to at least shoot from machine guns in order to shoot down at least someone on the way to the city and civilians. At the moment the events reach a climax, evolved toads appear on the field, which become directly in defense. The toads begin to suck in the locusts, and the locusts in turn are completely unable to fight back against such strong enemies in the form of toads. The toad's swift and effective action results in the sandstorm stopping and the locusts no longer attacking as confidently as before. The military begins to ask the commander where these toads came from, and he, in turn, explains that they were invented in a laboratory by scientists. The toads are only becoming more numerous and their attacks are only increasing, while the locusts have completely stopped attacking, and even defending themselves has become difficult. Thousands of shots per second from the toads lead to the locusts dying one after another, and losing their combat power completely and entirely. The military is shocked by such a large and powerful result that the toads have shown, because in literally a second, they destroyed hundreds of locusts in the sky. The military is very pleased with this outcome because now their comrades will not have to risk their lives on the front line. The military begins to discuss that whoever created these cool evolved toads must be very cool and smart. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to some ordinary house somewhere in a residential area. Grandmothers are sitting at the table and discussing their affairs. The neighbors around are thinking that the military has come for Gao Peng, because they are going up to the 6th floor, where he lives. The old granny says that she saw Pan in the company of a huge skeleton, but the old grandpa says that she just imagined it. Another younger old woman says that she also saw Gao Peng with this skeleton that was breathing some kind of demonic fire. Grandfather asks an old woman on a bench what she has to say about this, since she lives right above Gao Peng. She tells that this pet is Gao Peng's pet monster, and he only looks scary, but in fact he also helps people. The other two grandmothers exchange displeased glances, because they understand that they have just started to look like two senile fools. Next, the elderly woman uses her own example to demonstrate the usefulness of various household monsters, asking her spider to thread a needle. He, in turn, with great initiative, fulfills the old woman's request and threads the needle to help his mistress. The grandfather praises the elderly woman and her pet, calling him very capable of many things. An elderly woman on a bench strokes her spider and tells her grandfather that she can't think of a name for her pet. Meanwhile, Gao Peng leaves the apartment and right at the entrance to the building, in the entryway, he notices 3 soldiers standing, one with a box. The military turns to Pan, hands him the box containing the magic core, and thanks him for his contribution to the great war against the locusts. The soldier also expresses his gratitude to Peng, saying that he personally wanted to go on this mission to see the one who made the biggest contribution to the development of this mission. The general then salutes Peng and then thanks him for making such a huge contribution to the development of this war and helping to achieve victory. The soldier also adds that he thanks him on behalf of all his comrades, since many of their friends died in this war. The military left, and Peng, looking at his hand, was not particularly happy about everything that was happening, because now he would most likely have to participate in all such operations. Peng also says that he needs to continue working to improve his personal reputation, fame, and, most importantly, skills. Peng's train of thought was interrupted by Dazi, who grabbed him affectionately by the leg and began to hug him. Peng sees that Dazi is not very happy and decides to cheer him up by hugging him. But this does not make Dazi very happy, but only suffocates him. Gao Peng then informs Dazi that the main ingredient, this very expensive core, was delivered today. Peng reports that he has prepared some soup for Dazi in the meantime, but it doesn't look very appealing. With great horror and reluctance, Dazi begins to forcefully drink the soup that Peng prepared to improve his level and skills. Before he could even finish eating the soup, the plate fell and broke, and Dazi himself became covered in a yellow electric aura and then began to evolve. However, a second later, something strange happens. All the fire disappears, only smoke comes from Dazi, and he himself is barely standing without strength. Bu Chang approaches Dazi because he is very kind. He is worried about his friend. He begins to touch him, but he still lies unconscious. Bu Chang raises his hand and announces that he has just come up with a brilliant idea. Then, with calm steps, Bu Chang headed to the refrigerator where he began to look for something, but it was not yet clear what. Bu Chang tries to help his friend Dazi by taking out his favorite herb and trying to lure him onto it. Bu Chang is very worried about his friend, however, Peng puts his hand on Bu Chang's shoulder and with a sweet smile on his face tells him that there is no need to do anything. However, Bu Chang was still very worried about Dazi. He sat down next to him and chewed his grass a little, waiting for the moment when Dazi came to his senses. Peng calls his jellyfish Chunba to him and tells her to fly closer to him. However, Chunba completely ignores Peng's request and simply floats in the air as before. Resting, not even thinking of going to Peng, Peng takes out the juice. Immediately after this, Chunba flies up to Peng. Peng notices this, and even upsets Peng, because it was too stupid and gullible on the part of Chunba. Peng uses the technique to begin the process of making a contract with Chunba. However, Peng notices that Chunba's character and strength are still very weak. The indicators are all weak. Perhaps because of this, it will not be possible to conclude a contract. Although there are still such shifts, Peng notices that Chunba's consciousness is now approaching him. He has become much more trusting. Peng understands that it is not in vain. Next, Peng touches Chunba's consciousness and speaks with a request for Chunba to become his partner. Peng speaks to Chungba's consciousness and says that if he makes a contract with him, Peng will make it so that Chungba will never have to fear anything again. Chunba's consciousness responds to Peng. It says that he doesn't need more power at all. He doesn't want that. He wants more juice. A lot of juice. Peng is disappointed by this, of course, but he decides to promise Chunba a lot of juice, and he in turn is very happy. Chunba disappears and Peng feels his energy being restored. Apparently, they made a contract to transfer energy through the juice. However, something strange happens. The events of the manga take us to some apartment. An old grandmother is lying on the bed. It is early morning outside the window. She sees a shadow of a person in front of her, who calls her to wake up, because it is already time for breakfast, but it is just a shadow on the wall. Grandma suddenly opens her eyes. She looks forward, but there is no shadow, and in front of her is only her pet parrot, who is calling to her. The grandmother realizes that there was no shadow, but a parrot was there all this time. She wakes up and also thanks him for always being with her. The manga's narrative tells us more about this grandmother. Her daughter got into an accident and died. This greatly affected her morality. We also learn that her husband was very caring and always woke her up in the morning preparing a delicious breakfast for her. She begins to talk to the parrot and also actively thanks it for existing, because after her husband's death, not a single psychologist could help her. The grandmother says that the old man has been waiting for her in heaven for a long time, and it is time for her to go to him. She apologizes to the parrot and smiles at the end. Following this phrase, her dead husband appears before her and says that they have finally met together. Grandma starts sitting and crying and repeating over and over again, "Darling?" He extends his hand to her and says that from this moment on he proposes that they never part again. She also extends her hand to him. They cross their fingers together and promise that they will never part again and will be together forever. The grandmother dies in her bed, and the parrot lies down right next to her, taking her hand in its beak, scattering some of its leaves around the grandmother. Meanwhile, Pan is lying at home, simply sleeping in his bed and resting. However, at that moment, Peng wakes up and immediately jumps out of bed because he heard Dazi screaming. He screams that he is very ill and in pain. Peng is shocked. He picks up Dazi and sees that he is in a pretty bad way. He doesn't want to believe that evolution could go wrong. Peng notices that Dazi has new teeth. Before the disaster, centipedes were not able to change teeth. So Peng is very surprised to see this. Peng strokes Dazi sweetly and says that his logical state now cannot be explained. So by stroking Dazi, Peng says that he is now forced to endure in order to become much stronger in the future. Then Peng leaves Dazi and goes to Chunba, calling him to him, which does not please Dazi very much. After putting Chunba on his head, Peng begins to think about choosing the path of development for Chunba. Peng leans towards choosing support. Pan remembers that if he is now using the very same space attribute that he managed to find, it is thanks to him. Peng also understands that if he spends all his efforts on developing spatial technology, then there will be nothing left for defense in that case. Analyzing everything, Peng realizes that evolving into offensive abilities is very expensive and takes up a lot of expensive resources. Pan decides that he will develop support abilities in him. He will be able to improve any monster, including him. The events of the manga move forward a little. Pan is walking down the street, but at one moment he notices that a lot of people are crowded in one place. They all look up and talk about some ghost of some granny, or more precisely, her husband. Pan also looks at the sky. He notices there the same parrot that died along with the grandmother, whose granddaughter and husband died. All the people are actively talking to each other. One grandfather from the crowd says that the phoenix took off, and there were 2 bodies behind it. Pan gets it all. He understands which grandmother is being talked about, and also knows that after death, the owner's pet has 2 options: go to the mountains and live in nature, or rebel, become aggressive and attack everyone. Pan realizes that he should go and find that spider. It was aggressive and could harm someone. Something needs to be done about it urgently. Peng runs straight to this grandmother's house. He looks around, knocks on the door, but no one opens it for him. Peng listens. However, one interesting moment dawns on Pan. He remembers the peculiarity and preference of spiders and immediately looks up. And so it happens. As Peng thought, the spider finds himself in a dark place. As before, he looks up and sees the same spider there and immediately calls Dazi. Daza instantly appears behind Peng. He surrounds him, creating protection for his owner Peng, and gets into a fighting stance. However, this frightens the spider very much. He immediately jumps to the floor and gives up, because he was frightened by the sight of Peng and Dazi. The spider's thoughts immediately recalled the stories of his grandmother, who was his owner. She said that she would not enter into a contract with the spider, because she would soon die, and this would harm him. The spider also remembers that it was for this reason that his grandmother never gave him a name, because she did not want to tie him too much to herself. Pan starts to stroke the spider. He asks him if he is sad, but he sees the answer anyway and continues to stroke. Pan extends his hand to the spider, and with a sweet smile on his face, invites the spider to come with him to his home. The events of the manga are transferred to a city street, where we can see passers-by standing in shock, not understanding something. Next, we are shown the reason for their shock. It is Pan. He and several of his pets are walking around the city with a very pompous look. The people behind are discussing what they know about Peng, and one of them even mentions that Peng is the trainer of 5 poisonous monsters at once. Meanwhile, Pan is thinking about the idea of having a pet with protection on his team, and he understands that using a spider as a living shield is not very good. But Pan analyzes everything and understands that these spiders have a cool level of protection that can be upgraded, and it costs quite a bit. Pan also understands that to start all the procedures, it is worth at least concluding a contract with this spider and then start pumping it. Peng realizes that he has already made contracts with several of his pets, but there is still Bu Chang left. Peng is sad because he rushed to level up Bu Chang, but now with his current strength, Peng will have to look for a lot of spiritual power. Meanwhile, Peng heads to one of the offices, and on the way he is met by his secretary Xuan, who greets him joyfully. Peng is a little shocked and surprised by this moment because just recently she called him Master Gao, and now she is talking about some young master. With shining eyes, she turns to Pan, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. I joke. Pan says about the same thing and agrees with her. However, her face then changes to a rather angry one. She tells Pan that while he was gone, a lot of clients came, and many demanded Pan. Peng continues to joke, and with a sweet, excited smile says that today he just had time, and everything can be resolved. Peng hands Xuan a leaflet with a list of many ingredients and asks her to prepare all of these ingredients, promising to treat her to tea afterwards. Evil Xuan doesn't say a word but only takes the leaflet offendedly and shows with her whole appearance that she is very angry at Peng. Peng is happy when she leaves and even lowers his jacket because he is sweating from excitement. Dazi is also happy when she leaves, although it is not clear what he has to do with it. Meanwhile, right in the lab, Pan begins to make a contract with the spider and promises him that he will give him the warmth of a family in exchange for the contract. Pan then pats the spider on the head, thanking it for the contract, and later also adds that it is time for the evolution to take place. Pan prepares a special serum from the necessary ingredients, using which he plans to carry out the evolution of the spider. After a couple of minutes, Pan reports that everything is ready and the evolution process can begin. Then Pan tells the spider that he has chosen the path of evolution for him into an armored spider, and now the spider will be called Ban. This is his new name. Pan shows the spider Ban the evolution serum he made for him and says that after Ban drinks it, he will become much stronger. However, everything happens strangely. Pan drops the glass with the serum near the feet of the spider Ban. The glass with the serum suddenly breaks, as expected, and the serum spills onto the spider's legs. A strange mutation occurs. The body on top of the spider is torn apart. Parts of its body rise up and blood sticks to them. Pan begins to feel pain. Since he made a contract, some of the pain is transferred to him. He imagines how bad the Spider-Man is now. Pan supports and encourages Spider-Man, saying that by going through this torment now, he will be better off in the future and become stronger. However, all this is interrupted by Secretary Xuan, who runs into the office and calls Gao Peng, interrupting all his processes. Secretary Xuan urgently informs Peng that the first client has arrived, and she also says that this client is very important. With a smile on his face, Peng says that he is ready to work and is very happy, but in his thoughts he understands that he needs to work more. Pan enters the office where the client is sitting and sees a pompous man with glasses and security guards nearby. Pan immediately notices some kind of monster and notices that he has the rank of commander. Peng approaches Juan, telling her to watch over the evolution of his gray spider while he works with the clients. Peng explains to Xuan that after this serum wears off, she should take and pour out the white one. The customer introduces himself by saying that his name is Lu Shi, and he is the owner of a small botanical garden. He is very happy. Peng was surprised and asked what garden he was talking about. Was it really the Eastern City Garden? He said. Lu Xi's client replies that this is true, and that he is very grateful to Peng for knowing about his garden, but Peng is surprised. Lu Sen's client tells Peng that he recently attended a banquet, where the chairman was the one who told him that the main role in the fight against locusts. Next, Lu Xie shows Peng the monster in the cage and says that it needs to be improved. He wants to entrust this matter to Gao Peng. In front of Gao Peng appears a wolf-like monster with different attributes and the rank of a commander. Pan is very surprised by who appears in front of him. He calls this monster Nighthound. Pan says that any dog can evolve into a Nighthound. Its main feature is that at night it converges with the darkness. The client says that he knows that Pan has a rule that he sets the price himself, so the client immediately states that he is ready to listen. Pan realizes in his mind that there are only 13 evolutionary paths, each with different costs and material requirements. Pan begins to explain everything to the client, but the client interrupts him and tells Pan to choose the most expensive and best path of evolution. Peng happily informs Lu's client that he will owe 5,000 alliance credits for all services. However, such a huge price scares even the client and his security because it is really very high. Pan notices his client's shock, grabs his hand, and tells him with a smile on his face that he is good to work with. Pan instantly heard a crackling sound and a small explosion from the room where the spider was, and immediately realized that it was the Spider-Man. Peng runs into this office with Spider-Man and immediately sees Zhuan's very frightened face, calling out to Peng. In front of them is a huge mutant spider, which frightens everyone around it with its mere appearance. Xuan is scared to death, tears are flowing from her eyes, and she endlessly calls Peng to come. Pan is also very surprised by the new type of spider, but this already pleases him, and he starts with the help of system windows. Pan sees that evolution has taken place and understands that everything is super, but there is one thing. Peng begins to wildly scold Spider-Man, yelling at him for scaring Xuan and breaking the lab equipment. However, immediately after this, Pan begins to stroke the spider and tell him to restrain himself next time and behave obediently in society. Then the Spider-Man blushes and covers his face with his paws. And then Pan notices that a cool and interesting protection has appeared on his paws. But Pan also notices how clumsy the monsters are, and he doesn't understand why it only happens to him. Pan, with a sweet smile, again asks the Spider-Man to just sit here quietly and wait for him. Pan then notices that the Spider-Man begins to crawl along the wall. Pan suspects that he wants to be very careful in this way. Then Peng apologizes to Xuan, extends his hand to her, and tells her that she can pay everything from his account that his spider broke. Then Peng says that Xuan still needs to find the person who does everything here and sets it up again. And again, she can do this at Peng's expense. After work, Pan and his monsters go home. And along the way, he also thinks about changing his place of residence in the near future. On the way home, Pan notices that the Spider-Man has become more like a crab than a spider, which Pan notices. Pan notices that he even walks like a crab. Pan kicks the Spider-Man and tells him not to walk like a crab. Peng comes to the realtor and starts talking to her. She introduces herself as Zhao Lu, a nice girl. Pan says that he is very happy to see her and reminds her that she promised to show him his new possible home today. The realtor asks Pan to get into their company's transport and go look at the house. According to her, she selected the house according to all of Pan's requests. Afterwards, Pan was given a tablet on which he could look at all the houses, where he immediately noticed a pile of pitchforks. Afterwards, Pan is shown his option. It is a huge house with a large territory. The realtor says that if necessary, Pan can finish building it. Peng, however, is surprised by some aspects of what he was shown and asks the realtor what area the house is in. The realtor says that the villa is located in a good area, near the lake of the prosperous dragon, and the price for the villa is only 2,000 credits. However, noticing that Peng is not very happy about all this, she says that the house is in a remote area, and there are many unguarded areas nearby. Next, Peng says that there are still a couple of things he would like to discuss before buying this house. Pan points to the photographs and says that he gets the feeling that the photographs were taken long before the disaster. Peng rudely says that this is stressing him out, And there are probably a lot of other things that the realtor is hiding from him about his new potential home. The realtor, with sweat on his face, says that Peng is mistaken, and everything is fine, especially for such a price it's happiness. The realtor says that there is also a highway near the house, which is very convenient for traveling by car with the wind to your villa. This doesn't interest Pan as much as the fact that he is being deceived and diverted from the topic, and they don't even tell him about security. Pan remembers in his mind that during the disaster all such houses were abandoned, seized, or forgotten. And if the house was at least 60% similar to what was in the photographs, the deal was done. Then, with a very sarcastic and cheerful face, Pan realizes that there will be no problem with the safety of the house either. Pina is laughing terribly at all this, but the realtor girl standing next to him doesn't really understand what's going on. The realtor adds again about the low price, saying that the owner himself is suffering losses from this, and then Pang agrees to go and see the house. Meanwhile, on the way, while Pan is about to leave for the store, the realtor notices Ban the spider, decides to pet him, and calls him a very cute crab. Pan corrects her, saying that it is a spider. She in turn apologizes and says that she didn't know, laughing it off. On the way to his transport, Pan notices something is watching him from behind, and hears a click, which he pays attention to. Pan is stressed by this event. He wonders what it was. The realtor asks if everything is okay, but Pan himself does not understand what it was. Pan turns around and states that he must have misheard and that everything is fine. Behind the building next to where the sound came from, there was a man in a hat and with a camera. He was happy that he had managed to get to Mr. Gao Peng. After some time, the company bus, along with the realtor and Peng, arrives at the house. Pan notices that the house is indeed almost the same as in the photographs, but there are only some problems with the facade, which makes Pan very happy. Pan also notes that there is practically no Pelly inside, and he is surprised that the house was apparently regularly monitored. Pan looks at the furniture inside and is surprised by the fact that everything is in order. Only some of the devices are old in design and need to be updated. Pan sees that the furniture alone costs more than 2,000 credits. He is surprised by all this. He cannot understand what the catch is with such a low price. However, then Pan notices someone's voice asking if it is Mr. Pan. Pan and the realtor notice a person approaching the front door of the house, but it is difficult to see who it is. The realtor realizes who it is and tells Gao Peng that the owner of the house is Boss Liu. Boss Liu is a middle-aged man with a mustache who, when he learned that Gao Peng himself would be coming to show his house, rushed to come here urgently. Peng is surprised by all this and asks if they know Boss Liu so that he would rush to come. Boss Liu reports that now in their circles, everyone knows Peng as the chairman's trump card and the hero of the last military operation in the battle against the locusts. Boss Liu hands Peng his business card and says that he is in the business of selling familiar monsters. He also offers Peng a discount. Peng is immediately surprised by this approach to business. He immediately understands that this Boss Liu knows well how to conduct business. Boss Liu explains to Peng that the house is very cool, and every block he hired people to clean everything here. Peng agrees, saying that the house is really a good buy. However, Peng asks Boss Liu why he is selling this villa in such good condition for only 2,000 credits when the price here is at least 4. Peng wonders if he can find out what prompted such a big price reduction on such a nice villa. Boss Liu begins to talk about how he originally bought this house for his parents, who he wanted to provide with a very good old age. Boss Liu says that his parents are ordinary villagers who are used to living in big bustling cities, so they bought this villa. Boss Liu also says that they have worked and toiled all their lives, and he wanted to provide them with a good and comfortable life. However, Boss Liu reveals that his parents were never fortunate enough to live a good life and were doomed to suffer. This story makes Boss Liu extremely angry. He remembers this whole tragedy. Apparently his parents died at the hands of monsters after the disaster. Boss Liu says that he originally intended to keep the house as a memento of his parents, but when he was told that Gao Peng himself was looking for a house, he decided to list it for only 2,000 credits for Peng. Boss Liu says that Peng should see this as an investment in him. He says that he is already old, and people like Peng are the future of the city. Gao Peng is upset by this whole story, and Boss Liu himself says at the end that thanks to people like Peng, the number of tragedies can be reduced. This whole story reminds Peng of the death of his parents, who also died under terrible circumstances. Peng also thanks Boss Liu for his honesty. Immediately after this, Peng declares that he is buying the house and agrees to complete the transaction right now. After some time, the events of the manga are transferred to the moment when Pan has already moved into this house, and together with all the pets arrives at the place. Pan's pets are looking at their new home. and he calls two of them to the table, saying that he bought some new, special, expensive, healthy, and tasty food. He places all the hot food on the table and calls all his pets to the table, saying that now they can have lunch for the first time in their new home. However, all this is interrupted by someone's sweet voice that evaluates the house. Pan immediately turns around and is surprised by what he is about to see. In front of him was little sister Tang Tang, dressed in a beautiful outfit, leaning against the house and looking straight at Peng. She waves hello to Pan and says that they haven't seen each other for quite some time. Afterwards, she begins to pet Dazai and say that she is very glad that he has raised his level even higher again. She strokes him, pulling him cutely by the cheeks, and notices that Dazi has an increased number of teeth, which surprises Tang Tang. Sister Tang Tang continues to play with Dazi, and he already asks to let him go quickly. Tang Tang asks to show her all of Dazi's teeth. Peng also makes fun of Dazi, telling him that he should not be discouraged because patience is a blessing. However, at that moment, Tang Tang remembers something. She stops and turns to Peng, calling him Little Peng. She says that she heard information that this house was bought by Pan recently. Peng says that news quickly reaches Tang Tang, which makes him laugh a little, but he says that it is still too early to talk about a complete move. Little sister Tang Tang, with sparkles in her eyes, tells Peng to include her in the entire process of renovating the house, because Little Peng himself will definitely be deceived. Tantan says that it's time for her to go. She only came in for a short while. She has a lot of things to do. Peng also says that he doubted for a long time before buying a house at such a low price. As she left the house, Tang Tang smiled wryly and thought that when the time came, she would be able to buy houses for herself right next to Peng, and then they would be together more often. After some time, Pan and his pets decide to go for a walk in the forest. Pan and his monsters discover their first problem, a military camp with a bunch of military equipment. Thus, Pan understands that the dark coal forest must be somewhere nearby since there are so many soldiers here. Pan hopes that today, he will be able to find all the necessary materials that he is currently looking for in the forest, because this is what he has been doing for the last 2 days off. Today is the third. However, then Pan hears a growl and turns around to see that behind him there is some entity sitting on a tree looking at him. Pan notices that in front of him is an elite-class monster. It is a lynx. Pan understands that outside the city it is really tens of times more dangerous. The lynx breaks out of the tree and, jumping on Pan and his monsters, rushes at wild speed along the branches. Pan tells his monsters to be on guard, because the lynx is rushing towards them at a wild speed and is now ready to strike. Dazi is about to attack, but the monkey Bu Chang interrupts him and pushes him aside. The monkey Bu Chan, with all his large appearance, stands in the path of this lynx, blocking the road and saying that he is its enemy. Breaking away from the view, Bu Chan rushes straight at the lynx, his appearance already frightening the lynx like a small kitten. The lynx tries to run and hide behind the branches to avoid falling into the clutches of the monkey Bu Chan. However, the lynx's idea fails. Bu Chan uses one of his abilities, with which he sends out lines of energy. Monkey Bu Chan easily embraces the monkey with his energy lines and does not allow it to run away somewhere. Then Bu Chan strikes straight into the lynx's body, causing it to fall into the ground, breaking it, as if Bu Chan were driving the lynx into the black soil. Peng understands that Bu Chang's power has increased tenfold since he was an ordinary Red River monkey. However, Peng did not expect Bu Chang to be so strong. However, Bu Chang is upset. In his opinion, he struck too hard and did not calculate his own strength. Peng recalls that Bu Chang hasn't fought at all since his evolution, reminding Peng that he should train him a lot more. After Bu Chang defeats the lynx, Peng says that it is time to go. They have been here too long. Meanwhile, on the way, Bu Chang remembers the day he met Peng at the exam. Back then, he didn't understand what Peng was saying, but he trusted him. At that time, Bu Chang could not even imagine that from that second, Peng would become the closest and most beloved person to him. Meanwhile, they all continue walking through the forest, and Dazi keeps telling Peng that he could have easily dealt with this lynx, but Bu Chang did not let him. Peng tells Dazi that he remembers his strength. Thus, Pan and his team of pets walked through the forest for about 4 hours, during which they finally managed to find the materials they needed. Pan shared his observations. He found the necessary wood material exactly where he had found it last time, among a bunch of green snakes. With his senses, the monkey Bu Chan senses that one of the snakes is about to attack them and has already taken a stance. However, Bu Chang stops the snake and easily grabs it in his hand, protecting Peng and the others from the attack. Then Bu Chang breaks this snake, and from its insides he takes out a valuable stone, which Peng was apparently looking for. However, Bu Chang is a little mistaken, and the core of the green snake Peng is not much needed. Today, the concentration is on other materials. But Peng still thanks Bu Chang for this, and understands that since this core exists, then there is no point in refusing it. It won't be superfluous. Next, Peng points to a large tree nearby and asks Bu Chang to strike directly into the trunk of this tree. Monkey Bu Chan does just that. He charges his hand with energy and delivers a powerful blow straight into the tree, smashing its trunk into pieces. This makes Ping and Chu Bang very happy. They are pleasantly shocked by this, but only Dazi is not shocked. He would also like to do the same. Then Peng finds in the tree trunk the very one he had been looking for so long, while walking through the forest, and later asks Buchan to strike at other trees nearby. However, the events of the manga take us to another part of the forest. A group of 3 men in gray cloaks are walking through the forest, discussing whether a certain guy is here. On the shoulder of one of them sits a pet mouse, who pays attention to some sharp sounds. One of the boys notices this. He turns to the other one as a captain and asks him to listen to the mouse Tutu sitting on his shoulder. The captain informs his 2 men that Tutu the mouse has indicated that there are some loud noises in that part of the forest. The third man in their company points out that it sounds very much like boxing, as if someone were doing it in the forest. One of the guys jokes and says that this is all complete nonsense because who would box and train in the forest? Next, they decide to go to the point where their mouse heard the sounds in order to find out what is there. When they get there, they notice the monkey Buchan breaking trees, just at Pan's request. This shocks the group of unknown men. For the first time, they see how such a giant can simply break a tree with one blow. Then the captain of these men takes out a photograph of Pan and notices Pan himself near the trees and says that he is their target. But they do not understand what he is doing and what he is getting from the broken trees. It was obvious that the 2 men were scared and began to ask the captain to leave, saying that their customer had only asked to find out the types of monsters. They also say that this monster trainer Pan is dangerous, and he also has a huge centipede with him, which also increases fear. However, the captain clearly does not agree with them. He says that he is tired of small things, and when there is such a chance, he wants to take advantage of it. In turn, this captain understands well that this guy is clearly not as simple as he looks. The captain begins to monitor what Pan gets out of the trees. He thinks that if they manage to find out where the valuable material is, they will be able to get rich and hit the jackpot. The captain orders one of the guys to hide and, thanks to his monster, take the guy prisoner, while they themselves plan to take on this giant along with the third guy. The captain says that this could be their chance to escape poverty and become strong and rich. They can't just let such a chance slip away. At that moment, Peng noticed that Da Zi and Bu Chang had become tense and were staring at one point, as if they were expecting something. However, at this point, Pan also notices that something unusual is happening behind the trees. Pan sees 2 guys behind the trees and yells at them to tell him who they are and come out from behind the trees. The captain is immediately surprised by Pan's observation and understands that things are bad. They have been noticed. The captain of these men comes out from behind the trees. He greets Pan and with a sweet face creates the illusion of friendliness. Then the old captain says that this is a fateful meeting and offers Pan his help in the matter. Pan is still tense. He doesn't trust them at all and clearly understands that they are not offering any help. Pan also notices that behind them are 2 insect-type monsters, but very good ones, especially for fighting in the forest. Then Buchang turns around and Peng follows him. They notice another person standing behind the tree behind them. The old captain tells Pan not to worry. Only their brother is behind him. He won't do anything bad. The third one comes out from behind Pan with his big monster and says that he just went to the toilet, that's why he was behind. Peng is surprised by the fact that this guy has a mithril mantis. But Peng reassures himself that Dazi can definitely handle something like that. Pan tells them that he doesn't need help, especially not this kind, and by this point all of his pets are already lined up behind him. The old captain with a sweet face says that if the young man in the person of Pan did not like their appearance, then they will not stay. This guy is shouting that they are really just going to just up and leave. He is very outraged. The old man quietly answers his partner that the opportunity for a surprise attack has already been lost. Therefore, there are now many chances to lose. The old captain also says that at such a young age he can already train so many cool monsters of this level. The captain orders them to leave and says that they will have the opportunity to return later and inspect the place. Peng watches them leave and realizes that if Bu Chang hadn't noticed them leaving, they could have easily attacked from behind. However, Pan understands perfectly well that if they decided to do so, he would simply be able to kill them with the help of his monsters right in the forest. Some time passes, a couple of hours and several dozen broken trees in the area. Peng is happy and reports that they managed to collect just over 1 kilogram of these resources, which is simply an excellent result. Peng asks Dazi to come to him, thereby distracting him from eating another monster he found in the forest. Peng, with a satisfied face, grabs Dazi by his upper mustache and asks Chunba to hand him some kind of stick. Peng takes a stick with the mother on the end and brings it to Dazi's electrifier antennae. Pressing on them, he releases electricity and sets the mother on fire. Afterwards, Peng takes this torch and simply throws the burning torch onto the grass among the cut trees, leaves, and grass. Pan sets fire to a section of the forest, burning away traces, realizing that no one has been looking after the forest since the disaster. The same group of men in gray cloaks watch Pan from the hill and see that he has begun to set fire to the area where he was mining resources. The captain understands that Pan is very cautious and was afraid that they would reveal his secret. The captain told his partners about it. The captain, sweat on his face, realizes that maybe it's just the sheer determination that's hidden within this guy, and he wasn't even watching them. One of the subordinates of this old commander says that they really won't interfere. The captain says that the benefit is unknown to interfere with them with little force, but he mentions that there will always be someone who will interfere. The captain calls and tells the person on the other side of the line to tell a certain Dr. Jiang that the mission was completed successfully. The man on the other side of the line thanks the captain for completing his task and reports that payment has already been made. Then the man on the other side of the phone hangs up, turns to a man in a chair and calls him Dr. Jiang. He, in turn, says with a sly smile that there is nothing terrible about this, and asks if everything is ready for the second stage of action. Then this Dr. Jiangnu says with a smile on his face that he managed to find the only relative of a certain Ji Hanyu. Returning home, Pan notices that his spider ban is growing in huge strides. He has grown twice as big and has increased his level. Such a big growth both pleases and shocks Pan. However, what clearly saddens Pan is that now the spider ban is the equivalent of at least 2 such spiders, if not more. Pan also finds Ban's spider armor, which he discarded during evolution, but it turns out to be very fragile. Pan generally hoped that it would have super magical abilities. Pan still praises the spider ban, strokes him and tells him to eat even more if you want, and to grow as fat as possible. Then Pan decides to make a dark joke and says that as soon as the spider ban becomes very, very fat, the whole house will feast on fried spider, but such a joke only scares Ban. Pan then explains to the spider Ban that he is not just taking away a lot of canned food from him for no reason. He says that because of them, toxins accumulate in Ban's body. Moving away from jokes, Peng realizes that all the materials for Chunba's evolution have been collected, but his body will not withstand the usual preparation at home, and the resources require processing in the laboratory. Peng comes to the lab and notices that Zhuan left a little early today, but he only sees the positives in this. Peng lays out the materials. They require a lot of processing under different high temperatures, so it will not be very easy. Peng begins processing, starting by firing the materials at high temperatures using a fire machine. He then threw the materials under a huge load into the mixer, pouring acid on top. Then Peng rejoices and announces that they have finally managed to create a good, high-quality serum for Chunba. Although the sweet smell coming from the serum attracted Chunba, he reminded Peng that it was better to mix the serum with juice, as he liked. Peng didn't argue with him. He prepared a whole bathtub filled with this serum, pointed it out to Chunba and asked him to jump into it. Chunbang did so, accelerating at a tremendous speed. Although Peng had not even finished speaking yet, Peng notices that Chunba is too impatient. However, Pan is very surprised by what he sees with his own eyes and what is happening around him. Peng sees Chunba lying in this bath with pleasure. However, he began to turn green. According to Peng's version, this should not happen. He begins to think that Chunba is sick. Pan also notices that this is his new color, and then realizes that he will now have a green cap on his head. Peng then notices that Chunba is also shouting about how he doesn't like the bright green, but Peng himself is focused on thoughts about evolution. Peng also notices that after upgrading Chunba, his internal energy has increased significantly, and he will be able to officially enter into a contract with Bu Chang. However, while Peng was thinking about this, Chunba finished and flew out of the bath and decided to sit right on Peng. He starts flying towards Peng's head, but now he doesn't like this outcome of events. He starts pushing Chunba away and asking him not to come closer. Pan's attempts were unsuccessful. Chunba, in a new color, sat on his head and happily sat there feeling great. However, all this is interrupted by Peng's phone ringing. He notices that the manager from the company that Tan Tan recommended is calling him. But Peng doesn't understand what they need, since they seem to have already settled everything. The manager says on the phone that the company has encountered a problem while renovating the house and requires Peng to come here in person. Pan is told that they need to remove a couple of plants, but to do this they need to demolish part of the building, so they need the owner's personal permission. Then the manager also adds that Pan needs to come urgently, and all the workers are already waiting for him. However, Peng points out that it is almost night, and why are the workers still working? How is the payment? And so on. He hesitantly says that this is already the company's business, and let Mr. Gaopeng hurry. But the events of the manga show us that the manager is being held by unknown people. The manager heard from the phone that Gao Peng had agreed to come and said that he would hurry and be there soon. Next, we are shown some unknown evil man holding the manager by the head and telling him that he did a good job. Stopping at the bus stop, Peng realizes that the manager was acting very strange today. And for some reason, Tan Tan is not picking up the phone again. Peng understands well that this could very well be a very good trap. He and Chunba decide to go after Buchang and Dazi. Half an hour passes. The events of the manga take us to Pan's house, where the same people who spoke on the phone with the group of men are standing. The doctor says that he is still shocked that a certain Jai Hanwu still has relatives, since he thought that they were all dead. This doctor's assistants say that if anyone else finds out that Mr. Ji Hanwu has a grandson, they will definitely want to get rid of him. This doctor is thinking about how a certain group, Southern Sky, has grown so much, and the old man is only getting older. The doctor's assistant says that if Gao Peng is going to die, why don't they do it right now? The doctor pours out the wine and tells his assistant that someone is secretly guarding little Pan because the old man is very worried about his safety. The doctor throws down a glass of champagne and asks his assistant if he thinks they are capable of fighting for power. The glass breaks, and the doctor says that if they kill this guy, they will face the wrath of the head of an entire corporation, which is not safe at all. The doctor continues, saying that there are more than 30 different laboratories in the Southern Sky Company, and he has no chance of becoming the best. The doctor says that there are still many people who can be successors, even if Gao Peng dies. The doctor says that no one will kill Gao Peng, because today he is his enemy. Tomorrow he can force him to become his comrade. He then notices that Ji Hanwu's men's time is running out, and they should have arrived by now, but they are still not here. The doctor tells him to deal with the manager, but he in turn says that they promised to leave him alive. The doctor asks the manager not to shout. He is not such a barbarian as the others. Saying this, he takes out some kind of black and white butterfly. The butterfly starts flying right next to this manager, but some strange pollen falls from its beautiful wings. Unconsciously, the manager begins to sniff this pollen and begins to feel very bad. Then, within a few seconds, the unconscious manager simply falls to the floor, hitting his head on the floor. The doctor says goodbye to the manager, says that they no longer need him, and also regrets that he will not see the doctor's victory today. However, while they were talking, something strong and powerful flew through the sky. It resembled a huge rocket that exploded right in flight. This terrifies the doctor and his assistant, and they are both shocked by what they just saw in the sky above their heads. They notice something in the sky that looks like a large bird or a dragon, and the assistant starts stuttering and shouting that he came in person. Meanwhile, events take us to a military base, where a bird is also sitting on a huge building. The bird turns out to be a huge phoenix that helped the military in defending against the Forest Lord. This phoenix flies somewhere up at great speed. The local military notices this. They suspect that the Lord of the Forest has become active and the phoenix has been activated. However, the military's discussions are interrupted by an old man with a sad look, with a stick and a beautiful uniform. He informs the military that they should leave everything. The Southern Sky Corporation has arrived in the city. This old general says that the military should do nothing and not worry, but simply go into high alert mode. Looking at the sky, the old general says that a huge storm is approaching and it will be very interesting. The events of the manga took us back to Pan's house, where some old man Ji appeared, who looked very menacing. All the doctor's men are lying behind him, covered in blood, dead, with weapons on the floor. The doctor asks Ji Hanwu to give him the opportunity to just speak out. He says that this is all being done only to save his life. The doctor is extremely worried. With sweat on his face and a trembling voice, he talks about this, and then begins to talk about a certain program. The doctor says that he installed a program that, if not stopped, will transmit information about Gao Peng to all the Southern Sky megaphones in all the cities. Ji Hanwu looks sideways at the doctor and says that if he doesn't want to talk, then it's not worth it, because everyone has their own goals. However, the doctor falls to his feet and shouts for Ji Hanwu not to leave, and then says that Secretary Liu told him that Gao Peng is Ji Hanwu's grandson. Then the doctor begins to say that his goal is not Gao Peng at all, but to increase funding. However, Ji Han-woo did not listen to the doctor, but only raised his hand and said that he would have to spend a very long time cleaning up everything that he had brewed. At that moment, the doctor notices that three huge things are approaching him. He starts screaming. However, the scream suddenly stops. Ji Han-woo stands next to the doctor. The doctor lies dead on the ground. He tells him that he is stupid if he thinks Ji Han-woo will listen to threats. Also, this old man, by pressing the button on the bracelet, tells his people to find the device and eliminate it immediately. Old man Ji Han-woo stands and looks at the sky, saying that he likes this simple world, but a girl appears behind him. He turns to her and thanks her for the good and great job she has done. That girl behind Ji Han-woo turns out to be the one we know, Tang Tang. Ji Han-woo returns to the city from abroad and recalls the turmoil caused by various problems, as well as the situation with Peng's parents. Ji Han-woo says that although the situation has stabilized, it is still too early to let little Peng participate in the general race, and his self-development will help him much more, especially since his abilities exceed all expectations. While petting his pet, Ji Han-woo says that the southern sky has something to do now. Tang Tang calls Ji Han-woo a teacher and asks if he plans to meet his grandson today. Ji Han-woo tells Tang Tong that it is still too early. He wants to see what little Peng will grow into and what he can achieve on his own. A little later, Pan himself arrives at the scene. He is shocked by the fact that there are a lot of traces of some kind of battles and begins to look for the manager. Pan notices cracks in the ground near his house and is shocked by what could have happened here. An unknown person appears behind Pan and talks about how unexpectedly he appeared here, but this only greatly frightens Pan. Tang Tang appears behind Peng. She tells him that it is her, he should not worry, and calls him Little Peng again. With a very crooked and dissatisfied face, Peng says that it's Tan Tan again. She is shocked that he makes such a disapproving face. She starts making comments to Pan, pointing her finger and talking about what would happen to Pan if she were an enemy. He, in turn, says that if he doubts even Tan Tan, then who can he trust in this life? However, Peng's words are interrupted by Tang Tang, who says that Peng is not an orphan at all, his grandfather is alive. Pan stands in complete shock, sweat running down his face, shocked that he can hardly believe the fact that his grandfather is alive after hearing this. Tan Tan began to tell Peng about his grandfather. She began by saying that at the time of the disaster, he ended up on some island far away. She explains that the island was tropical, and Pan can't even begin to imagine how difficult it was for his grandfather to survive there. Tan Tan says that if survival on the mainland was difficult, then surviving on an island in the middle of a forest, a couple of people and monsters is pure hell. She says that after some time he developed a gift, and he managed not only to survive on the island, but also to train a bunch of strong animals. Peng is increasingly shocked by this. He could not even imagine that he had a grandfather, and such a strong one at that. Peng calls him cool. Tan Tan tells Peng that his grandfather sent her to watch over Peng when he was little. However, Pan interrupts her and says that he understands everything. He is even glad of the fact that his grandfather is simply alive and in this world. Peng says he understands that hiding his grandson and leaving him to develop on his own is safer and smarter. Peng understands this after all. He is his grandfather. Then Peng began to ask Tang Tang with sparks in his eyes about what kind of monster his grandfather was raising, what his rank and abilities were. Tan Tan makes Pan very sad. She says that he will only find out about all this sometime in the future. The old man, meanwhile, listened to this entire conversation from above and analyzed Pan's words. Peng's grandfather, represented by Ji Han-woo, was glad that his grandson truly understood his grandfather completely and felt that he could freely come there. The next day, Pan, walking through the city, saw a huge crowd in the middle of the city, watching something and surrounding someone. Pan walks into the crowd and sees a guy his age being rushed to the hospital by ambulance. A girl nearby in the crowd says that he got hurt while training with a monster this morning, saying that two students were always fighting and bickering with each other, and later one of them became a monster trainer and ordered his monster to attack that classmate during the verbal altercation. People in the background discuss the situation, criticizing different sides, and Pan just silently watches everything. Their classmate in the crowd starts talking about how both of these classmates bullied someone at school. Peng leaves, considering the argument useless. He wonders about moving the military camp from the school due to the incident. The school principal is arguing with a military man in his office about how this cannot continue and that nothing combat-related can be allowed near the school. In a dispute with the director, the soldier says that he will pass on all his requests to his superiors for consideration, so that something can be done about it. He tells the director that the request was considered, but does not promise a positive result from the military authorities. The military man, as promised, passes on all the information to their chief general at one of the military bases. The chief military officer notes that crime is widespread everywhere, but in their city it is the least, and changing the situation now is too risky. The soldier accepts the answer of his superiors, because he understands that the situation is still very dire in many ways. The general pats the military man on the shoulder and says that they will still take some changes and measures to influence the situation, at least somehow. The events of the manga take place in a training area near the school, where the head military trainer begins to tell the students that they are completely out of their minds here. The head military coach announced that starting tomorrow, monsters are banned from attending school and the military grounds will be fenced off. After hearing this, Peng began to remove Changba from his head, but he began to squeak and say that he would not go anywhere, that he was warm on Peng's head. Then, in a rough and cold voice, Pan says that he heard that jellyfish make delicious soup. With his words, Peng scared Changba to the point of horror, and he almost fell into the ground from fear. Chunba began to take out a bottle of juice from himself and began to offer it to Peng and tell him that he would rather drink this instead of making jellyfish soup. The students began to be distracted by this scene. The soldier noticed this and coughed loudly and asked them to pay attention again. The coach says that in 2 months there will be an exam that will be very important. He advises everyone to strain themselves and think about it. The coach reports that a high score on this test will allow them to replace the best coaching positions in various fields in the future. The chief military trainer reports that the exam will be divided into 3 parts, the first being a practical exam, a one-on-one duel. The head military coach announced that there would be a variety of monsters to choose from, but they had to be equal to or weaker than the enemy. The head military coach also said that everyone will have a maximum of 3 monsters, which will also be distributed according to strength and given out from the exam. According to the chief military trainer, the second stage of the battle will be survival in the wild, which will be broadcast across the country on TV. The rules will be announced at the exam itself. The coach says that those who make it to the second stage will learn about the third stage, and until then, he wishes everyone to make good use of this time. Pan, hearing this, understands that he can very well take part. He needs to urgently raise the level of the spider ban. Today's opponent in training is a huge locust of leaves, which they wanted to use for a long time, but it didn't work out. This locust will be a great opponent for Spider-Man, because he is a spider and this is a locust. And their level is almost the same, but there is one thing. Spider-Man became very cowardly. He began to hide behind Dazi and refused to go into any serious battle. Peng states that he is going to go first, but the head military coach asks him again if he is sure of his decision. The head military trainer advises Pan to develop his monsters one by one and upgrade them one by one. Peng thanks the instructor for reminding him of this, but says that he has already thought of everything. The system shows the best way. Pan yells at Spider-Man to go fight and win, even though he has gained a lot of weight over the past few days. Having entered the cage of the enemy in the person of the locust, he began to close himself off from her and ask her not to beat him. Everyone starts asking Pan what's wrong with his spider, why it doesn't attack, but Pan explains that they both just can't bring themselves to do it. Peng understands the whole problem perfectly well, because the fact is that Dazi behaved tens of times more aggressively in his first fight. If it weren't for the concrete floor, the Spider-Man would have dug himself a hole and left already. Pan doesn't understand at all what to do with this, because fighting is exactly what is needed to increase strength. The locust stopped waiting and began to attack the Spider-Man with a direct attack on him. She grabbed the Spider-Man with her paws and threw him aside with a sharp movement. Seeing the locust sending Spider-Man into the air, he realizes that Spider-Man will now lose his advantage, and the locust will have an easier time attacking in the air. However, Spider-Man proved that he was not as simple as he seemed, landing on top and using spider technique, covering Spider-Man in liquid. Spider-Man jumps down. He sees that the locust still can't get out of the web liquid that Spider-Man covered it with. However, unfortunately, the locust got out and began to attack the Spider-Man with its paws, but he in turn used the body's protection to repel the attacks. Pan's partner, Tiny, appeared behind him and began to praise the Spider-Man for his courage and intelligence in battle. However, Pan does not agree with her. He is upset. In his opinion, Spider-Man is still not in a vulnerable position, because he needed to act differently. Analyzing the fight, Pan realizes that Spider-Man is much stronger than these locusts, but the problem is that Spider-Man is simply afraid. Spider-Man doesn't want to listen to Pan's advice. He says that he is very scared, but Pan tells him to climb up. Spider-Man continues to downplay his abilities, saying that he is afraid and unable to do so, even though this is not true. Pan realizes that out of all the monsters he has trained, Spider-Man is the most cowardly. He screams and asks why the spider can't just climb the side of the wall, since he is the most capable of doing so. Pan then realizes that he has been asking too much of Spider-Man, even in his first fight, and training monsters has never been easy. Pan also understands that the band spider has always evolved to be defensive, and there is no logic in begging him to go on the offensive. Pan asks Ban to come back, but he doesn't do it. He still stands on the battlefield and looks at the enemy. Pan doesn't understand why, because the Spider-Man didn't want to fight. However, in his thoughts, the Spider-Man remembers his first owner, his grandmother, who died. He is afraid that if Pan is unhappy, then the Spider-Man will be abandoned again, and he is very afraid of loneliness. All these thoughts motivate the Spider-Man. He understands that he is ready to fight and finds the strength to resist. Ban says that no one will abandon him now, and immediately after his words he launches a direct attack. Spider-Man deals great damage to the Locust with one attack. Spider-Man's paws cut through its body layer. Gao Peng's partner, who was watching this fight, began to admire Spider-Man, and to understand that he was not as simple as he seemed. This made her happy. However, Pan, in turn, notices that something is wrong with his pet Spider-Man. Pan notices that there are a lot of red system windows around Spider-Man, warning that he is very angry and his condition is out of control. Pan notices that the Spider-Man continues to attack, and the system windows write that in this state he is causing himself severe and irreparable damage. Spider-Man stops paying attention to anything around him. Attack after attack, he attacks the Locusts without stopping. However, Pan runs into the cage, holding the Spider-Man in his hands, and says that this is completely enough, the fight must be stopped. Pan apologizes to Spider-Man for what he said to him during the fight today. Spider-Man's condition is not getting any better. He says that he must fight, or his master will abandon him. The battle or life, repeats Spider-Man. Pan says that he is not going to abandon the Spider-Man. He is his pet, and Pan is his trainer. He did a good job, and it is time to return. Spider-Man's condition changes. He returns to normal and his aggression subsides. Spider-Man asks tearfully if what Gao Peng said is true. Pan says that it is true, strokes Ban the spider, and says that he will never abandon him. All of this is watched by the head military trainer. He looks at this and remembers that just a few minutes ago, Pan was yelling at the head military teacher and telling him to urgently open the cage for him, because the Spider-Man was in a terrible state. After a week of training from that moment, Gao Peng achieved that the Spider-Man lost weight and became the normal size, as it should be. Gao Peng and the head military trainer discuss tactics for Spider-Man. Their conclusion: capture the leader and wear him down. The incident with the Spider-Man made Pan realize that he must rely not only on the system, it helps, but it can also harm. Pan decides to make some kind of soup from the old pieces of armor from Ban the spider's body, and does so, praising it very much, saying that it is simply wonderful. He offers to try this culinary masterpiece with all his monsters. However, it's not like they are all that impressed by its idea. Da Zai, of course, tries it, and surprisingly, he really likes it. But Spider-Man immediately notices that this soup prepared by Peng smells very familiar. After leaving cooking, Peng remembers that Ban's spider level has increased, meaning Peng can try to make a contract with Bu Cheng. Peng approaches Bu Cheng, extends his hand and asks if he is ready to make a blood contract with him. As expected, Bu Cheng immediately accepted Peng's offer without any questions and signed a contract with him. Peng is very pleased with the result. His spiritual energy was enough to make a contract with Bu Cheng. The next day, Peng is riding on public transport in a relaxed manner and again has many things on his mind. However, as it turned out, it was time for the second field training, and Peng was now heading off to it. And on the way, he was thinking about what to do this time, because now Bu Cheng would be with him again. Several guys who were riding the bus with Pan are discussing how they are going to catch and kill one guy who tied the door and locked them in a hideout in the forest during the last training. They don't even suspect that it was Gao Peng, who, by the way, is now sitting in the back and watching them discuss him. During this time, the bus arrives at the military base, and the bus parks at the local parking lot. Bu Cheng scares other monsters from the other training participants, although Bu Cheng's level is not that high, but his epic aura spreads widely. However, Bu Cheng himself is quite afraid of everyone around him, so he walks very hesitantly, even carrying Dazi on his back. The other participants in the training do not understand at all why Peng brought such a giant like Bu Cheng. If this is an ordinary forest where Dazi would be enough. This time, Peng did not team up with his partner Tiny, and as he walked through the mountain valley, he thought that it would be easier to do everything alone. Peng sits on Bu Chang's shoulder as they walk through the mountain valley. Bu Chang tells Peng not to worry because he will protect him if anything happens. It is surprising for Peng to hear this from the silent Bu Chang. Peng knows that Bu Chang loves him, but he is surprised by such phrases. Bu Chang tells Peng that he watches the show The Little Kid in the Shell on TV at home, which surprises Peng, because it's not even a show but a cartoon. Walking along a mountain valley and discussing all this, he then notices that right in front of them, about 10 meters away, something very fast passed by. Pan notices that this fast monster has galloped to the side. And looking there, Pan notices the fact that there is a lake ahead. Pan realizes that this is the same lake where there were hundreds of frogs that attacked them. Peng tells Bu Chang that he doesn't really want to be spat on again, so he asks Bu Chang to change direction in a different direction. However, before they had time to think about anything, a huge anaconda rushed past their faces, washing away everything in its path. Pan understands that this is already their second meeting, and apparently this area is her hunting zone, since this is the second time she has been in this district. This snake runs through the forest, breaking trees, right to the lake, and looks at dozens of toads, who also look at it in surprise. The toads are very scared of such an uninvited guest, but they do not really plan to retreat. All at once, they begin to spit water directly into the snake's body. The snake rushes through the water, emerging a little, thus creating waves of water and drowning many toads under the water with a strong current. Analyzing the situation, Pan comes to the conclusion that this snake is strong beyond its level. The toads did not even come close to causing damage to it, although it is only level 20, but its strength is much higher. Then Pan notices some kind of tadpole monster in the bushes, which is clearly not very brave. Pan then notices dozens of these tadpoles and toads begin to quickly swim across the lake to the other side. Then a huge anaconda flies out of the lake, taking many toads, tadpoles, and water into its mouth. After a couple of such visits, the huge anaconda began to leave the lake. Apparently she had eaten her fill and was going to rest. Peng understands that she is several levels below Dazi, and Bu Chang will be stronger than her. But it is very dangerous to enter into battle with a monster of such size. However, Peng notices Bu Chang's very tense face and asks him what he has already planned. Bu Chang began to run and crush the small monsters, thereby taking them for himself. So Bu Chang got a lot of meat, and Peng immediately cooked it on the fire, treating all the pets. Peng now understands why Anaconda ate them. However, Peng notices that Dazi is distracted by something. This is very unusual and strange because it is very unusual for Dazi to be distracted from eating. Peng looks in the same direction as Dazi, and it turns out that there is a shadow-light horse standing behind the trees. This is a very rare thing. Peng is surprised. Pan immediately analyzes the horse. He notices its very high speed, beauty, and most importantly, cool abilities. Pan is beaming with happiness because he wants her for his collection, and he is already imagining how he will ride her. Then Pan turns his head and tries to make it clear to himself that he already has companions. He should control himself from such ideas. Pan then notices that while he was looking at the horse, someone stole his toad legs from the fire that he was roasting for himself to eat. Then Peng sees that Bu Chang is sitting and resting, and Dazi is lying completely relaxed with crumbs around his mouth. Obviously, who ate it? Peng begins to ask Bu Chang why he ate his toad legs from the fire, but he says that he did not do this, and Dazi shouts that it was all Bu Chang's fault. Bu Chang decides to prove his point. He grabs Dazi by the tail and starts shaking his head down. A huge toad's paw falls from Dazi's mouth, the same one from the fire, and it becomes obvious what happened. Peng in turn is only happy about this because he punished Dazi for his behavior at the hands of Bu Chang. It's funny. However, while they were sorting things out among themselves, Bu Chang heard some sound. He immediately notices something, grabs everyone, and jumps up. Peng doesn't understand what's going on at all and tries to find out from Bu Chang the meaning of such abrupt and strange actions on his part. Next, Pan looks down and notices the whole problem himself. There is a huge anaconda below them, the same one that was by the lake. Bu Chang jumps high and lands a few dozen meters away, saving Peng and Dazi. Peng realizes that if it weren't for Bu Chang, he would already be dead. Pan notices how this huge snake is embracing the trees. He does not understand what this is all leading to, but he understands for sure that this is the second time that the snake attacks Pan without any particular reason. Peng coolly asks Bu Chang if he can just go and kill this anaconda right now. Bu Chang, charged with motivation and energy, replies that, of course he can. Then Bu Chang begins to jump from branch to branch, climbing higher and higher in order to equal the height of Anaconda. Next, from one of the upper tree columns, Bu Chang makes a jump, heading straight towards the anaconda. At that moment, the evil anaconda notices that something is flying at her from above, and it is our brave Bu-chan. With a bold, furious, and powerful blow of his huge fist, he hits this huge anaconda right in the head. He knocks out a couple of this anaconda's teeth, and most importantly, he shocks her, because for the first time in a long time, someone dared to attack her. Bu-chan does not stop attacking. Attack after attack, he hits right into the jaw of the huge anaconda. Peng notices through the system that even though Bu-chan is delivering such powerful blows, so far they are only causing minor injuries to anaconda. However, after this, Bu-chan already delivers powerful attacks with his fists in a volley, which creates medium-level damage for anaconda. In any case, Peng, who is watching their battle from behind the bushes, is very surprised. Only Dazi is dissatisfied, as he was not entrusted with such a task. Bu-chan makes a very powerful attack, gathering a lot of energy and his strength in his fist. He delivers a direct and accurate blow to the body of the huge anaconda. With such a powerful and unexpected attack, he not only strikes but also throws the huge anaconda aside. Bu-chan starts to make another grab right on Anaconda's body, but then notices that she's suddenly tensed up. At this point, Peng notices through the system that Anaconda has begun to enter berserker mode, thus preparing a huge attack for Bu-chan. Peng sees this and shouts to Bu-chan, informing him of Anaconda's plans to use his trump card in a very strong attack. Bu-chan hears this. It shocks him a little, because he doesn't understand what exactly Anaconda is going to do. The snake begins to spin in a circle, creating revolutions of crazy speed and rising higher, accelerating time after time. Then, she begins to spin along the ground, breaking everything in her path. However, Bu-chan is not at all afraid of this. He does not intend to retreat. He jumps right in front of the snake's face, blocking its path. The anaconda snake is shocked by Bu-chan's actions. She could not even imagine that he would continue, and also block her path. Peng is as shocked as the anaconda snake itself, and begins to ask Bu-chan if he can continue the fight. Bu-chan, in turn, only strokes Peng, letting him know that he clearly does not plan to stop. Bu-chan places his hand on his heart and decides to use one of his abilities, thereby becoming much stronger. The enormous pressure of Bu-chan's aura enveloped everything around. The anaconda snake, even in berserker mode, was surprised and could not resist such a strong aura. This pressure becomes the pressure of hearts. Peng sees this and remembers that after Bu-chan transferred to the epic class. This makes Anaconda extremely angry, and she decides to attack Bu-chan directly, picking up speed and rushing towards him at full speed. However, Bu-chan is more than prepared for this outcome. He puts his hand forward and uses one of his abilities. Bu-chan began to squeeze the aura of hearts, which he placed in his hand and pushed it out right in front of the anaconda snake. Following this, the anaconda snake falls straight to the floor, its head thrashing and blood starting to flow non-stop from its mouth. Bu-chan comes to her. He checks and makes sure that she is definitely dead, looking at her from above. However, Bu-chan decides to strike the final blow to ensure that his rival, the anaconda snake, is eliminated. The entire event was observed by the military, who were sitting in the control room at the base and watching this battle. They are wildly surprised by what is happening. The military man also watched the fight. He asked the curator to zoom in and show him the guy who owns the monkey Bu-chan. The military manager who was monitoring the cameras opens Gao Peng's personal page and is surprised that he is only 18 years old. The senior military officer realizes that for some reason they do not have access to detailed information about Pan and his animals. Meanwhile, we are taken back to Peng, who is standing at the belly of a dead anaconda snake, asking Dazi to perform an autopsy on it. Dazi begins to try to cut, but the layer is very thick and he has difficulty doing so. However, Peng points out that judging by the sounds, it feels as if it is not a thick layer of leather that is being torn, but ordinary paper. When Dazi cuts deeper into her skin, Peng discovers that there is no thick layer, but just a regular vine inside. Dazi takes out valuable resources from the anaconda snake, hands them to Peng and says, "For you. For you." Peng turns his attention to Bu-chan, who is sitting by the tree. He is clearly tired and has clearly lost his strength and size. Peng explains that after Bu-chan used the blood thread technique, his strength was clearly reduced, just like everything else. However, Peng's thoughts and Dazi's delicacy are interrupted by sharp, loud sounds coming from one side of the forest. Dazi immediately starts shouting that it is Verzila, but Peng does not really understand what kind of Verzila he is talking about. He asks Dazi again. Pan realizes that it's most likely Tiny and Lianzi that way, and they're most likely in trouble, so he starts running. with his monsters following him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, from where the sounds were coming, there is a huge hole in which Liazni stands. There is a group of girls standing there. Among them is Lianzi. One of the girls fell to the ground and twisted her leg, and Tiny is concentrating on something. Tiny screams that everything is really bad for them. A monster appears from the ground, more reminiscent of a worm, with fangs on its head. This monster directs its attack at Tiny and the other girls with terrifying speed, its size allowing it to take them all at once. Tiny screams for her monster Lianzi to stop him, which he does, blocking the blow with himself and taking it completely on himself. Tiny grabs the girl who twisted her ankle and starts running. The third girl also speeds up and runs after them. However, right in front of their face as they were running, another such beast appears in front of them. It is aggressively disposed and blocks the way. Lianzi can't help them because he's busy with another such monster on the other side. The monsters of Taiyin's friends cannot help them in this battle because they are too weak for such opponents, because even Lianzi can hardly be restrained. Just as this monster was about to attack the girls, Buchan appeared and knocked this monster out with a powerful punch. Then, right after that, Buchan grabbed and began to stretch this monster right by the skin in the area of its claws. Buchan grabs and directly throws the monster aside, sending it flying with great force. On the other side, Dodzi is already running up from below, who also came to help. He charges his powerful electric blow directly into this monster. Pan orders them to go and help Lianzi, Tiny's pet. And so it goes. Buchan goes and delivers the first punch attack, which pierces the second monster. Pan approaches Taiying and asks if everything is okay. Taiying in turn assures that everything is already super and thanks Pan for saving him. Peng, with a happy and sweet face, tells Taiying that there is no need for gratitude. They are friends, and they should help each other in everything. Pan and everyone else hear a loud announcement over a megaphone throughout the forest, stating that the training will be urgently terminated. Pan says with pathos that the appearance of this kind of monster is already a huge unusual thing, and something is clearly going wrong. As Peng learns later, this is exactly what happened. Director Feng reported this. The problem with strong monsters is now being solved by the military. Pan goes home but is blocked by three guys, one of whom accuses him of locking them in the house, that time during training. Pan tells him that he is already 18 years old, and if he goes around and simply looks for a fight, he might actually find one. Pan also sees through the system that the monsters around them are of a very low level and are nothing special, so he tells them about this as well. Peng even says that Dazi can handle all their monsters alone, but such words upset him a little. Peng starts to pet Dazi and tell him not to be angry. Peng doesn't look down on him at all. One of the guys says that Peng didn't understand who he was dealing with, calls some monkey, calls him a mad Kong, and orders him to attack Gao Peng. Pan is shocked, not by the strength of his monster, but by the stupidity of his master, because he bought his pet a weapon, and for monsters, a weapon is their body. This is absurdly stupid. Mad Kong, about to attack Pan, gets into a stance and swings the rebar at Pan with all his might. Peng just sighs in displeasure at the sight of all this and tells Bu Chang to teach this stupid monkey a lesson in some manners. Bu Chan appears from behind, stopping the monkey with one movement of his hand, and later grabs its throat, blocking all its actions. Following this, Bu Chan lightly hits the monkey on the head with 2 fingers of his second hand, and it in turn immediately begins to scream and squeal. A group of guys who are Pan's opponents look at this with stupid faces, and at that moment, they all ask themselves only one question: why? They don't understand why the fight between their Kong and Peng's Bu Chang looks like Bu Chang is just bullying some kid. The owner of the Congo monkey asks him if he is ashamed that he, a 2-meter gorilla, has to hide behind his owner's back. This guy realizes that he has greatly underestimated Pan's monsters and will have to retreat, but he promises that he will still find a way to get revenge. This guy is about to apologize to Pan and say that he misunderstood him, but Pan simply leaves silently without saying a word. The guy standing next to him calls him boss and suggests that he forget all about it and just go and relax at the bar. This guy goes up to his monster Monkey Kong and says he's not going to scold him, but suggests he go home and train. He says that only in this way will they be able and capable of defeating an opponent like Gao Peng. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us a little bit forward. Pan is in one of his laboratories. He is preparing something new. After all the preparations are completed, he calls his pet Spider Ban to him, and he comes. Pan begins to pet Ban the spider and tell him that it is time to improve him and make him even stronger than he is now. Pan points to a huge flask, which in turn is full of some kind of incomprehensible blue liquid. Spider-Man spat at the ceiling, it caught on it, and then jumped off, thereby completely immersing himself in this flask. Pan explains that he has collected the necessary materials as instructed by the system, and now all that remains is to dip the band spider and control the temperature of the flask. Two strange men in masks come to the workshop and discuss how they are going to break in. One of them says that it's not the best idea to rob this place. They should have chosen a bank. At least there are no bulletproof windows there. They both wore gloves. And later, they even used some kind of mixture that, according to them, would protect them, because it would allow them to touch everything without leaving fingerprints. One of them takes a glass capsule with a button and some kind of insect inside, sticks it to the door and says that he is almost finished. Then he presses this button and gas starts flowing into the glass capsule towards this monster. This gas allows the glass around the frozen insect to be removed and also affects it, causing the insect to start shaking. Immediately after this, there is a large explosion right in the area of the door which clearly causes damage. So they created a hole in one part of the door after the big explosion. Pan, who is currently making improvements to his spider ban, notices that something has happened. Pan hears that a sharp sound came from the entrance. He quickly goes to the computer and starts looking at the cameras to see what happened. Pan notices that the camera is fine, but it is blocked. He understands that these are robbers but wants to know if they came to steal or kill Pan. Pan calls the police and reports that someone unknown has broken into his workshop. Meanwhile, the thieves walk around the premises looking for something to steal and agree to do everything quickly and quietly. One of them notices that there is still light coming from behind one of the doors, and the thief understands that some equipment is still working. One of the thieves sees that it is a laboratory and says that there are most likely a lot of valuable materials there, which is very good. They go there and are shocked to death by what they see. In front of them is a huge blue capsule with the spider ban inside. This shocks them to the point of horror. The thieves decide that it doesn't matter what's in there. It's obviously worth a lot of money, so that's where they should start first. One of them uses a monster that makes his arm temporarily very strong, and the other throws him a hammer so that he can easily break the capsule. From behind the ambush, Gao Ping notices all of this, and points out that if they break the capsule now, the evolution will be stopped. Pan appears in front of them and says that they are most likely tired of wandering here, and invites them to sit down for a cup of tea. One of them immediately, as expected, works. He hits Pan with a hammer, and says that now he will treat him with this hammer. Pan falls unconscious to the floor, and the thieves discuss whether he died by accident. The thieves laugh at Pan and say that this is what happens to everyone who gets in their way. However, by this time, terrible news comes to them. The dark evolution of the Spider-Man is completed. Spider-Man comes to his senses and notices how the two robbers who beat up his owner are standing at the shelf and taking everything from there. Spider-Man breaks loose, destroying the flask. He jumps straight at them, striking their bodies. By this time, the police have arrived at the scene of the call. They see the broken front door and transmit information about it by radio. One of the police officers smelled blood and realized that this was not a good thing. He orders everyone to speed up and run forward, because most likely some person is now in danger. The police then proceed further to the laboratory, where they see a body cut into small pieces on the floor, and the floor is covered in blood. The policeman asks that this be passed on to the investigating inspector immediately, because a murder has taken place here. Gao Peng appears from behind, his face slightly bloody, and asks who they are, if they are police officers. The police point their guns at him and shout at him not to move, but Peng tells them that he was the one who called them. Pan sits on the floor with Spider-Man and says that he was the one who called the police here and is ready to show his ID. The events of the manga then take us to the police station, where all our heroes are now. During interrogation, Peng claims that he acted in self-defense, denying police charges of murder. The police don't believe Pan's words, they scream, and don't understand what kind of self-defense could lead to what happened to these guys. Pan does not understand what is being presented to him. He says that they attacked first, and this is evident from the results of the analysis of the blow to his head. The policeman does not listen to Pan. He shouts at him and asks him not to change the subject. The sheriff reports that security footage confirms that the attackers came first, and Tan Tan supports his words with a smile. As they leave the police office, Ping and Tang Tang discuss what happened. Ping asks if his grandfather knows. Tang Tang says that, of course, he knows. Pan reports that the Spider-Man took the brunt of the blow, and he only got a couple of scratches, but this injury saved him from being branded a killer. Tan Tan pats Peng on the shoulder and tells him to go home and not worry about anything. She will solve everything and smooth out all the problems. He went home and just went to bed, but his sweet sleep was interrupted by some unknown person, or rather the aura of a person, standing behind his bed. The man swings his knife at Pan's bed and pierces his bed. Pan is shocked to learn that the thief who was killed by the spider has returned to his home in the middle of the night for revenge. The robber strikes, Pan dodges. The thief says that Pan was only pretending and could have stopped the spider ban at the right moment. Pan responds to the attacks with a knife, pointing out to the thief that survival requires toughness, not pity. Right during Pan's dialogue with him, the hand of the second thief appears from behind and grabs Pan by the shoulder. This is the second thief, headless, but with a hammer. He swings it as if he is hitting Pan and shouts for Pan to die. However, it turns out to be just a dream. Pan wakes up in a sweat and comes to his senses, realizing what just happened. Pan realizes that he is responsible for the death, which greatly shakes his mental state, causing nightmares. Pan realizes that his pets are his main driving force and he must stay strong for their benefit. The events of the manga are moved to the next day at training. The coach announces that the government, together with 12 coaches, has created an alliance of coaches. The assistant also informs that today's opponent in training will be of epic class. The cadets need to improve their skills. He announces that today's opponent will be a blue bat, and the main prize will be the bat itself. The winner gets the right to take it for himself. Some guy with a thunder bear declares that he is ready to become the first opponent for this blue bat today. Everyone is talking about the fact that this guy is quite successful, and last time, he managed to improve his thunder bear well. A level 18 thunder bear with an advanced class is caged against an epic class blue bat. The bear immediately goes into a rather strong and tough mode, tensing its muscles and claws, preparing for a serious fight. However, there was no reaction at all from the bat. It continued to sleep as it had been hanging out above and sleeping. This makes the bear very angry. He starts to get angry and make noise in order to attract the bat's attention to himself. And so it happens, just a second after this action on the part of the bear, the bat instantly appears behind his back. She delivers a powerful blast of light towards the bear, sending it away from her and effectively throwing it back with just the energy blast. This shocks the owner of the thunder bear to the point of horror, and the military orders that medical personnel be called here immediately. This bat has a light beam attack. The difference is only 2 levels. One hit was enough to make the bear owner cry. The military man then asks if there is anyone else who would dare to go and fight against such an opponent in the person of a blue bat. People around start to merge and discuss various things among themselves. For example, the weather, just so as not to go there. Some people started falling to the ground, pretending that they had a severe stomachache. People were doing everything to avoid going to fight against such a strong opponent. The coach says that everyone is a graduate of a theater school. He reminds them that they are coaches, and this should not be a problem for them. However, at that moment, someone's hand can be seen raised up from the crowd, as well as a request to go out against the blue bat. This man turned out to be Gao Ping, who asked to go out against this monster, along with his monster Bu Chang. Bu Chang immediately stood in his cool stance to show off his strength to everyone, demonstrating his superiority. Having run into the cage, Bu Chan began to push off from one part of the cage to another, reaching the top in an instant. Bu Chan then immediately launches a direct, fast, and accurate attack at his opponent, the blue bat. She, in turn, manages to dodge very well, but the shock hits her, because she did not even remotely expect this. The guys discuss how they didn't attack Bu Chan earlier. Now they see that he is capable of causing great damage even with one attack. The main guy recommends that Monkey Kong train harder to deal with Ping and Bu Chang, but the monkey looks disapproving. Everyone watches the fight between Bu Chan and the blue bat. The only problem with the fight is that Bu Chan can't fly, and it's hard for him to attack his opponent. Peng just stands there and laughs, thinking about what he needs to do now, which is to use up all of Bu Chang's opponent's energy and strength. Peng sees that the mouse is starting to weaken, so Bu Chang will wear it out, and Bu Chang's characteristics are higher than hers. There will be no problem to deal with her. Now the moment is approaching. Perfect for him to strike right now. Bu Chang swings his arm to do so. Bu Chan delivers a brutal punch straight at his opponent's blue bat, which flies into the floor with such force that it breaks through the floor. Everyone was shocked by the blow Bu Chang made. Jumping so high, he hit so hard that his opponent was covered in blood. Everyone praises Gao Peng and Bu Chang for thinking things through and executing them so well, defeating the epic opponent with ease. Pan asks if it is true that he can now do with this flying bird as he pleases. Pan starts shouting to everyone who was at the training that he is ready to sell this blue bat for just 500 credits right here and now. Pan's partner runs up to him and says that she wants to buy it, and asks Pan to sell it to her. He asks if she's sure. Gao Peng explains that the mouse flies very low, slowly, and that's all. It has no other advantages. Among the flying ones, it is almost the weakest. Tiny asks Pan to stop and says that maybe he doesn't like her very much, but she really does. and hands over money for her. Pan is surprised but also happy that he was able to make money so easily and sell such a monster to Tiny. She plans to improve it. Walking home at dusk, Pan looks at car ads on his phone and really likes one truck. On the way, Peng tells Bu Chang how wonderful this truck is. The huge interior, the power, the load capacity, Peng always dreamed of having one like this. Peng also talks about how the most important thing is that it is made entirely of steel, its entire architecture, which makes Peng very happy. However, Pan's thoughts and stories were interrupted by a girl walking in front of him. She coughed to attract attention. Tan Tan appears ahead. She greets Peng. As he greets her, she walks with a cat. Peng asks about the cat. Tan Tan says that it is an ordinary cat, which she picked up sick. However, Peng sees through the system windows that he has a minimum commander rank. Peng doesn't really understand how Tang Tang always manages to find pets of such high levels. The cat began to get nervous and meow. He thinks Tan Tan is talking about him as if he is too weak. She apologizes and slightly changes the words about the cat. However, the cat takes off and leaves. Pan says that he somehow reacts too sharply to her ridicule. Tang Tang asks Peng why he didn't move to a country villa and is told that he has a lot of things he needs to move. Tan Tan pets. Pan and says that he understands that he simply does not want to leave his home, and also that the number of his monsters and their sizes are growing. After Tang's words, Tang Peng went home, and only when he entered the room did he realize how strong the aura was here. Pan picks up a portrait of his parents and tells them that they always told him that when children grow up, they leave their parents. He strokes the portrait of his parents and says that he will now live in the villa he bought, and also asks his parents not to worry about him. Pan tells his parents through the portrait that he is going to help his grandfather with his problems as soon as he passes all his exams. Some time passes from that moment. The events of the manga move forward. In front of us is a military base. The military asks everyone to stand in a row and not crowd. We are also shown a parking lot where there is a huge truck with 2 trailers and the people around cannot figure out who it is. Pan gets out of this truck and his monsters from the back of the truck. He walks with them and says that it's finally time for the exam. Pan shows his exam pass when passing. He and his monsters must pass through the gate here separately. Ahead of Pan in the queue, a strange situation occurs. One of the guys cannot pass through the pass gate with his monster. At that moment, his monster starts waving his arms like a wild animal and screaming at everything he sees. He starts to run away and the military reports an emergency, calling for the moonwolves. And so it happens, several moonwolves run towards this monster and grab it. The soldier at the pass asked the guy why his monster suddenly became so wild and started behaving like that. The guy started begging him to let him through. He took his father's monster, not his own. Because he really wanted to pass, he cried and held the soldier's leg. The soldier asks him to stand up and not to disgrace himself, takes him by the hand and lifts him up, putting him on his feet. The soldier says that he must understand that he is a man and should not kneel in front of everyone. The parent thanks the military man for everything. However, he says that the guy will still be excluded from the exam for violating the exam rules. The guy falls down and starts crying. The soldier asks to take him away, and several other military assistants grab him and carry him away. Pan is surprised that even in an exam of such a high level, there can be people who try to cheat. Pan is given a form with his number. Pan walks down the corridor with pathos and says that everyone here must understand that in order to pass the exam, he must rely only on his own strength. Peng holds Chunba in his hands and thinks about the system by which everything will happen here, how he distributed ranks and arenas. Pan comes to the conclusion that he is worrying too much, since there is unlikely to be anyone here who can have a lord-level monster. He has nothing to worry about. However then, with the help of the system, Pan notices a girl who has a level 27 black anaconda. Pan sees a guy with a tiger monster. This is the first time he sees tiger monsters. They were rare even before the disaster. This guy is also not simple. Pan understands that it will be very difficult. He feels like a husky in a pack of wolves, because his monsters are not yet of such a high rank. Although the power of abilities is high, it will clearly not be easy. Next, Peng walked towards the crowd where the 8 best trainers of this city stood, whose monsters had a huge role. In the control room, he is already analyzing all those who came, realizing that it will be interesting, because among them there are a lot of people with enormous abilities. One military man says that there are many people over 20 years old among them, and hints that although they are talented, they cannot be called geniuses. The second soldier says that he understands that among the 30,000 inhabitants of the city, these 8 have monsters of the rank of commander. This is unusual. The chief says that things have been very bad lately. There are more dangers, he asks. not to allow deaths at today's exam. The chief military man says that he is asking everyone to make sure that this does not happen. These people are the hope of our world. The military says that the selection of observers was very serious. One person was assigned to each camera. Everything had to go very well. Meanwhile, on Site A, Peng and Bu Chang are standing in the arena, and the loudspeakers can be heard calling for number 5 to get ready. Opposing Peng and Bu Chang is a commander-ranked Lakeside Scorpion, level 22. Peng tells Bu Chang to attack that scorpion without waiting for anything. Bu Chang immediately starts to act against his opponent. In a moment, Bu Chang was already behind this strong scorpion. However, the scorpion manages to react, but Bu Chang is not so easy either, and still manages to grab the scorpion a little. Scorpio activates one of his modes. He becomes bigger and more powerful and launches different blue things. Peng sees what's going on, and in this exam, Bu Chang's opponents should not be underestimated at all, because they will be quite powerful here. However, right in the middle of the battle, Bu Chang undergoes an improvement, reaching the rank of Commander level 21. Peng and Chunbai watch this. They are very happy about this. Peng is happy that Bu Chang did this, and in such an important fight. But Peng still understands that in some aspects this Lakeside Scorpion has advantages over Bu Chang, although not that much. Peng sees that Bu Chang's strength has also increased. However, on the side of the Lake Scorpion is the power of water control and water element. This puts pressure on Bu Chang. Peng doesn't understand what to do in such a situation. The enemy has too much control. However, Peng comes up with something. Peng remembers Bu Chang's heart threads, and with the help of Peng's technique, tells Bu Chang that he should use thread covering on his legs. Bu Chang informs Peng that he has understood everything and is ready to act seriously and strongly. This is what happens. Bu Chang wraps his legs with these threads. He uses the technique according to Peng. Great. Everything is working out. Peng's tactics are working. With the help of Bu Chang's power and the thread coating from the technique, he manages to create an attack so powerful that it pierces the enemy's body. Pan is shocked by the fact that after they came up with the technique, Bu Chang was able to deal dozens of attacks to the opponent's body. However, Bu Chang still proves to be much stronger, unleashing a volley of powerful attacks before knocking his opponent aside. Next, Bu Chang apparently decides to finish off his opponent. He covers his palm with red threads and attacks Bu Chang. And so it happens. Bu Chang makes his final strike for this fight. With a salvo charge, he pierces the body of the scorpion and inflicts huge damage, knocking out his opponent. Peng shouts to Bu Chang that it was wonderful. He had not seen such strong fights for a long time. Bu Chang's opponent was defeated. However, Bu Chang grabs Peng and thanks him for being by his side and hugs Peng. Bu Chang tells Peng that if Master Peng hadn't helped Bu Chang, he would still be a little gorilla sitting in a cage waiting to die. Peng says that Bu Chang also tries very hard. Peng also points out that if they continue to hug, they risk seeing Dazi's anger and jealousy. And so it happens, Dazi starts shouting that they should stop hugging already, because it's been too long, a whole 5 minutes. Dazi runs up, jumps, and flies at Peng, and then shouts that he also really wants a hug. However, Peng is interrupted by something, and is distracted from hugging Dazi and stares at something. Through the fence, Pan sees a girl with that same high-level anaconda. He notices that there are no scratches on her monster's body. Pan realizes that she will be a very dangerous opponent. Together with her monster, they pose a huge danger to Pan and his monsters. The managers in the office are watching all this. They are discussing among themselves that at this girl's age, owning a monster of the rank of commander is already a huge power. The chief military man says that this girl's name is Jun Moi, and although her character is a little cold, she is a kind and sympathetic girl. The military discusses that this girl works for some black flags. You can tell by her strength. They also say that she doesn't go to school past the 3rd grade. One of the military tells the trainer that she also has an undead class monster, which is very prestigious, and he replies that he is Pan's spy. The military also begins to discuss Peng's merits, recalling how he contributed to the defeat of the locusts and served for the good at a young age. The chief military man watches Peng train with Dazi and then quietly comments on how the old man has raised a wonderful grandson. One of the soldiers tells the girl with the anaconda that she is number 3 and has successfully passed this round and can move on. She turns her attention to Peng, as well as his training with Dazi and some monster that Dazi just turned to ashes. This girl pays attention to Pan, because he and his monster also managed to defeat a commander-rank enemy. Pan is informed that the 3rd test is about to begin, and the spider band standing next to Pan will apparently take on this round. Spider-Ban's opponent is a level 16 leaf mantis. Pang understands that Spider-Ban's attribute is earth and the opponent's is wood. This is very good. Plus, the 10% difference plays into Pang's hands and Spider-Ban's. Pan notices that this opponent walks like a human. He also realizes that apparently Spider-Ban's opponent has a good level of intelligence, which creates some problems. However, Pan realizes that Spider-Man is also strong and 2 classes higher, so it's likely that this mantis is just trying to look cool. While Pan was analyzing the situation, a signal was transmitted through the megaphone that Spider-Man and his opponent could begin a fight against each other. Spider-Ban's opponent swings his paw, and as expected from our spider, he immediately gets scared and shrinks. The enemy begins to strike blow after blow, but at this point the Spider-Man only does what he does, dodging every attack. Here Pan suddenly notices the problem. Ban's face began to shine, and he himself became very pleased. This causes shock to Pan. Spider-Man begins to spin and twitch his legs, as if performing some kind of dance, which surprises his opponent and Pan. Then Spider-Man tells Pan that this opponent of his also loves dancing, just like Spider-Man, so it's fun and cool. This shocks and tears Spider-Man because he did not expect that he would attack. He thought that his opponent was playing with him. At the same moment, Spider-Man's opponent makes a sharp attack, and Spider-Man himself barely allows himself to dodge it. She leaves only a scratch on the head of the Spider-Man. He asks his opponent what it was. Was it really a mosquito bite? This wording causes wild aggression in the Spider-Man's opponent, because he perceives it as mockery, although in fact it is. Ban's spider opponent performs a high jump upward, seemingly preparing to attack Ban from above. Bana is not satisfied at all. He also decides to attack, and uses one of his abilities, and spitting directly at the enemy. Just one spit from the Spider-Man was enough to completely entangle his opponent in web, placing him in a koken, immediately after which the Spider-Man told Pan that this opponent seemed somehow weak to him. This turns out to be some kind of deception, and in just a second, Spider-Man's opponent is right behind him and runs towards him with the desire to attack. This is what happens. The enemy, finding himself behind the Spider-Man, makes a direct attack on the Spider-Man and carries it out completely successfully. Spider-Man starts screaming that this attack was very powerful and it hurt him quite a bit. The enemy hit his body exactly. Spider-Man became very furious after such an attack. He attacked the enemy sharply, dealt several blows, and screamed for his enemy to die quickly. In front of the shocked military, the Spider-Man pierces through the body of his opponent, thereby knocking him out. The military instructor informs Pan that the battle has been successfully completed in his favor, and Pan can leave the arena, along with his monsters. People outside the arenas are discussing why everything is taking so long and where everyone is now. They are also discussing that girl number 3 with Anaconda. Then, one of the girls in the crowd notices that one of the doors in the arenas has opened. She assumes that it is that same guy. And so it happens. Gao Peng and his entire team of monsters emerge from the opening arena, and the people around begin to discuss how strong Peng and his monsters are. However, upon returning home, Pan's face is in great shock. He cannot believe what he sees with his own eyes. Part of his house became even more destroyed than before he bought it. The fasteners were broken, as were the windows, and Pan himself was shocked by what was before his eyes. Pan enters his home and sees that everything inside is in complete disarray, and that's all. He doesn't understand at all what's going on. Pan is shocked by what is in front of his eyes now. He cannot believe what he sees. Everything around seems broken and shattered. He clutches his heart. However, Pan then hears a strange noise behind the sofa and begins to suspect that there is someone there, which shocks Pan. Then, the one behind the sofa gets a portion of Pan's anger and screams. He screams about how he even has the courage to be here after all this. But by this time, Bu-chan himself had already moved towards the sofa to see who was hiding behind it. But Chun-ba, in turn, also decides to help. But it's a little strange. He again tries to climb on Peng's head, supposedly to protect him. Meanwhile, Bu-chan finds some kind of monster bird lying behind the sofa and asks Peng if he can eat it now. Meanwhile, Dazi tries to bring this bird to consciousness and touches it with his paws, turning it over. However, all of this is interrupted by Tang Tang's voice from outside the window. Peng turns around, sees her smiling, and asks if it's her. Tan Tan says that this bird is a gift to Peng from his grandfather, and if he wants, he can keep it for himself. Tan Tan also says that it is time for it to go. Peng also notes that Tang Tang really enjoys looking after him, as in just a few days she hired many builders to build her a house next to Peng's villa. Then Peng also thinks about what kind of housewarming greetings this is, if now his house looks like an old forgotten barn. However, interest takes over. Peng asks Bu-chan to pick up this bird and show it to him. Suddenly, there is something interesting after all. Peng immediately notices that it is a red crane. However, it only has one leg. Peng understands that such animals are indeed very rare. Peng asks Bu-chan to be very careful not to strangle the bird, at which point the bird regains consciousness and realizes that something is wrong. Pan realizes that all this time the bird was just pretending not to know anything and is generally unconscious. Pan decides to scare this bird. Peng does this in an unusual way. He turns to Da Zi and tells him that they will have roast crane for dinner tonight. The crane begins to flap its wings, its one leg, and cry as it soars through the air. Then, Peng says that he apparently no longer wants to pretend and smiles, but the crane is clearly in shock. Peng decides to look at the system. Peng is shocked again. He notices that this crane has an epic class. This makes Peng very happy. Peng understands that his grandfather is an expert in his field. Pan is already imagining in his mind how he will raise this crane to the rank of lord, because it will be very unusual and interesting. Meanwhile, Dazi and Bu-chang are looking at this crane, and while Bu-chang is just looking, Dazi sees the crane already fried. However, here Pan turns to this crane and says that if it crossed the threshold of his house, then now it is his pet. Peng begins to feed and interact with the crane, while Dazi cries in shock in the background and Chunba offers Dazi a juice to settle in. Peng decides to name his new pet Yang, as it has the attribute of fire. Then Peng puts his hand on his head in order to find out whether it is possible to conclude a contract with Yan now, or whether it is too early. Pan notices something unusual. There are 5 spots in his mind. Pan suggests that some of them may be related to his memory. And so it happens. In his memory, Pan finds memories of how the mother of this crane, Yan, was killed by stronger monsters in the forest. Pan hugs him and realizes that they are similar in this, because Pan also lost his mother and his father. Following this, without any serious proposals, Peng asks the crane Yan if he is willing to become Peng's pet and enter into a contract. However, in the mind of crane Yan, he himself appears in a bloody aura and asks Peng if he will help him take revenge on him. Peng tells him that if they sign a blood pact between themselves, then the crane Yang will become part of Peng's family. Crane Yang agrees to a contract with Peng because he really wants revenge, and in this way his strength and capabilities will increase. However, Peng is wildly shocked. After the contract was concluded, the crane Yang disappeared, but Peng himself remained in his consciousness. This is the first time this has happened to him. Peng is surprised to see the auras of Dazi and Bu-chang appearing on his right side. On his left side, the auras of Spider-Ban and Chunba appear. All of these auras are looking at Pan. Then, all these auras splash out their energy in a beam at Pan. Touching at one point of his body, all the auras form energy. Pan discovers a new ability after 5 of his pets. He can now use their energy to create a barrier and protect himself. Pan understands that such an ability is not very rare, but with each increase in the level of his monsters, he receives a new ability. Pan also begins to imply that perhaps the trainers existed long before the disaster. Peng moves away from these thoughts, realizing that he is still far from this, but he understands that it was not in vain that Tang Tang asked him not to reveal all the details. Peng understands that he greatly underestimated his grandfather and Tang Tang, because if he has now discovered such powers, then their capabilities are even tens of times stronger. Pan understands that his capabilities are now very small, and it is not a fact that with such capabilities he will be able to somehow help his grandfather with his affairs. Some time passes. Peng is in the yard with his pets. He is lying down reading a book while drinking coffee, while Da Zi, Spider-Ban, and Bu-chang are training with each other to stay in shape. Peng notices that the Yang crane is training in a special way. He beats his beak against a tree, breaking its trunk and very hard until it bleeds. Peng sees that there is everything except Chunba. Although Peng remembers that he was just hovering here recently, he is probably afraid that the Yang crane will attack him. Looking at the grass, Peng notices Chunba, who has almost merged with the grass in color. He is sleeping carefree. Apparently, he is already tired of hovering, as he is quite weak. Peng talks about how his grandfather gave him a card with a bunch of credits. Now his life is carefree, and the desire to be a coach is just a hobby. Pan's peace is interrupted by the fact that he remembered that the results of the exams were supposed to be announced today, which makes him happy, but makes him a little worried. Grandpa Peng also decides to look at his exam results to find out his grandson's progress and results. A satisfied Pan lies in the yard and also looks at his results. Noticing that he has scored a lot of points, he is in first place and praises himself. However, even this good piece is interrupted by a phone call that Pan receives from an unknown number. Peng picks up the phone, It's a call from the military camp, and they inform him that the second stage of the exam is about to be held. Peng is told the date, time, and place. Pan realizes that he didn't have a contract with Yan before the exam started, so he should find Yan a house for the duration of the exams. Tan Tan, who is training, runs past Peng's gate. She greets Peng, and it suddenly dawns on him that he can trust her. Tan Tan runs and hides behind a tree. And Peng, meanwhile, realizes that her appearance here is not without reason, and most likely her grandfather knew about everything and sent it to her now. Peng also notices that Tang Tang is all aglow, as if waiting for Peng to ask her for a favor. Pan understands that she apparently loves troubles and this is her oddity, and later he nevertheless turns to her, saying that he could leave his crane. Tan Tan says that there is no need for such politeness. He can safely leave this crane with Tan Tan and expect that everything will be fine with him. However, it is precisely the issue of feeding that Peng is afraid of, so that it doesn't turn out like with Dazi earlier when Tang Tong overfed him. However, the events of the manga take us to the suburbs of the city, where a silhouette of a man can be seen from the window, complaining that it was not he who came first in this exam in the city, but some Gao Peng. A middle-aged girl explains to a man that Gao Peng had extra points because his opponents were completely different. This guy is slamming his hands on the table wildly and saying that he's not going to just watch this guy walk around him. Meanwhile, the events of the manga move forward again, and we find ourselves at the exam. Pan immediately notices that there are very few people. A man in a suit says that everyone has arrived and he will be the curator for the second stage, but Pan is surprised and doesn't understand. The curator informs that the battle will take place in a distant forest of another city, where you will have to fight against real monsters, of which there will be many. The curator explains that there is a forest park there, the territory of which is laid out very conveniently for the tournament. This was done by the best coaches. The curator also says that there are no less than 500 commander-rank monsters in this forest park, and some of them are at the peak of this value. The curator says that the government will ensure everyone's safety, but this stage is not mandatory, and those who do not want to do so may not take it. One man and one woman approached the curator and informed him that they would not pass through, as it was too dangerous for them. The girl with the anaconda asks the curator if parental permission is required for this. He says no. This sweet girl raises her hand and says that in this case she is ready to participate, and the curator asks not to blame him if anything happens. The rest of the people count and realize that there will be 6 coaches representing the city where Peng lives, including himself. The curator asks everyone to try hard, because there will be coaches from other cities there. He wants our city to show itself worthy. A guy comes up to Peng and says that his name is Han Xiao and he would like to meet Peng and asks his name. Peng introduces himself to him in a friendly manner, saying that his name is Gao Peng and that he is very glad to meet him. He starts to furiously squeeze and tug Pan's hand, saying that he has wanted to meet him for a long time because he is number 1 in the first stage. This guy Han Xiao began to hug Peng and tell him that everyone here was from the families of politicians, businessmen, and cool people. Only he and Peng were ordinary people here, although Peng already wanted to rush to upset him in this. He asks Peng if he was called after the first exam and invited to different companies, but Peng immediately replies that this did not happen, realizing in his mind that his grandfather and Tang Tang probably tried hard. He pats Pan on the back and tells Pan not to worry, and they will call him too. They are probably just thinking how much to offer a person like Pan. This guy starts to introduce Peng to his pet. It turns out to be a divine ant that mutated from an ordinary one to a divine one when it ate something bad, Han Xiao said. Pan understands how lucky this guy is, because even with a mountain of knowledge, it is hard to develop your pet and buy resources for him. And then, such a coincidence. However, at the moment of these reflections, Pan comes to the realization that he does not at all understand where the system gets so much information about everything. Meanwhile, the curator reports that the plane has already arrived for them. He asks everyone to get ready, to board, because departure is soon. Along the way, Peng reflects on the significance of this exam, since so many people, even the military and their infrastructure, were mobilized for it. People around are discussing the fact that there will be cool candidates flying on this plane, and are saying that they are the future of our country. After some time, the plane arrives at the place. Peng immediately sees that there are a lot of people from all over the country, about 200 people in total. Among the monsters, there was a stone monster. People started taking pictures of it, thinking it was a statue. The security started asking them not to take pictures of it. Pan goes into one of the buildings. In front of him, there are closed doors and military men who gradually open them. A man comes out of the door and says that everyone should sign special documents. He says that everyone should think carefully because They will now take responsibility for their lives, and this exam will be difficult. Peng immediately agrees and leaves a written signature, and then hands this paper over to one of the soldiers. On paper, there was a clause that in the event of a person's death, his family would receive 1,000 credits, which is an impressive amount, Peng said. Participants are informed that there are pillars throughout the exam area, for the destruction of which points are awarded, and for killing the monster. Then the man says that everyone who signed the papers will also get the opportunity to go to the third round, the strongest one. The chief military man says that those who perform well in the third round will receive titles. One of the people in front of Pan starts to get excited about the fact that they will be given such cool titles. Although Pan later realizes that having a title isn't all that bad, with his huge variety of monsters, there are many different titles that would suit him. Meanwhile, a helicopter flies over the forest park, its loudspeakers announcing that the second round has officially begun. Everyone is informed that in 20 minutes they can begin to act. Now it is worth heading towards the helicopter light. Buchang takes on Peng and all the other monsters and they all move towards the helicopter's light together. Buchan starts not just walking, but running as fast as he can, in order to keep up with the helicopter's light and not lose his way. On the way they see that there is a cliff ahead. It turns out that they are at the bottom of the cliff. Pan calls Ban's name. He shoots a web at a branch above. On the web, Bana, Buchan, and everyone else rise up and pass this first easy obstacle on their way. Pan is very glad that he is protected, because if it weren't for it, the branches around him would have pierced him through long ago. Pan notices that someone is rushing on a huge monster next to him, seeing only silhouettes. Pan hears that the owner of the monster asks him to drive slower. One of the participants rushes forward on a pig of white dreams. Pan learned this from the system. The participant himself asks his pig to be slower. Pan feels disgusted by all this. This guy's monster does not listen, and even commands him. This means that the owner's character is very weak. Buchang runs past them. Peng shouts at them, wishing them luck. But this guy does not understand at all why Peng decides to wish him luck in such a situation. The military curators announce that the first candidate has already reached the place. His monster is a bird with the attribute of fire. Meanwhile, we are shown Tan Tan's house, where she and the crane Yan are watching TV. The size of the crane Yan has increased quite a bit. Then Pan is shown on TV saying that he has 4 monsters and is the favorite among the participants. Meanwhile, Tang Tang brings crane Yan another pile of fish that she cooked and says that if he eats more, he will have more strength. Crane Yan eats it with difficulty, and Tan Tan, as always with a sweet face, watches this and is happy. Meanwhile, Pan has long been at the right point. Together with the monsters, he notices that the same guy with the pigs has arrived. His pig has run up. He also came and fell off her and began to mutter that the pig was very naughty. Then a soldier on a huge stone monster shouts that time is up, and those candidates who did not make it in time are excluded. Then, the helicopters announce over their loudspeakers that before all the candidates go to the main test, they need to say a few words. They say that near the entrance there will be backpacks with useful things that can come in handy if there is a question of life and death. Meanwhile, the head of the exam, looking from the plane, judges how many people are left and sees that the number is more than 100. Then all the exam candidates are informed that the second round of the exam is beginning. The candidates themselves hear about this from below. Meanwhile, TV starts broadcasting all of this, saying that each candidate has a bracelet with a GPS tracker. Meanwhile, people in the hall are actively discussing the program, discussing the various monsters that candidates have during the exam. Then the presenter begins to talk about the anaconda monster, one of the participants, analyzing her monster. After discussing the candidates, the main presenter and the second guy presenter decide to watch the cameras at the exam. The camera moves to a high point in some part of the forest on the mountain, where apparently there is nothing interesting. However, when she zooms in on the camera, she only sees this guy lying down and resting. The presenter starts to say that he is probably thinking about an important plan, and the presenter says that he is just sunbathing. People in the audience are also thinking that Gao Ping is just lying down and sunbathing at such a crucial moment. Meanwhile, Gao Ping himself is really just lying there and relaxing, talking about how cool it is to do nothing, and Dazi has about the same vibe next to him. However, after Ping gets up and says that the forest should not be so dangerous anymore, therefore we can begin to act. Pan calls all his monsters to him and says that it is time to start the hunt already. However, instead of hunting wildly deep in the forest, Peng and the others simply collect materials. Peng says that this is very necessary and useful for maintaining the family treasury. However, Buchang interrupts Peng, calls him, and points to something ahead. Peng comes and looks too. Ahead is the very pillar that was talked about at the beginning. Points are given for destroying it. Pan understands that this is an excellent opportunity. But Pan notices that the pillar itself is covered in vines or something else all around. He starts thinking about what to do with it. With the help of the system, Peng sees that this is not an ordinary vine, but a ghostly one. It is only hiding. In fact, it is a monster that can attack when attacked. Peng points to Dazi and asks him to light a fire right now on this vine. This vine is slowly burning from below, but inside it understands that it must endure, because it is a hunter. However, the vine's patience begins to wear thin, and it itself begins to burn. So in an instant, it returns to its form and Peng begins to call Buchan. Buchang immediately runs up to Peng, and then in a couple of jumps onto the vine and holds it with his hands. The vine begins to twist Buchan, preventing him from moving and squeezing him to strangle him. But Buchan is not so simple either. He resists and gives a worthy rebuff. Peng understands the actions of the vine very well. She wanted to wrap her opponent and then pierce him with small branches to inject poison into him. But Buchang was no slouch and was much stronger than him. Peng says that these small branches and the power of the vines are too weak to stop Buchang, much less break through his strong defense. Then Peng waves his hand to the side and orders Dazi to finish off this vine already. Daisy jumps straight onto the vine, and with the strength of his paws, he cuts through the skin of the vine, breaking it and all of its branches at once. Next, grabbing one vine, Dazi carries out an electric shock on the entire vine, striking it with his power. Peng didn't expect that everything would go so easily, and that Buchang wouldn't suffer even the slightest damage, while Peng was thinking, Buchang was shaking Dazi in the photo for setting her on fire a little. Immediately after defeating the vine, Peng orders Buchang to go and break the pillar. And so it happens. Just one blow from Buchang's fist is enough to turn this pillar into junk. Immediately after this, the bracelet on Pan's hand goes off. It informs that Pan has gained another 150 points and Pan has 199 points. Peng calls Dazi and Buchang to him. He asks them to help him cut and check the vine. Peng says that it contains the necessary crystals. However, while Pan and his monsters were doing this, the bracelet transmitted that another participant had dropped out. This was just the beginning. However, Pan also has thoughts that it may well be other people, not monsters, who are behind the elimination of these people. We are transported to the place of death of a recently eliminated participant. The orderlies examine his body. It is already too cold. They decide that the monster that was with the boy will be given to his parents, along with their son's body. As they examine the body, they notice the wild strength of whoever was against this guy, because even his protective glasses were pierced, and all this is one attack. Pan continued collecting useful things, but was interrupted by the Spider-Man, who reported that he smelled something strange. Pan remembers that they were not forbidden from fighting among themselves, which means Pan and his monsters should be on guard. Then some guy shows up and says that it's a shame that Pan has already set his sights on this pole, and says that next time his scorpion will deal with everyone here. Meanwhile, all this is shown on TV. The hosts discuss the fact that the candidates are actually not prohibited from fighting. One of the presenters says that this is a huge problem because groups of people may start to appear, and the bodies of the dead will simply be thrown away. Walking through the very depths of the forest with their pets, Pan and his monsters notice that something smells, and the forest has become ultra-quiet. Then the Spider-Man notices that there is something in the bushes and tells everyone about it. A cute bunny jumps out of the bushes, but on his head is a unicorn horn, which looks strange, to put it mildly. Everyone stands in bewilderment. Pan and his monsters are even upset by the fact that they see, because it's just a rabbit, nothing interesting even. However, at that moment, a huge long paw appears from behind, which instantly pierces the rabbit through and kills it. Pan orders all his monsters to retreat, realizing that he can't determine the enemy's attribute by just one limb. Pan runs away, and on the way analyzes the fact that he and his monsters still do not have a ranged strategy. If they did, they would not have to run away. Pan and his monsters ran away a little. Pan says that they are about 30 to 40 meters away from that place. However, the fact that they ran out into the clearing doesn't help, as a huge limb appears right behind Pan's back. Buchang covers Peng with his hand but doesn't have time, and the huge limb pierces Peng's body. However, the entire attack is transferred to Dazi. Peng is shocked to the point of horror that even with Dazi's barrier, he received such a level of damage. Buchang grabs Dazi and Peng covered in blood and runs forward. Spider-Man runs from below. Peng shouts for Spider-Man to use his web urgently. Spider-Man does just that. Using it between the trees, he blocked the passage of the monster's huge limb and did not allow it to catch up with Pan again. Meanwhile, the headquarters is monitoring this situation. They inform the command that it is impossible to ignore the threat in the form of such a monster. The soldier informs the curator that a certain white rose is located within 5 kilometers and should soon be on its way to help. The curator scolds the headquarters for starting to act only after a person died, because several more deaths could happen soon. The command turned its attention to Ping. Military observers say that surprisingly, he runs away like a coward. The military discusses how being able to escape is also important, but one of them says that Pan hadn't even seen the monster yet before he made that decision. Pan sees this monster, he runs behind him. And his team, this shocks Pan. He understands that it is almost impossible to find his weak spot now. This monster is very strong, charging its limb with energy. It directs it towards the target with great speed. This time the target was the Spider-Man. This monster pierced his backside almost completely, with a very strong direct blow. Pan was wildly shocked by what he saw in front of him now. He didn't expect this monster to attack so strongly, and also the Spider-Man. Spider-Man can't move. He shouts at Pan to run along with the others and not pay attention to him. This action from the monster that attacked Pan made Pan extremely angry, and Pan's other monsters were also very angry. Peng tells Bu Chang that there is a grain in the center of his abdomen, which, if broken, gives him a chance to win. Peng just found out this thanks to the system. Bu Chang activates his ability and starts screaming, leaving Peng and the others on the ground. Bu Chan takes a fighting stance in front of the monster and then activates his powers, charging his hand with enormous power. Bu Chan jumps high into the sky and falls down from above, delivering a direct punch to his giant opponent. Peng analyzes the situation and realizes that in order to defeat an opponent like Bu Chang, this monster will have to work hard. As Peng expected, the monster began to attack Bu Chang with its limbs, sending several at once into Bu Chang's body. However, Bu Chan is extremely angry that this monster touched his friend the Spider-Man. Bu Chan breaks down and holds the attacks of this monster right with his hands. Peng thought that the monster was keeping Bu Chang at a distance, but it turned out that it was Bu Chang who was keeping him at a distance, not the other way around. Peng shouts at Bu Chang not to hold back and hold back this monster. Peng gives the go-ahead for Bu Chang to begin his counterattack. Dazi also tries his best to come to his senses and start attacking. But the injury is taking its toll, and it is difficult for him to even move. However, Dazi finds inner strength, breaks away and very quickly rushes towards the neck of this monster, and also shouts that he will not allow anyone to offend his friends. Meanwhile, a huge bird flies over the very forest where everything is happening. There is a girl sitting on it, apparently a military woman, and she tells them to try not to die before she arrives. However, in the meantime, Peng and his monsters continue to fight. Bu Chang holds off the monster's attacks, and Dazi crawls along its belly to the target. And finally, after so much time, Dazi manages to find that very treasured weak point of this seemingly invincible monster. However, something terrible happens. Already approaching her, this monster notices Dazi's proximity to this place and throws him back. A simple knockback is not enough. This monster with its attack of one of its limbs again pierces Dazi's body, this time even more powerfully. This is noticed by Peng, Bu Chang, and the others, who are shocked to see Dazi flying down, bloody and powerless. Bu Chang is very angry. He starts shouting Dazi's name and goes into his ferocious mode. A second after that, Bu Chang squeezes one of the monster's limbs so fast that he simply breaks it into small pieces. Bu Chang uses his gigantic strength and simply tears off one of the limbs of this terrible monster. Bu Chan tears off his limb and jumps up with great force and in midair strikes straight into the monster's eye, piercing one of its huge eyes. Bu Chan's mission was a success, but right there in flight, this monster throws him into the ground with its limb. Pan's monsters are wounded. He doesn't know what to do next. All his strongest warriors are too wounded and tired, but this monster does not retreat. Peng yells at Dazi to try attacking with his lightning and aims straight at the core of the giant. And so it happens. Dazi follows Peng's instructions and delivers a huge electric shock, sending current throughout the monster's entire body. Dazi is also slightly injured. It is difficult for him to aim. But this attack was effective. The monster is distracted. Bu Chang has a chance. We are shown that woman on a huge bird. She says on the radio that she has arrived at the scene and asks whether she should attack or not. This huge bird grabs this monster from behind and pierces it with its paws. Then a huge flying bird carries away this monster, which can do nothing. Pan is shocked that they just appeared and struck. However, Pan understands that this is not bad either, because in a little while someone could have died, and perhaps all of us. Discussing the situation at headquarters, the military say that they are lucky that the White Rose flies so fast, but they also understand that Gao Peng is no slouch either. However, the exam supervisor says that it was still foolish to hope to defeat such a monster with 2 commanders. The curator says that the whole problem is that the leadership needs a certain number of warriors. The fact of victory is not very important. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, on the grass, Pan and his monsters are lying and resting, regenerating their bodies. Pan is surprised by such resilience on their part. However, Peng understands that it is too early to talk about a full recovery because Dazi's flesh is now as soft as fish meat. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Spider-Man is crying, having lost 1 leg in this fight, although it will grow back. But he is still sad. Daza sees this and runs up with a beaming face, asking to eat the rest of the Spider-Man's leg. But he is shocked by this and says that he considered Dazi a friend, but he wants to eat his leg. However, Dazi explains to the Spider-Man that this way his wounds heal faster, and there is no point in simply throwing out his leg. Peng is shocked that even in such a situation, Dazi only thinks about food. Peng cannot understand at all who he is like. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, with tears in his eyes, offers his leg to Dazi, if that's what he wants. Pan calls everyone to move on. Meanwhile, another participant is eliminated, and Pan suggests finding food for the Spider-Man so that he can grow his leg. They find food, it's already getting dark, lighting a fire. Pan feeds everyone and says that in order to win, they just need to hold out here longer than anyone else. Peng says that while all the participants are in the center of the forest, they will break all the pillars on the outskirts and will gradually recover. Pan found food for Ban, and soon he will move to a new level. This pleases Pan, but still this is not enough to resist the monsters. Pan notices that Spider-Man has gone to bed in his signature pose, meaning he'll be as good as new by tomorrow morning. Pan tells everyone to go to bed, because they have already worked very hard. The morning begins with the sounds of all the Spider-Man. He received a new skin and recovered. Pan notices that Pak-Ban has a new level, and soon he will become the owner of 3 commander rank monsters. This will solve many problems. Peng says that it's worth setting out on a journey. Today, they should break a lot of target pillars to get more points. Meanwhile, Peng has already found the first one, but instead of helping, Dazi fights the beetles on a branch, which he later eats, of course. Meanwhile, Buchang is busy breaking the pillars that Peng ordered to break in order to get more points. Walking by the lake, Pan notices a blue frog. It draws his attention because it seems to him that it is already too similar and familiar. Through the system, Peng sees that they even have names similar to green frogs. Peng accurately assumes that they are very similar. As expected, the frog begins to spit disgustingly. Peng cannot understand at all why the system does not point out this wretched ability of these frogs. Meanwhile, the cameras are still flying above and the broadcast is going on across the country. Now they are showing Pan again. The broadcast starts showing Peng's rating. He has 736 points and is in 15th place in the rating. Pan shouldn't relax like he did at the beginning because there are still 121 participants in the forest, and to win, he needs to get into the top 12, which Pan hasn't gotten into yet. The second presenter clearly doesn't want to keep the attention on Peng and says that it's worth watching how the other 12 participants are doing. It's unlikely that Peng will be able to get into the top 12, she says. She shows the girl with the anaconda again and says that she is already in 2nd place and does not stop adding rating points to herself. Watching many cameras, the presenters conclude that the participants decided to take a break from hunting poles and began to hunt more monsters. The events of the manga take us to the end of the exam. A few more days pass in the forest. Pan and his team are very tired. Pan says that together with his monsters, they did everything in their power, so no matter the outcome, Pan will not regret it. Meanwhile, Peng is ranked 11th, scoring 4,396 points in this stage of the exam. This means that Pan passes, because he got into the top 12, and meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to one of the hotels in the city. An exam supervisor scolds a candidate for not even making it into the top 12. It turns out that it is the curator's son. He says that he tried his best and asks his dad to use his connections so that he can participate again. His father, the exam supervisor, yells at him, saying that he is not omnipotent and cannot help and do everything everywhere. His son does not live up to expectations at all. His father also says he is being closely watched and tells his son not to hang out with his friends, or he will break his legs. Pan leaves the exam and sees a notification that the next stage has been postponed due to various reasons. Here Pan is met by his new friend, whom he met during the exam, who invites him to have dinner together, saying that he will gather more people from their city. He calls Pan and says that even that girl with Anaconda agrees to go, Pan says that he will go too. Pan's friend gathers everyone and says that he knows of an excellent seafood store nearby, adding that the smell there is wonderful. As Pan walked, a man tried to stop him and said that he would like to talk to Pan now. However, Peng selfishly simply passes by without even paying attention to this man, which causes him to feel misunderstanding and surprise. Then this man acts differently. He holds out and shows the card, saying that the password is 6 6s, and there are 1,000,000 alliance credits on it. Pan stops, his attention distracted. He asks the man if his time is really that valuable. This man suggests going to a nearby cafe. Peng agrees. And while sitting in the cafe, Peng learns that this man wants to make a deal with Peng. This man starts talking about how a certain anonymous person is ready to pay Pan 1,000,000 credits so that he will not go further in the exam. This person also says that according to his sources, in the third stage there will be a person whose monster has reached the rank of Lord. Pan expresses incomprehension because someone pays so much money for him, although he is an orphan without parents and has no opportunity to do anything special. Pang refuses this title. He says that now a higher level is much more interesting to him than money. This man is clearly angry. He turns to Pan saying that he was always interested in money, and here is such a sum. He recommends to think again. Pan asks again if the man understood him, and then repeats again that he refuses the deal. Pan leaves paying for the coffee and says again that he refuses. The man is clearly angry and calls someone on the phone. The man tells someone on the phone that Gao Peng refused, and he turned out to be a very strong character. He did not fall for the trick. This man understands in his thoughts that he conducts all conflicts through dialogues, but his client does not. But this does not bother him much anymore. When he goes outside, the man realizes that there are practically no people, and later notices that someone with a huge dog taller than 3 people is walking towards him. He turns around, but on the other side the situation is the same. He understands that this is not good at all, and decides to use his ace in the hole. A man tries to summon his monster, but he can't do it. People report that his monster is under their control. One of the people reports that someone wants to see this man. He agrees to the meeting, because he wants to understand who he crossed in this way. This man enters the store and sees a tall man in a cloak in front of him and a girl next to him. The girl throws a credit card at him and obviously misses on purpose, and the throw was so strong that the credit card went through the wall. The man in the cloak turns out to be Gao Peng's grandfather. He says that there are 5,000,000 alliance credits on the credit card. The password is 5 5s. The man admits that he wanted to offer him to leave the exams, but in his thoughts, he thinks that Peng is not so innocent. The old man comes up and asks how Gao Peng answered him. The man answered the same as Peng, but his thoughts were clogged with rejection of who this grandfather was. At that moment, the man came to a realization, as if he understood everything, and apparently began to understand who was standing in front of him now. The old man asks what the man plans to do next and says that he hopes his sister doesn't want to see her brother as a liar now. These words shock the man and make him sweat. He didn't expect this. He hears his sister's voice standing behind him in fear. The man asks his sister how she ended up here. She replies that her grandfather suggested that she meet her brother. She also says that this grandfather offered her a lot of ice cream and asks her brother not to be angry with her. Pan's grandfather pets the girl, calls her princess, and says that he needs to talk to her brother for a bit, and asks her to go get something to eat for now. The man says that he is not angry with his sister at all and asks her to go and get some ice cream. He starts screaming that his sister didn't do anything like that. Why did this to her? She still doesn't understand anything. He didn't offer Pan anything terrible. Pan's grandfather tells him that he is still standing on his feet precisely because he did not have time to do anything terrible. Then Pan's grandfather tells the guy to work for him, but he wonders if his grandfather will kill him. Pan's grandfather says that it's not that simple. Murder is the easiest but also the most wasteful way, and life has weight. Some time passes, and during this time the man tells Pan's grandfather everything he knows and what is going on. Grandfather listened to him and understood that his assistant asked if she should eliminate the people involved in this, and that it would all remain in Pan's hands. However, at the moment, Grandpa says that there is one thing he agrees with, and that is that Gao Peng is wasting his time in this competition. Then, some time passes, we are shown Gao Peng's grandfather, who says that a couple of years have passed since their last meeting. Meanwhile, Peng stood by the window in the hotel, thinking about what happened in the cafe today, wondering who could have organized it. However, Pan decides to jump into bed and just relax, because the one who was rejected will still take some action soon. Just as Pan lay down in his bed, he was interrupted by a knock on the door which made him get up again. Pan shouts about who is behind the door, to find out at least by the voice what might be waiting for him. In response, someone tells him that it is not good at such an age to lie idle on the bed, and pulls the door handle. Before Pan can even open the door, the man on the other side opens it himself. Pan doesn't have time to see who's behind the door, but he's in wild shock and bewilderment when he hears a voice. Pan's grandfather stands in front of him and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, little Pan. Pang hugs his grandfather sharply and strongly, and the grandfather himself says that Pang has become so mature and has grown so much. They start discussing the recent exam. Grandpa says that Pang did pretty well, but Pang himself doesn't think so. Grandfather Peng says that retreating is also part of the strategy, and there is nothing wrong with it. When he founded the Southern Sky, he also retreated often. Pan asks what's going on with Grandpa's company now, and if he needs help, he's willing to help. He has good experience in raising monsters. Grandfather says that he has decided everything and suggests talking about something else. He says that the mayor of this city wants to deprive Pan of the opportunity to participate. Grandpa says that this was a point of courtesy before the war. Peng asks if Grandpa knows the next move of these people. Pan's grandfather tells him that they will most likely plant a girl who will drink with Pan and later bring charges of rape. Grandpa jokes, asking whether Pan remembered his words or remembered the person behind them. However, then the grandfather says that there is one more thing that is worth discussing today. Grandpa says that he hopes that Peng will give up the idea of participating in the general examination. Peng, with a sweet smile, says that he will contact this person tomorrow and refuse to participate. Grandfather asks Pan why he agreed so quickly, because he is dissuading Pan from such a tempting offer in his direction and such an exam, which he has been going to for so long. Peng only replies that most likely Grandpa has reasons for telling Peng such things, so it's better to listen to him now. Peng's grandfather praises him and says that only 3 years have passed since the disaster, and the gap between the coaches is not so great now. Grandpa explains to Pan that in this matter it makes no difference how old you are, because everyone is standing at the same starting line. Pan's grandfather asks him why they need the status of the best young monster trainer. Grandfather suggests removing the word young. Pan is shocked by this wording. He understands that his grandfather is talking about the status of the best monster trainer. Grandfather says that this status gives very new opportunities, and also adds that the current world controlled by the Alliance may collapse. Grandfather suggests that Pan think about the possibility that a man might appear who will control monsters in such a way that he will break mountains in his path. Grandfather suggests that Pan think about what will happen to such a world if this person appears, and he may appear. Grandpa pats Peng on the shoulder and says that a guy like Peng must have ambitions much higher than just an exam. Pan asks his grandfather if this were to happen, there would be those who would support such a person and those who would not, and then asks which side would his grandfather take in such a case. However, he only sweetly replies with a smile that in such a situation he will of course protect Pan. Grandfather says that the exam is in 3 months, but Pan should not waste this time, because grandfather will recommend him as a judge for this exam. Peng is a little shocked by this, but his grandfather immediately adds that he will only recommend it, but whether Peng will actually be there depends on his skills. Peng also realizes that being a judge on such an exam is much cooler than being a candidate, and he understands how shocked those he recently competed with would be. After some time, Pan and his team of monsters return home, but as home, rather to the airport, but already to their hometown. Right at the airport, Peng receives a call on his phone. It turns out to be the chairman, and Peng immediately picks up the phone. The chairman asks Gao Peng if he has already returned to the city as he urgently needs help, and whether Gao Peng could help with one matter. Pan agrees and decides to go there, since he had to go there on business anyway. However, the chairman announces that he no longer works there, which surprises Peng. The chairman starts complaining that the association now works for the Monster Trainer League and the Monster Trainer League, and breaks his chain by asking to talk about it another time, and also gets angry when talking about it. The chairman says that he now works in a military unit. He can't pay much, but there are valuable materials. Peng telephones to say that he wants the chairman to get straight to the point. The chairman reports that one of the worms in the forest, according to their information, decides to evolve to the rank of lord. The chairman immediately tells Peng not to worry. This is not a military liquidation operation. Pan is surprised by such words. He did not expect it, but he is quite interested in such a matter. The chairman also reports that there is already a lord-rank monster in the desert, and 2 would be a disaster. The chairman also jokes that they are planning to put them in a web like spiders, but this causes Spider-Man to cry and become afraid, but Pan calms him down. However, Peng asks the chairman why they are calling him. He is far from being the strongest coach. Chairman Feng says that the military refused to help him, so he only gathers people through his connections. Then Pan seems to give his consent to all this, but asks when the evolution of this monster will begin. The chairman just screams into the phone about how happy he is to see Gao Peng at this operation, because now there is a chance to carry out everything successfully. Peng understands that he is still weak for such operations, but without them it is impossible to become much stronger, and this is exactly what Peng wants now. However, Peng's attention turns to Tang Tang, whom he spots right in front of him at the airport, and he greets her. Then Peng notices a huge fat crane near Tang Tang, and asks if it is Yang by any chance with great shock. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us straight to the operation that is taking place in the vicinity of the Dark Forest. Pan has already arrived along with his monsters. Together with the chairman, Tang Tang and others, Peng goes to search for this monster, while the chairman tells all the details. Meanwhile, on the way, Peng notices how many strong monsters Tang Tang has, which surprises him. Peng scans one of her monsters, which is very strong and is almost Sokor level. Peng understands why Grandpa sent Tang Tang. Next, Peng also sees a man with 2 level 20 monsters, which are owned by one of Feng's men. Peng also sees another chairman. He has a level 27 rooster monster, but he doesn't look scary at all. The chairman stops everyone and says that the monster is already here, and there is no point in going further. First, we need to observe. Looking down, they find that there are a lot of worm monsters in the sandpit, which scares them. Peng asks Peng about who controls the forest in general. The chairman says that the main lord is even stronger than the rank of lord. He can be nearby. Feng informs everyone that they should be on guard. Evolution will begin soon, and most likely one of the local monsters will take advantage of the moment. Some monster comes to Pan's attention, and Pan immediately says that someone is approaching here. Pan notices that it is a huge rooster, which is rushing towards them at great speed. Chairman Feng says that there is nothing to be afraid of. Because this rooster feeds on these worms, it does not attack us. And that's what happens. The rooster runs past and jumps right into this hole for his prey. The rooster jumps down, runs over the worms and grabs one with his paw, doing this deftly and quickly. However, at that moment the rooster stops in shock, and Pan is also in shock because the worm in the rooster's paws has just disappeared. Peng doesn't understand how this can happen, and Tang Tak laughs sweetly watching this. The chairman tells Pan that he has little experience. These worms have the ability to go underground very quickly. A strange moment occurs. Dozens of worms suddenly appear from the ground and grab the rooster's paw, sucking him in. Chairman Feng tells Peng that these worms sensed the rooster's movement and grabbed him. Now he can't escape. This is what happens. The worms suddenly pierce the rooster's body and tear the rooster's body into pieces. Peng is shocked by how vile their attack tactics are. But the chairman tells Peng to take his time and that it's just the beginning. Tang Tang puts his finger to his mouth and says, "Shh," looking at Peng and Chairman Feng. Tan Tak places his hand on his monster and tells Pan and the chairman that something bigger is coming their way. And so it happens. A female spider appears. Pan immediately sees through the system that she has the status of a half-lord. The spider also jumps into the hole and starts running along it, knocking down all the worms in its path. Pan remembers that this is the same spider that the military once fought and failed in the cave with huge losses. Chairman Feng says that it is his fault too, that the half-lord spider still exists. This adds to the danger today. Peng asks if they have a chance to win, but seeing Tang Tang's sweet smile, he realizes that they apparently have a chance. Tan Tan continues to smile with a sweet face, saying that he can take action, but there is no guarantee that the spider will remain alive. The chairman says that it is unlikely that our team will be able to eliminate such a big enemy. He is shocked by Tan Tan's words. Tan Tan summons the monster and says that she and Pan will go attack the spider, and the rest should provide them with protection from the others. The chairman understands in his thoughts that Peng's sister, Tang Tang, is apparently not an ordinary girl. Her monster changes appearance like a chameleon, and she herself is strong. Peng says that Bu Chang will help Tang Tang. Tang Tang herself does not mind, and asks her to stand behind him. The chairman and his people are interested in how they can help and what they can do. However, Tan Tan, with a pompous and sweet face, replies that they should just stay out of the way. The chairman and his men are upset. They are shocked by such an answer from the sweet Tan Tan. Tan Tan releases his cat, Miyakushka, and orders her to eat the huge spider. The monster Tauntaun named Miyakushka gains enormous growth, weight, and runs straight towards the spider. The chairman says that the monster's claws are very powerful, but Tang Tang says that this is not enough yet. Tan Tan explains that her monster's attacks do not reach the spider's insides, but only leave scratches. Then the monster Tan Tan grabs the spider by the paws with his tongue and knocks it down. A huge spider attacks the ground to hit the cat Miyakushka, but she manages to dodge it. Miyakushka retreats to a more back position, but the huge spider is still advancing. Pan understands that he needs to act somehow because our attacks do not cause any damage to the spider, even though he is there too. Peng tells Bu Chang to use the red thread technique, which he does, beginning to use his signature technique. Bu Chan's technique starts to work, but the female spider is not so simple. She uses a barrier and controls Bu Chan's attacks. Pan understands that at the moment their attacks are not enough. They need much more time. Then something strange happens. Pan and the others notice earthquakes that hit them and knock them off their feet. A huge worm instantly flies out of the ground and attacks. Covered in fire with great speed, he grabs the female spider by the paws and throws her to the ground. The chairman reports that the evolution was successful. There is a new lord in the forest. Pan understands that now it will be very interesting, because there will be a clash between the real lord and this spider. Meanwhile, Lord continues to attack the spider without stopping, because he clearly wants to test his new power. The chairman is shocked. He does not understand why the new lord in the person of the worm does not go to the lord of the desert, but fights with this spider. Then, a completely strange aspect happens. This new lord simply goes underground, deciding to retreat, which shocks everyone even more. The female spider tries to catch up with him, but in the end she only seals up the passages in the ground, and the monster leaves. Peng and the chairman decide that the situation is funny, but their mission was very successful. However, one of Chairman Fam's people says that this female is behaving very strangely, and please pay attention. The female spider only walks in circles and stamps her feet, and Fem's men suspect that this is because she has lost her prey. However, Tantan says that she may well just be hungry, since she spent a lot of energy. So Tan also reports that the female presses her feet at certain points in order to gather all the worms together. Having collected them at approximately one point, she spits out a web and takes several dozen small worms into it. After this, she immediately collects her web along with the worms and eats it. However, all analysis and surveillance of the spider is interrupted by Peng, who reports that he urgently wants some soybean paste. Everyone is shocked by his words, but he himself does not understand what is so special about his words and the desire to eat. Peng tells Tang Tang that the wounds they gave to that spider are very weak. It is not effective in defeating the spider. However, Tantan tells Peng not to rush because everything is still ahead. The cat Tan Tan, a soft one, begins to growl and emit a black aura, attracting the spider's attention to himself. At this moment, the second monster Tang Tang appears from the ground and approaches the spider's legs from behind. Immediately after this, the monster Tan Tan becomes several times larger and bites off one of the spider's legs, depriving it of a limb. The spider starts screaming wildly. He is shocked by what just happened. He is hurt and offended. He is angry. The female spider then delivers a huge blow straight to the body of the monster Tang Tang, throwing him aside, covered in blood. Peng shouts at Tang Tang that things are very bad and it seems like it's best to retreat now. However, Tantan fingered the baby and told the baby Peng not to be afraid, because now the female definitely won't be able to escape. Then, a huge bird appears from the air, and Pan is shocked by its appearance and goes into shock. It turns out to be a royal eagle. He has the status of the bird lord in this forest. Then the chairman says that it is better not to move and just watch, because this is a very dangerous opponent, but he is interested in the spider. However, the huge eagle simply stops, it lowers its head and stands still. This amazes the chairman. Tan Tan informs the chairman that this eagle is simply mourning the monsters that died recently. Peng asks Tan why this is so, and she explains that he has watched a lot of drama films and now he is sad. However, one of the chairman's men intervenes in the conversation and asks Tan if this is really her monster. Tan says that girls love it when there is someone who can protect them, but in his mind he doesn't understand at all what's wrong with having such a monster. Peng realizes that he won't be surprised at all if his grandfather's monster turns out to be some kind of fire dragon if Tang Tang has a lord. The huge Lord Tang Tang ranked bird just stood there, not even trying to attack the female spider. Tan says that it's his stupid habit again. She explains that he still thinks he can only eat dead food. Then Tan tells a shocking fact to her monster. She shouts to the bird that this spider is not food at all. The eagle monster Tan, hearing this, suddenly flies up and then heads down with a charge of impact straight towards the spider. He strikes straight at the female spider, and with one kick sends her flying deep and breaks the ground beneath him from the sudden landing. Chairman Feng was in complete shock at what he saw, because the female spider didn't even have time to react to such an attack and simply flew away. Then Tan Tan orders his monster to break the spider's legs, which he does so to prevent it from escaping. Then Peng tells Chairman Feng that since that's the case, can they take the spider with them? Feng's people ask him if the mission can then be considered accomplished, and with a surprised face, Peng says that it apparently is. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to Pan's villa, and it's already night outside. Pan analyzes the situation with the female spider near the villa, realizing that there are no special paths for evolution, only one, and it is broken in many ways. Peng asks Tang Tang if she wants to take the female spider for herself. She immediately said that she doesn't need her. He can offer her to his grandfather for experiments. However, Peng and Tang Tang notice Spider-Man's reaction, who is shocked by the talk of spiders and experiments. Tan Tan pets the Spider-Man and says that it's not about him, and he's our favorite. Peng approaches Tang Tang and asks her if she would like to have dinner with him, but she declines, saying that she still needs to find owners for the spider. Peng just opens the door of his house when he sees Dazi, who jumps on him and shouts, "Master!" Dazi starts running around Peng and shouting that he wants ribs, but Peng explains to him that he does not conjure them and cannot create them out of nowhere. Dazi has a brilliant idea. He points to Buchang and says that he could be a very good fit. Peng plays along with Dazi and says that the idea of cooking Buchang sounds very tempting. Peng calls Buchang to a huge bowl of soup and tells him to come quickly, but Buchang thinks that he will simply be fed. Buchang says that he is just a skeleton and will not eat, but thanks Peng for taking care of him too. Peng actually puts Buchang in the soup to make broth, because Buchang is not afraid of high temperatures. Later, Pan brings his huge pot of soup and asks his big monster family who is hungry. Pan looks at the moon mysteriously and understands that very interesting adventures await him soon. Some time passes, the events of the manga take us forward. Pan is flying on a plane to one of the cities. Peng and Tang Tang arrive at the airport in another city. Peng doesn't see much of a difference from his previous city, and Tang Tang says on the phone that he will take care of everything. Tan Tan says that a certain teacher won't be able to pick them up, but they've already made arrangements with the company and they can go there. Peng asks if something is wrong, but Tang Tang assures him that it is just a minor issue and Peng should not worry. Meanwhile, we are shown some kind of boat that is sailing along a very stormy river. Two people are heading somewhere. It turns out to be Pan's grandfather, asking his assistant what kind of little creature prevented him from meeting his grandson. A huge monster shark appears in the water. Grandpa Pan's assistant says that they should move away, but Grandpa himself remains standing as before. With a serious look, the grandfather turns to a certain white dragon and tells him to act quickly, since he still needs to have time to meet his grandson. A huge dragon appears from somewhere, and in an instant it bites the opponent's neck in the water and gnaws it through. Apparently, this dragon is one of Grandfather Pan's monsters. It is very strong and huge, because in an instant it appeared and eliminated a strong opponent. A couple of ships picked up the body of this shark and discussed among themselves how to sell it, because it is very expensive. The main thing is to deliver it. Meanwhile, we are shown a room in which several military personnel are broadcasting a camera from the place where the old man's monster just killed the shark. The person watching the broadcast says that he is already fed up with this old man. All his battles are fast and happen as if in a fog. Meanwhile, Peng and Tang Tang arrive at the Southern Sky office. They are told where to go to rest. And Peng notices that there is a commander rank monster guarding the elevator. This surprises him. Tan Tan suggests that Peng go further and says that he can feel right at home here. A red-haired girl passes behind them, looks at Peng and Tang Tang with a grin and laughs. Tan Tan is unhappy. She turns to her and asks her what's wrong. The girl asks for forgiveness and calls them country bumpkins. And the man next to the girl says that today they have a meeting with important people. Peng doesn't understand how no one knows Tan Tan here, but she explains that she spent 2 years with Peng in another city. Tan Tan turns to a man, calls him secretary, and says hello. He also recognizes them. And the man who was walking with the girl is surprised that someone knows them. The secretary approaches Pan and says that he is glad to see him, and informs him that a certain chairman is already waiting for them upstairs, and he will show him out. The man who was walking with the red-haired girl is surprised by what the secretary is saying. He understands which chairman he is talking about. Now Peng is laughing, and this girl stands there in bewilderment, hoping that her guess about Peng's meeting with the chairman is wrong. The red-haired girl is shocked by how rude Peng is, and the man next to her holds her back. Peng tells Tang Tang and the secretary that he is not vindictive, but simply likes to take revenge right on the battlefield. After some time, Peng, Tang Tang, and the secretary go up to the chairman's office, who turns out to be Peng's grandfather. The secretary says that he will go help Tang Tang with her room. Peng's grandfather lets him and Tang Tang go. Peng said that his grandfather called him to entrust him with something important. Immediately after that, his grandfather informed him that Peng would be working at the Southern Sky Company until he started studying. However, this offer surprises Pan very much. He asks his grandfather if it is too early for him to work in such a company. Pan's grandfather explains that he is already old and misfortune may happen to him, so Pan needs to be able to control the southern sky. Pan's grandfather realizes that he is probably being too strict with him, so he tells Pan to go to the HR department first. Grandpa says that Peng will work there for now and then he will be promoted. Then Grandpa asks Peng if he wants his identity to be kept secret. Pan doesn't understand why he needs to hide his identity, and Grandpa says that maybe it will be more convenient for Pan. Pan says it's pretty weird. He doesn't have any weird habits like that, so he declined. Their dialogue was interrupted by the same secretary, who came into the office to report that everything was ready. Pan's grandfather sends him along with a secretary, who, according to him, should tell Pan everything about the work. Peng and the secretary leave, and as they walk down the hallway, the secretary tells Peng where everything is, pointing to the HR department. Then Peng suddenly notices something. The secretary doesn't understand what it is and asks Peng. He says that it was nothing special. He just saw some old acquaintances of his and looks at the red-haired girl with that man. The secretary informs Pan that the man next to the woman is the head of the marketing department in Southern Heaven. He starts bowing to Pan and saying that he was too rude this morning. Peng says that this is nonsense. It's nothing to worry about. He understands everything, but in his thoughts he feels incredibly awkward. He only arrived today, and here they are already bowing. The man replies that he understands that young Master Gao Peng has a lot of things to do, and adds that he wouldn't mind having lunch together someday. The secretary asks Peng why the head of the marketing department is acting like that in front of Peng. Peng explains that there was one small incident. However, Peng says that he was struck by the coldness or ability to control the emotions of this man. This is truly worthy. The secretary puts her hand on Pan's hand and with a smile switches the topic of conversation to another, suggesting that Pan take up work in one of the districts. Peng and the secretary get into a taxi, where the secretary explains that the area is economically backward, and Peng immediately asks how backward it is. The secretary explains that many in the area were damaged in the disaster, as was the infrastructure around them. The secretary also says that its name by eye is connected with the fact that many people used to come here for work, and then suddenly everyone left. The secretary takes Peng to one of the branches of the Southern Sky and says that the management of the resources of this area is underway here. The secretary then introduces Pan to his new colleagues, the head of personnel and the distribution director. Then Peng immediately says that the director addressed him by his rank, not mentioning calling him sir. Otherwise, Peng had already noticed that he was bowing. The secretary leaves, saying that all the mess here is on Pan and hopes that he will be able to sort it all out. Pan says goodbye to him. Pan invites the director to go further and show him everything that is here. The director calls him Young Master Gao and asks him to follow him, which confuses Peng, since he only recently asked him not to do this. The director shows Pan a small area and says that some monster training takes place here. Peng goes on to make tough requests, telling the director to call him Boss Gao instead of Sir, or it will affect his salary. The director says that he understood everything and calls Pan the boss, but Pan is shocked at what a cunning fox the director is. Approaching the exercise machines, Peng asks if every branch of Southern Sky has such equipment. The director says that they are indeed available in all branches, but almost no one uses them. He explains this by the fact that basically everyone has luxurious centers, or conducts training in the field right in the forest. Peng says that he understands everything and tells the director to go and do his own thing for now, and Peng will figure out what to do from now on. The director says that Peng will have people who will do a lot, and he only needs to reject or approve documents. Then the director says that he no longer dares to disturb Chief Gao and takes his leave. Pan is haunted by these exercise machines. He doesn't understand why no one uses them, and if so, then where the scratches on them come from. Then Peng calls Yan, because he is of the epic class and develops very quickly. Pan looks at Yan and asks him if he can fly, but sees that it is unlikely since Yan is now very fat. Peng asks Yan to go through these rings on the training ground so he can test these machines. Pan notices that the crane Yang has learned to use acceleration. This is a cool ability for bird monsters. Pan is happy about this. However, at the moment of acceleration, Jan crashes into one of the pillars of the simulator with his head. Following this blow, the crane Yang simply falls to the ground and somersaults on his head. Bu Chang, standing behind, is shocked by what is happening, but Peng turns away and barely holds back a stream of laughter. Later, Peng strokes the crane Yan on the head and tells him that everything will work out soon. He must believe in himself and everything will work out. They try again and fail again, and Peng realizes that the main problem is that Yan's crane can't control the turns. Crane Yang and Peng try again, time after time, but still fail. After dozens of attempts and tramps, finally, the crane Jan manages to fly between them properly. This greatly pleases the morale of crane Yan, and of course makes Peng very happy. However, Peng is shocked. Immediately after this, the crane Yan undergoes an evolution. Peng is surprised. He does not understand. Is this really called training plus the ability to fly exactly the evolution of the bird? Pan is very happy with Yang's evolution. He took on a new appearance and received 2 new abilities. One is not yet clear, and the second is already known to Pan. One of the abilities turned out to be explosive feathers, which the crane Yang can now release. Peng had already imagined Yan's crane without feathers after using these abilities, although there should be enough feathers. Peng told Yan that he would have his new form permanently, and that this was now his new appearance, which shocked him greatly. However, Peng joked that this new appearance was permanent, and then told Bu Chang that it was time to go. Some time passes. Pan and the others have already left the site and are clearly in another place. It is already night outside. A hole appears in the wall right next to the platform, and in this hole there is a passage in which there is some boy and his pet. The boy looked around, and when he realized that there was no one there, he went to the playground with his pet and began to use the exercise machines. However, behind the boy in shabby clothes, a huge shadow appeared and asked how long he had been coming here. This shadow turned out to be Peng and Bu Chang. The boy immediately began to apologize and say that he understood that it was wrong. Pan interrupts him and tells him not to run here secretly anymore and to forget about it. With a sad face, the boy apologized again, and apologizes again for using the equipment without permission. Pan understands that even though the boy was born here, not everyone here is going to accept this situation. Someone is still moving towards the light. Then Peng shouts at the guy to stop, and he does so and is very surprised by such an abrupt request. Pan says that he hasn't finished yet, and adds that starting tomorrow the guy should come here through the front door. They will give him a card. Peng asks him to come during the day, and says that if anyone stops him, to say Gao Peng's name and say that he has given permission. Sometime later, on the afternoon of the next day, Peng was training with his crane bird Yang using a torch. The training is interrupted by the director's visit. He says that the same boy has arrived to see Pan, and the director says that the map is already ready for him. Peng turns to the boy and kindly asks him his name, and he replies, Li Junzong. Pan points out to the guy that there is a bathroom further down the road and advises him to use it before starting training. The boy ran to the bathroom, and the director began to tell Pan that this boy had no parents since childhood. He found this rat in the sewers and began to train it. The director talks about how the local sewers are full of all sorts of monsters that live there thanks to waste and garbage. Pan is surprised by this and the fact that no one is watching them, after which the director tells that the monster trainers killed those monsters that were crawling out. The director adds that Grandpa Pan has a monster that eats those who live in the sewers, and Pan's mind is filled with how this is even possible. The boy had already returned. He told about how he had once gone down there for food and found this rat there, which now helps him in his search for food. Pan is very surprised by all this, and most of all by the fact that this rat cares about this boy. Peng tells the director that the company has been expanding its production lately, and there is a shortage of workers. The director does not understand what Peng means. Peng offers this boy a job at the Southern Sky Company. Of course with a small salary, but with housing and good food. The boy thanks Pan very much for this, and Pan himself understands that he is quite soft-hearted. Later in the evening, Peng returns home and his face is filled with great shock as he sees Dazi, level 25. Pan is shocked by this. The Spider-Man has also grown up, and he left them with his grandfather for only 1 day. Chunba has also grown, he is already level 21. Peng remembers that he has an interesting attribute that can be tested. Peng tested Chunbai's healing attribute, but in 2 hours it only healed a small wound, which was very bad. Peng is shocked by such a useless ability, and even more shocked by the fact that Chunba is proud of himself and drinks juice at such a moment. Pan is clearly on fire about this. He knows that his grandfather has a lot of information about monsters, and decides to look there for information about jellyfish. Peng notices Bu Chang sitting sweetly, looking at the moon by the window and comes over to ask him what's wrong. Today is a day of shock. Bu Chang tells Peng that he misses her very much and really wants to look at her, his daughter. Peng is in great shock. He does not understand why Bu Chang did not speak up earlier. and how Peng himself did not know about this, and when he had time at all. However, Peng gives Bu Chang his word that tomorrow they will go and find Bu Chang's daughter to meet her. And so it happens. The next morning, Peng, Bu Chang, and the others were sailing down the Red River. On the deck of the ship, Pan asks one of the crew members if there are monsters in this river. He says that, of course, there is, but on the ship there is a scale of the King of Carp. It scares away monsters from attacking the ship. The King of Red Carp gives scales to all who bring him monsters as tribute, and these scales give the opportunity to swim safely. Peng had never heard of such a defense before, but he definitely understood how the system worked. Meanwhile, one of the crew members informs their captain that the ship has arrived. Buchang immediately starts looking around, and Peng asks him if he is familiar with this area. Bu Chan looks into the distance of the forest and remembers how he always walked through similar clearings with his friends and relatives. However, with this came memories of how he was caught here in nets and put in a cage. Bu Chang walks around and can't find his friends. Peng calms him down, saying that they could have already moved. However, at that moment, Bu Chang suddenly moved. As if it had dawned on him, Peng noticed and asked what happened. Bu Chang ran forward at a great speed. Breaking away from his place, Peng immediately gave the order to the spider band to urgently follow him. Bu Chang, Peng, and the spider band ran to the edge of the fountain. Looking down, they saw Bu Chang's friends and relatives splashing in the fountain. Peng sees Bu Chang so excited for the first time, he encourages him to go to them, because he said that he was once the chief of his tribe. However, Bu Chang looks at his body, gets upset, and says that he won't go anywhere. Peng doesn't understand why at all. Peng suspects that Bu Chang doesn't want to go because he is now an undead class and looks different. Peng pets Bu Chan, tells him to go to his friends and not to worry. Spider-Man and Peng are hiding here. Bu Chan begins to descend. At first, he simply watches his family members from behind the trees. Bu Chan sees his daughter. He is glad that she is happy. He is sad that he could not fight back when she was only 3 months old. Peng sees in his mind and understands that it turns out that skeletons can also cry, and then offers Bu Chan that if he wants his daughter, Peng will give her a high standard of living. However, Bu Chan immediately refuses, saying that with him she will not be free. But here she is free, and this is her home. However, Bu Chang immediately adds that he is happy with Peng, which touches Peng. However, the earth began to shake sharply, and some sharp sounds were heard from the sides. Pan shouted sharply, and in surprise that there were poachers in the forest and they were coming here. Bu Chang immediately shouted loudly and used a huge amount of his strength to improve his form. About 10 minutes ago, a group of poachers also landed on the shore, checking their weapons and getting ready. The poachers discussed among themselves that they needed the hearts of these monkeys because one rich family began to order them frequently. The two poachers were very interested in this because they were asking a price 3 times higher than the market price. Poachers are already aiming sniper rifles at monkeys, planning to sell their hearts and use them for fur coats. A poacher with a rifle remembers that almost everything here is of the general class, and the monkeys themselves are not strong. The poacher sniper opened fire, but the first shots missed and no one was hit. The poachers discuss how, after the capture, they will buy themselves a new weapon with the money they earned. However, 2 poachers inform their boss that there is someone in the bushes behind them. The poacher boss sends his dog to run around and check who's in the bushes now. The dog jumped into the bushes, and the boss says that the safest thing now is to hide somewhere, not just stand there like a pillar. However, immediately after a second, the dog flew back from something with a broken neck and covered in blood. The poacher's boss is shocked that their iron wolf protector died, and so quickly. Bu Chung, the leader of the poachers, appeared from the bushes, shocked that there was a commander-class monster here, and an undead one at that. His appearance also scared the red monkeys, whom he loved so much to the point of horror. However, one monkey stopped and did not run away from Bu Chan like the others. He took her in his arms. She was very happy about it, and Bu Chan himself was beaming with happiness at that moment.